My God. My God. Here we are again. You know, I don't know why there's like one monitor. I have like, I think my monitor arms that I have for my dual monitor setup. I think that there's I think my monitors are too big. Too big. Let's figure something else out for them. You know, things get loaded up. Everybody's loading in. We're looking good. We're looking good. Hope everybody's having an absolutely fantastic Friday. Good evening from Germany. Sorry for logging on later than I would like, to be honest. I've been really busy today. I had so much stuff I had to take care of. So like, me getting trapped in Detroit for like 3 extra days, right? That isn't it's not just a problem because it's like, oh, I haven't been able to make videos or stream or anything like that, but I also have like sponsorship deals that I needed to get taken care of before the end of the month, and I can't get extensions on them. So now I'm in this like odd position where like normally I have like a schedule that I put videos out to, but I'm gonna have to like expedite that for next week. So I'll need to put out a video on Tuesday, and then another one has to go live on Wednesday or something like that. I don't know. I still have to figure it out. Like, I have a script already ready for one, and I can put another video together relatively quickly, but it's just, yeah. Personally, I would not like to leave that money behind. You know what I mean? Plus, on top of that, I think it's just like it's a bad look to, from a professional standpoint, I like to meet deadlines. And I want to make sure that that's the foot that I always put forward. So anytime I have any of these folks that are coming in that want to, you know, sponsor future videos or anything like that, I want to make sure that I'm doing my best to meet those deadlines and do a proper job with those videos and stuff like that. So the other ones that I have this month aren't as time consuming as the Zenless Zone Zero one is. At least these ones are just like 60-second ad inserts and stuff like that. But I'm not short on content. I have plenty of things to make. It's just finding the time to make it while also trying to stream at the exact same time. So I think I'm gonna end up having to nix I'll probably have to nix the podcast this week, so that way I can put a video together that day, and then I can make another video the following day. I think that's what I'm gonna have to do. What updates are you going to be talking about? I wanted to look at like some of the stuff for, I think I found some, like, I wanted to talk a little bit about the stuff that's going on with Helldivers 2, because I saw they got a big update that's going to be coming. And then obviously like there's a list of like the bigger changes for 1999 and stuff like that that's coming as well that I wanted to look into. Somebody had shared a video from Tactical Potato, but his video's only been out for like 6 hours, and I don't really feel super comfortable with reacting to folks' videos that haven't been out for very long. Make sure you stay true to your audience, though. We're here because you like your stuff. What does that have to do with sponsorships? $30 to 60-second ad spot in a video doesn't really have anything to do with staying true to the audience. When is this makeup sponsor? I'm waiting. Yeah, you'll get one. You'll get one. An LD code for Sephora. I actually have. I use a I guess I don't really use it as much anymore. I used to use timetables and rushing out content. No, that has nothing. It'll have no impact on that. I'll never, for any reason, I I will never for any reason drop in quality just to be able to meet a deadline. It's just, I'm not built for that personally. I can't do it. Like when I make videos because I like the video, or I like the topic, or it's something that I want to talk about. There might be different ways that I approach making a video because of time, but that wouldn't sacrifice any quality of that video. So, you know, as an example of this, there's been times where like there was some breaking news or something that I discovered that, you know, just happened, and I might end up, you know, not doing my normal format and maybe something a little bit more impromptu, but it's not going to sacrifice any quality or anything like that. LD, I have a question. Is Warframe 1999 like Warframe 2? That's a really interesting question, because there's been a lot of different interpretations that I've seen from various like journalist outlets, YouTubers, everybody basically. And for all intents and purposes, it does kind of feel like that's what this is. It feels like they're going to have two separate areas of the game that may even end up having their own type of progression or something like that. I'm not really sure. Where there's things that are going to be happening in the 1999 universe, and then there's going to be stuff that's going to be happening in, you know, our current, right? And the biggest benefit that they have right now, in my opinion, of, you know, having this like alternate timeline stuff going on, for some odd reason, my Twitch chat didn't like pop up immediately. I missed a bunch of chats. Did you watch TennoCon? I was at TennoCon. I was at TennoCon. What do you mean, did I watch it? But the biggest benefit they have of the idea of basically where past, present, and future all exist all eternally, right? Is that they can progress in any timeline and kind of do that almost infinitely, which is pretty crazy. Take my bits, and also have you watched No Man's Sky's World Up? No, we're gonna watch that today, actually. We're gonna watch that today. That's why it's a big day. It's a catch-up day. I have a lot of different things I gotta get into. There's so much stuff that I've missed. There's so many things that have happened since I've been gone. So many things that have happened since I've been gone. I've been trying to do my best to be able to like save articles and stuff that I read. I've been trying to do my best to save like, you know, tweets that would bring up some interesting conversations and stuff like that. I mean, yeah, there's just a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff. And going retro-ish, thank you for the membership. Thank you. Thanks for joining, my friend. I also got some like really good news. I got some really good news today, which is that my car payment has gone down. I think I'm just gonna end up paying it off. There's only $1,800 left of my car payment, and I'm like, they took it from like $450 a month to like $250 a month, which is great, but I'm like, you're doing that to be able to stretch it out for another like 3 months of interest. I get what you're doing. I get what you're doing, but I'm like, man, like being able to have like an extra $450 in my pocket every month is very nice. It's very nice. Hey LD, I missed your stream yesterday. Did you discuss the interviews that you did at TennoCon? Yeah, I talked about them yesterday. The Pablo one I still have, and that one like, it's not bad. I don't think it's bad. I don't know. I'll have to download it. I'll have to pull it off of the SD card and put it on the computer. I think I already did. Yeah, I did. I should have like done this differently though. Like to show you guys really quick. So like I should have done this differently because what I ended up doing is that I ended up like recording across from him and me being behind the camera while asking questions rather than like me being on camera and talking to him instead. But the audio for this one, I think this one's fine. Yeah.
All right. So, but it's such a deceptive game
Yeah. Because yeah. We had a pretty good conversation, so that wasn't too bad. That's like a 24-minute interview. $1,800 if you have the buffer. I'd recommend just paying it off. Having it off your mind is good. Yeah, personally, I think that'd be a really good thing too. I don't have to worry about it. Plus, on top of that, talk about just like one of the smartest purchases I've ever made. Like, period. One of the smartest purchases I've ever made. Ever. Play more. We want to watch it. I don't know. I'll think about it. Maybe we'll watch it today. Maybe we'll watch it today. So. One of the smartest purchases I've ever made. I was thinking to myself, I'm like, you know, when I wanted to buy another vehicle, like every single time I bought one, by the time it's paid off or it's close to getting paid off, one of the first things that ends up happening is that I realize that the car that I bought is basically worth nothing, right? It ends up being like, I don't know, you know, I'll buy it at like $20,000 or $30,000, and by the time I've had it, it's only worth like $3 or $4 grand or something like that. And so my last vehicle that I bought, I ended up getting a Toyota 4Runner, and now the vehicle's paid off, and I just wanted to like take a peek and see what its current value is if you were to sell it used with how much mileage I have and the condition that it's in, which is in like, you know, near mint condition. And it's basically worth exactly what I bought it for. I'm like, man. Well, I'm definitely gonna do that again. Definitely gonna do that again. Also, nice wallpaper. Thank you. Cleanest desktop for a streamer I've ever seen. Yeah, to be honest, there's like stuff that's on here that doesn't even really need to even be on here in the first place. Like I keep like logos for the channel on tap. Couple apps that I use. These don't need to be on here anymore. Sometimes I just forget to take stuff off after I download things. I don't like using the desktop. I'm not a desktop user. I use my search bar, or I have everything like pinned to my taskbar. Hey, legendary drops. Hope you had a good one. Hope everyone else. I'm extremely disappointed with Final Fantasy XIV Dawn Trail. I was planning on playing it until Warframe 1999, but I thought the story was so awful that it killed my interest. Not sure what to play. Man. Final Fantasy XIV. I think that no matter what expansion they made, it'd be too hard to follow the act of Endwalker and Shadowbringers. Like, there was too much that happened. We're talking about a decade-old story that finally came to its conclusion, right? That's huge. It takes a long time. It takes a long time to be able to build up another story. The other thing that they could have done is they could have gone the World of Warcraft route, which just continue to ramp up as hard as they possibly can with every expansion, to the point where it just feels like nothing matters, and you know, the lore just gets washed down the toilet. I played since 1.0. Dawn Trail's story is uniquely bad. I think it's just that I think it's like hit or miss with some of the characters. I don't think it's necessarily the like the actual narrative itself as much as it is just. I really think it's because of the fact that this one really heavily focuses on Wooklamont, that players aren't really all that interested in it. Either you really like Wooklamont as a character or you don't, and then that's going to decide whether or not you like that expansion. Also, thank you for the bits, Madman. But yeah, we're gonna watch that trailer today. This is on the down low and not revealed yet, but I think Freedom's escalation update might split both factions into sub-factions with different propensity of enemies per planet. That's Interesting. Split the factions. I wonder how exactly something like that would work. Bots versus bugs. Yeah, I don't know. So like the thing is that when it comes to Helldivers 2, it's one of those things, like I made a tweet recently about it where I was talking about it, and I think that Helldivers 2 is just one of those games that people do need to just kind of give it some space. You know, don't play. It's also, here's the other thing is that I have so much to talk about with that game. I'm going to end up having to make another video about it. So one of the things that I've noticed is that there was like a flood of different comments from people that were like, played the game for 600 hours. I got nothing else to do. And I'm like, you played that game for 600 hours? I think that, I'm going to be honest with you. I think that gamers have a forever game syndrome. I think that they look at every game that they get really interested in or really enjoy and think that every single one of those is going to end up being a forever game. And what ends up happening is they sink too much time into it. They have too high of expectations and the game doesn't meet them. And then what ends up happening as a result is they have a soured opinion about the game because it can't meet unrealistic standards that players put on it. I think that a lot of that has to do with Helldivers 2. I think they saw live service. They compared it to all the other live service games. We see that with the journalists. How many times journalists compared Helldivers 2 to like Fortnite and Grand Theft Auto Online? What are you doing? They're not even in the same universe of style of games with the same kind of breadth of content or unique experience that you get from playing those kind of games. We're talking about a horde shooter. It's so weird. It's so weird how people try to put live service games in one single bucket, and that's just not how it works. It's so annoying, especially when it comes from professionals. I understand seeing that from players, but when it comes to like video game journalists and reviewers and stuff like that, it's just weird. Like, you know better. Hello, Mr. Drops. Thank you for getting me back into Warframe. I took a 3-year break. Warframe isn't what I expected. Vid got me back into a few months ago, and I'm having a blast again. It's great to hear, man. Glad to have you back. Though I'm newer than you, so, you know. I'm newer than you. Don Lee with the $5 says, hey LD, I don't know if you've talked about it, but what are your thoughts on Pal World and making Pal World Entertainment? Pal World anime confirmed? I don't know.
LD, IDK of you have talked about it, but what are your thoughts on Pal World making Pal World Entertainment? Pal World anime confirmed?
Thank you. Thank you. God damn it. Every time. It's because it messes me up when I get to it first, and then I'm like, oh god. Konnichiwa. LD got an update before LD, what was the update before 1999 that's coming in August? Oh, that's Lotus Eater. So if you haven't noticed, Lotus has been relatively silent, right? Ever since New War. And I think that Lotus Eater is going to be the bridge to find out why she was silent during the Jade Shadows, and what's going to be going on next with like her side of the story. Because I think that I have a feeling that Lotus Eaters is not going to be a 1999, like a prelude into 1999. I don't know. Oh, and sorry, the Pal World question. I totally blanked it out. The narrator got me on that one. I think it's really cool. I think that I think one of the smartest things that video game developers can do today is try to take whatever they have that is successful and branch out into other media rather than trying to drain that single title for everything it has. You know what I mean? Like, I definitely appreciate it far more when I'm looking at games that, you know, aren't trying to milk their players for every red cent they have and instead kind of diversify their content a little bit. And I think it increases your reach. I think a lot more people get interested in your game. Like, even though I still have yet to play League of Legends, I would be lying that my interest isn't increased from watching Arcane. When I watched Castlevania, when I watched the Castlevania series, I went back and played Castlevania again. Symphony of the Night, of course. But still, I think that that's probably one of the better ways to be able to market products today. I mean, it works. Genuinely, I think it works. Lotus can't die, paid for her skin. Well, that's one of the reasons why Lotus won't die, is because you can buy cosmetics for her. You can't kill something that you buy cosmetics for. That would make a lot of sense, would it? Kind of the same deal with Super Smash Brothers. Lots of characters were marketing tools. Yeah, there's something like that. I think they're like crossovers and stuff are always really nice. I think it's great. And then didn't they get bought by somebody? They get bought by Tencent or Sony or something like that. I know that the game's going to be coming to PlayStation. PlayStation needs to get off of this like weird thing that they're on where like they don't want to have early access games on PlayStation. Yeah, it's just on. Lotus Eaters is probably going to address the fact that Lotus lied at the end of New War. She did in fact see the indifference. I wonder what that does with a sentient mind. That's actually really interesting. I never thought about that. What would the void do to a sentient mind? For an example on how Helldivers sub-factions will work, the bot legions will be the assault, artillery, panzer, and phalanx in air. And you'll probably have to guess what enemies will be in each. Yeah, I don't know if they're gonna get that complex with it. I just think that I like what they're doing right now, right? So they have this like drip of content that they keep adding to the game, and then they have these like milestone, you know, content leaps where all of a sudden they just toss in a ton of new stuff into the game all at once and see how it goes. I think that's awesome. I think that's probably the best way they can go about doing it, because what that does is it allows you for the natural decline of players that are falling off, and then you add in a bunch of content so that you can create a peak for players to return back to the game, and then that natural fall will start again, and then you do another massive content update, and all of the small content updates in between are things that keep players continuing to play the game. I think it's smart. I think it's going to work out for them in the long run. And again, I go back to things that I've talked about in some of my videos, which is the fact that like Helldivers 2, what it has for its concurrent player base, anywhere from like 25 to like 40,000 players, is pretty much what a game like that should have. Anything more than that would be obscene. It'd be unreal. It honestly wouldn't even make any sense for the kind of game it is and the kind of content it puts out. Random question: have you tried, or are you planning on trying No Man's Sky? I am going to do No Man's Sky. That is going to be the next that's going to be the next like live service dive-in series that I plan on doing, if it goes well. I mean, obviously, if it doesn't get any viewership and people don't want to watch it, then I'm not going to continue to make it, because it doesn't mean I won't continue to play it. It just means I won't continue to make it, because I can't do like it. That's the payoff when it comes to that's the payoff when it comes to that's the payoff when it comes to making YouTube videos, right? Like, I have to do the things that get views and make money. Otherwise, I don't pay rent. So sometimes I can experiment, and that's what it is when I do stuff like that. When I make videos like I did it with Warframe. Warframe was an experiment. It wasn't the video series that I made on it was not something that I was expecting to get a lot of views. I still have the freedom to be able to do those things, but I also like can't keep trying to beat a dead horse either. You know what I mean? Random question. Oh yeah, we already asked someone. If you're planning on playing Subnautica, you might want to buffer between No Man's Sky and Subnautica. I think both games are good, but the game mechanics overlap. You might you might end up being burnt out. No way, no how. No way. If anytime it's a game that has survival mechanics, nope, no way. I have no problem. I could literally just play survival games. There's something about the monotony that I love. I eat that shit up. No Man's Sky does feel like one of the games where people would rather play the game rather than watch it. Yeah, I mean, and here's the thing, like that's kind of the way to that's the best way to kind of think about it is it like I'll probably stream it and I'll see how it does. You know, if stream wants to watch it. If it's boring for stream and stream doesn't want to watch it, then I'm not gonna stream it and I'll play it on my own. If stream likes watching it, but the videos for it don't do well, then I don't do the videos and I do the stream, and then vice versa. If neither do well, then I don't do it at all, and I just play it on my own. Have you played DayZ? I've never played DayZ. No. There's actually a lot of games that I haven't played. You should also look at Valheim then too. I've played more than enough Valheim. I've played more than enough Valheim. How many hours in Valheim do I have? 208 hours in Valheim. Baby numbers? Man, shut up. I played Dishonored games. I tried the first one and I didn't really like it, but that was a long time ago. Warframe needs a survival crafting mode. You never know, honestly, with these guys. Who knows what they'll do? The most exciting parts of No Man's Sky as a streaming experience is the total beginning, first impressions. When you get to the meat of the game, it's probably more off camera for that. Yeah, which is fine. Which is fine. It's not a game that I've thought it would be like a consistent stream game or anything like that. Yeah. I also saw somebody that was talking about Path of Exile. I feel like PoE, I don't know, man. I want to do it because it would be such a fun, cool series to do PoE from a new player blind experience. But also at the exact same time, I mean, I hate to throw them all in a boat, but I think that when people want to watch other people play ARPGs, they're watching people that are very knowledgeable. They don't want to watch somebody that has no idea what they're doing or what they're talking about. And that the same thing goes, and it may not even be just in that game. Like, they want somebody that's like super highly skilled and understand, like, has a good level of knowledge and understanding when it comes to like ARPGs in general. So even if they're playing one for the first time, they still want to see somebody that's like rather skilled at those kind of games. Variety streamer games are gonna be different because they make money playing a variety of games as their job. I mean, that's what I do. That's what I do. It's one of the reasons why I can't be so I probably won't end up getting I don't think it'll work out. I would love it if it did, but I don't think I'll ever get a glyph in Warframe, because getting a glyph in Warframe requires that you are what they call a Warframe creator. And I think that as a Warframe creator, there's like a certain amount of content that you have to be making for the game, and you kind of have to very consistently be a part of the Warframe zeitgeist, and if you're not, then it doesn't work. So since I am a variety channel to begin with, right? I'm not a Warframe content creator. I can't get into that. Loved your recent video about your trip. Thank you. Glad you enjoyed it. Ever considered checking out Grim Dawn? I played Grim Dawn a long time ago, actually. It's a couple years ago. It's a good game. Sometimes that's true, but I think someone who is panicking and yelling bad at the game is personally funnier than and entertaining than some good players. I 100% agree with you. I don't watch skilled players play video games because I'm not going to kid myself. Used to be easier to become a Warframe content creator or Warframe creator. They used to hand it out like candy. Yeah, I guarantee that they probably just yeah, they probably just Will Space Marine 2 be a good game for PS5? Is that what you're asking, Ghost? Thank you for the super chat, by the way. We'll wait for my Japanese translator. I don't know if it's going to be good for PlayStation 5. Here's the thing, Ghost. This is one thing, and I've said it in a lot of videos, and I will still say it, and I will never not say it, which is never buy a game until you have done the proper research beforehand. I highly recommend two things. One, read a decent amount of reviews, right? Compile those scores and take a look at them. And then also go and watch somebody play it. Watch them play it for like an hour. Because if you watch them play it for an hour and you go, yeah, this is something that I'm going to like, I'm going to enjoy, then chances are you're going to be fine. And I would probably watch somebody that plays it on like whatever your hardware is. So if you play it on, if you're going to play it on PlayStation 5, for sure. I just wait for you or Zach to play it. Yeah. Yeah, when does Space Marines 2 come out anyway? I'll probably end up giving that one a shot.
Will Space Marine 2 be good first game for FFXIV?
Warframe is easier on console if you have paddles or on a controller, mouse and keyboard for chat. Yeah, I can see that. September 9th. Okay, that's still a ways out. Is there something, what's coming out next month? What are August game releases? Oh man, is Black Myth Wukong coming out next month? August game releases. Star Wars Bounty Hunter. Pepper Grinder. Okay. Volgar the Viking 2. Oh my god, guys. Madden NFL 2025. Holy shit. Black Myth Wukong. Okay, so that is next month. August 20th. Hello. What else we got here? Dustborn? I don't know what that is. Concord? Rip. That's a big rip. I thought that one was further out than what it actually is. They plan on releasing that next month. God, they were gonna fuck themselves. Charging a premium price for that and it not being a free-to-play game is just not the way. I don't know what Sony's thinking there. I don't. And you know what the funny thing is? They probably initially saw like the success of Helldivers 2. And they were like, oh my god, we're about to have 2 hits in 1 year with live service. Nah, dog. It couldn't be further from the truth. Kitsunugami's really good. I've heard about. Was it Skill Up or somebody like that? I think it was playing and I saw. That was pretty good. Visions of Mana is at the end of next month. Ooh. Ooh. We might be playing that. Definitely playing Black Myth Wukong. For sure. For sure we'll play that. Releases 9 days. Yeah, it's a week afterwards. I think that should be fine. Kitsunogami is really awesome. You should try it. Really? Maybe I need to see a trailer for it. I need to see a trailer for it. YouTube. Oh, Kinitsu. I just spelled it wrong. Gaming, IGN. There we go. That's what we want. Okay. And then we'll put that like over here. We'll put that over here. We'll bring all this and bring all this over here. Get to work. Okay. All right, man. It's time for us to get cracking, guys. We got a lot to get through today. I have such like a backlog of just like articles and random stuff that I've picked up over the last few weeks that I would like to, you know, burn through. I need to turn my light on. All right, here we go. You guys ready for this? It's time, cracking relics. Yeah, we're gonna be doing that later. We gotta try to get Daddy taken care of. Okay, I bought a couple of the mods and stuff last night, and then of course I bought like Pharaoh Katir's like his emblems or whatever they're called, and sigils, I think. And I think I bought a ephemera. I was like, no, you're supposed to be buying relics. Stop. And I wasted like more than half of what I wanted, more than half of my stuff on cosmetics rather than mods. But you know, it just is what it is. It's just how it goes. It's how it goes. So let's see here. Things that I missed. So I saw this. So I must have been on stream or something like that. But Summit 1G thinks that esports players can compete until they're 50 years old. He said that there are 40-year-old UFC champions. We can move our arm a little. I'm going to be real. This is absolutely true. It's so beyond true. It's not even funny. Well, as people get older, their reaction time is going to go down a little bit. For the most part, depending on the game, a lot of these professional esports players are going to be able to continue to play and not have much of an issue. I'm pretty sure... At Evo, didn't somebody win the championship and they're like 40 years old or something like that? I don't think he won. I think he just had one of the best Evo moments. I think that's what it is. They call it like the next Evo moment, whatever the number is, like 58 or something like that, where he had this like insane comeback and then he did the splits. Like, the thing is, like, especially if people take care of themselves, I think that's the other thing to keep in mind as well, is that like you have to take care of yourself. And when it comes to professional esports, when it comes to streaming or making YouTube content, it's very, very easy for you to find yourself in the position in which you are not taking care of yourself or your body. And then as a result, you're going to end up losing your ability to play games professionally. Now, I will say that the vast majority of these folks that like get into esports likely don't have a long shelf life in esports specifically. And that's more or less just because of how little money they make. They don't make a ton of money. They make more money by streaming or making YouTube content and things like that. They use their status that they've earned from playing esports to make more money somewhere else. And that's what you should do. That's what you should do. Summit's one of the most genuine streamers out there. That's true, actually. I've always really liked Summit 1G. He's like one of the very few people that are out there that are just like, you don't really see him involved in a lot of drama or anything like that. The dude just keeps it relatively low key and chill. Suits his personality. I think it's good. Yeah, I even see somebody right here. Yet I don't see Summit competing anymore. Why would Summit compete when he makes way more money as a streamer and posting his videos and his VODs to YouTube and waste his time doing esports? Like, I get it. You're going to have a lot of fun competing and there's that reward of winning a competition, but there's so much time and so much money that you would waste by doing the esport instead. So, like, he did it already, right? So he's already been there. He doesn't need to go back. Don't know the name. YouTube Shorts moment. Yeah. You probably see him in a lot of like YouTube Shorts and stuff like that. There's no money in esports. No. Wants to redeem his 1G Molotov. Yeah. So he's CSGO, right? I'm pretty sure he was a CSGO player. I know now he basically plays like GTA Online and stuff like that. He still plays some shooters and stuff like that with Shroud every once in a while. But yeah, I mean, this dude was absolutely... I mean, he still is goated, right? So it goes without saying. But I think it's odd when people don't think that, like... When people say that this is, like, esports or, you know, only for 15 years old, like 15 years old or up. That's just not the case, man. It's not. So this is not about politics, okay? I stay away from political discussions. I have for a while just because I feel like, you know, more times than not. Not that I don't believe I have good opinions on those kind of things. I just think that when you bring in political discussions, you end up creating a division that's unnecessary within certain communities and environments. Right? I had to share this because this shit is just so fucking funny. I don't know who she is, but this she's like what is she? Oh, she's a Dem news junkie. I guess she does like news or something like that. She says, my 11-year-old daughter. I told my 11-year-old daughter that Joe Biden had dropped out, and she started to cry. And through her tears, she asked, "Who will run now?" And I said, "Kamala." And she shouted, "Fuck yes." One, there is no shot. No shot. Nobody's believing this shit. The funny thing is that 57,000 people ended up liking this. 57,000 people that have their brain leaking out of their ear. Like, how conscripted are you? Unbelievable. Yeah, you're 11-year-old. So I really, really like this. So Josh, I can't say it. Josh Sawyer. Good Lord. Josh Sawyer, I believe, yeah, he works at Obsidian, right? Pillars of Eternity, Fallout, New Vegas, right? He tweets out saying, my son, emoji Fortnite, looked up from his Macedonian lesson and said, Trump ad portus? To which my daughter, Salome Athena, replied, Trump advance sont un grande malade? Kamala est grande remede. In the distance, my Italian greyhound, Panini, howled, signaling Vespers. It's so good. It's so good. It's so good. I love the return of a impossible scenario being met with an equally impossible scenario. And honestly, I wish that this was the original tweet. It's so good. It's so good. It's so weird how people get caught up in political discourse to the point where they feel like they need to virtue signal their political party through fake and made up stories on the internet. It's so odd, man. It's so odd. I don't understand it. Like, take a fucking break. Go do something else. If this is what you're investing your entire life, and thought, and self-meaning into, there are better things in life. That's all I have to say. There are better things in life. The amount of validation that you have to be looking for to make a tweet like this is just... I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say. This is actually something like I wanted to bring this up. So, President Joe Biden's ban on non-compete contracts held up in court. Virtually all non-compete agreements will be voided on September 4th. This is so amazing, and as somebody that's been subjected to this kind of treatment in the past through non-competes, it's unbelievable how much this stuff has been abused over the years. To give you guys an example, the first construction company that I worked with, they have a non-compete, but they were a third-party company, right? So they would basically rent their services out to other construction companies, their employees, and then by extension, if I worked for any of the companies that my employer, used our services for, well, then what ended up happening is that through that non-compete, they were unable to ever hire me. And that hiring, I think the contract for it was like a year or something like that. So imagine living in an area where I'm from, right? I'm from like the rural Midwest. There's not a lot of options when it comes to jobs. A lot of singular big companies are the ones that run most of the jobs out there. So in construction, there's really only 5 or 6 options of different companies for me to work for. This is industrial construction is what I was in, right? So if I can't work for all, because our services were given to all of those construction companies. So I had quite literally worked for every construction company in my area through the third-party construction company that I was working for. So by extension, I was unable to get another job with any of these other companies for an entire year. All 5 companies could not work for any of them for a year. So I would have to go unemployed or work like odd jobs or something like that until I could get the opportunity to work with one of those companies. So what ended up happening is that the company that I ended up going to work for did poach me from that company. And when that company came to them and was like, hey, that's our employee, you can't hire him. You have to wait his termed sentence. And that company was like, okay, so we'll just not give you any more of our contracts for that entire year as well then. And they were like, I mean, I guess we can let this slide. It's so bullshit. It's literally there just to keep the small guy down. That's all it is. It's just to make their employees feel helpless and feel like they have no other option other than to stay where they are and do what they're told. And that's it. And I hated it. I hated it so much. And this has been one of the greatest changes I've seen in government in a long time. This is so good for the common worker. It's unbelievable how good this is. Especially because I guarantee there's people that are here right now that have been in this kind of situation before, right? I've worked hard for most of the companies I've worked with. Not all of them. Some of them I've definitely, just try to keep my head down and, collect a paycheck. But any of the times that I ever worked for a company where I gave all of my effort, where I worked absolutely the hardest that I ever have, I was taught a very valuable lesson, which is that people above you will want to keep you in the position that you're in when you are overproducing, because it makes them look good. If they promote you, then that means that you don't get to make them look good anymore. When there's a non-compete that's involved, you can't even go anywhere else, depending on the kind of work that you do, to be able to continue your career in the first place. So you end up feeling hopeless, betrayed. And it's the worst feeling that you could ever have. And I've had that with multiple employers. And changes like this help workers move. They help workers get into other jobs. And it's so good to see this. It's so good to see this. What a shitty boss that does that. A lot of them. A lot of them. Like, think about this. I worked in sales jobs for a long time, right? If you're the store manager, or if you're the location manager or district manager, you are making money. Quite literally, you are making commissions, a percentage of commissions of the gross profit of your stores and your locations. If you have an employee that is in your circle, that's either at your store or in your district, and they are overperforming over anybody else in that district, do you want to lose them? Even if it's through promotion? No. And that's exactly what ends up happening. They look at that and go, well, I don't really want to promote this guy because he's making me this much money. If I promote him, that means he's not going to be doing sales anymore. He's going to be doing management. And then they have to roll the dice and gamble on whether or not they think I could effectively train workers to do as much in sales as I did, to be as productive as I was. Would you rather take that gamble, or would you rather just hold on to the guy that you know for a fact that can make money and just keep on making money? One dude in YouTube chat is hating this. I don't understand. I don't know who. But yeah, no, this is probably one of the best things that I've seen in government in a long time. I'm not talking politics. Don't be a goober. Don't be weird. Don't be weird. But companies seeing record profits while their employees can't afford basic needs. Yeah. Yeah. True. That's sad. I came into a lead position years back, and I treated my employees with nothing but respect. That goes a long way and usually also beneficial for the company. Of course it is. Of course it is. I remember one of the first jobs that I ever had, I worked at a video store, Hollywood Video. Closed down years and years ago now, but consumed and killed by Netflix. But when I worked there, the manager that we had was one of the nicest, sweetest people that you would ever meet. She was so great. Amanda was her name. So great. So nice. She was very supportive of her employees. She congratulated them. She rewarded them. She, every month she'd take us out for dinner and celebrate, anytime we hit some massive milestone or anything like that. And where we were, our location was absolutely crushing it. And again, this is the Midwest, not a whole lot to do during certain parts of the year. So video stores usually pop off pretty hard. And we killed it. I mean, we did awesome. And because of that support that she gave us and the freedom that she gave us and how quickly she would want to try to make sure that she would prop up the people that she realized that were making them successful, that store remained successful and kept being that way. Within my first 6 months, I almost immediately got promoted because I was doing that. I was doing that good. I was like the top in sales for the entire region and crushing it. I mean, who would have guessed the guy that makes YouTube videos about video games was really, really good at getting people to rent video games and watch movies? Who would guess, right? So imagine what you're watching in your YouTube videos with me was really what people were seeing behind a register, right? It's the same guy that's, trying to get them to watch something or trying to get them to, play a game or whatever it might be. Yeah, I was good. I was very good at it. And yeah, but that's what happens when you prop up and support those people. The company flourishes as a result of it. But I think a lot of folks lose track of that. I think they do. Okay, let's see this real quick. So this is called Do You Have What It Takes, Helldiver? The Escalation of Freedom major update begins August 6th. This is going to feature level 10 difficulty, new mission objectives, bigger enemy outposts, new bugs and bots, new environmental hazards. Let's see what they got.
Since launch, we've improved Helldivers quite significantly together with you, the community. We've released a lot of content, such as the flyers.
I really appreciate that he keeps himself as the face of the company, because at the end of the day, I think there are a lot of people that picked up Helldivers too, just because of how base the CEO was. Now that he's the COO, like he's a chief creative officer or whatever it is, like you can't help but fucking love this dude. You can't help but love this dude.
TCS missions. The destruction of an entire planet.
They really did do a lot. I think that's something that I think a lot of people probably don't realize, is that there was a lot that's actually happened in Helldivers 2. It's just more people are used to seeing all of those things happen at once rather than slowly happen over 6 months. Or it's not been 6 months. It's almost been 6 months. The game came out in February.
This time around, we've got something special prepared for you.
It's our first step out of many, where we're gonna expand the game in big, meaningful ways.
New game modes, new objectives, new enemies, and even a whole new difficulty.
To give you that, we have to escalate it. An escalation of freedom.
I fucking love it. Oh, there's an actual YouTube video for this, isn't there? Yeah. Full briefing. Here we go. All right, here we go. Let's watch the full thing. So these tentacle things, those were in Helldivers 1. They're basically chargers that have tentacles in their mouth, and they slam their head into the ground, and the tentacles come up from the ground.
Since launch, we've improved Helldivers quite significantly together with you, the community. We've released a lot of content.
So we've improved Helldivers along with you, the community. I would agree with that to a point. I think it took way too long for them to recognize that the balancing that they were doing was not good, and in a lot of cases unnecessary. And it was something that did lead to a lot of folks leaving the game or getting bored of it or walking away from it. Anytime, I said this in one of the earliest videos I made on Helldivers, but anytime you are taking people's toys away from them and then not giving them better options or not giving them more options, they're not going to be having fun, right? But I really loved using the railgun. I loved the play style of using the railgun. And then they nerfed it into oblivion, where it literally just became completely useless at that point. And there were so many better options. And I understand what they were trying to do, because there's this weird community thing that ends up happening where they want to show you that they support the community sentiment. And the community sentiment at the time was, no meta. Look at these guys making meta guides. This isn't meta gaming. I hate meta gaming. Metas are gross. Blah, 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 blah. So then the developers go, yeah, we're right there with you. We're right there with you, with the community. We're going to go and we're going to take out all these weapons, and we're going to nerf these weapons that people are calling meta, right? And initially when people saw that, they were like, yeah, what are the meta Andy's going to do now? And then they realized the guns don't really work that well anymore, and the rest of the guns sucked, and they were like, well, wait, this sucks. I don't like this. And then by doing that and attacking the meta, you are creating a meta, because, you know, what is it? Most effective tactics available, right? Well, when you remove tactics that players can use, that means other tactics become more valuable. And that's just what ends up happening. It's what is it called when the snake's eating the tail, snake head's eating the tail of the snake? So they're just, they're consuming themselves at that point. You're chasing something that you're never going to be able to catch. So, Ouroboros, thank you. Ouroboros, yeah. So that's what's going on right now, or that's been what was happening, and they've gotten better at it, and they got away from it. And then I also think that to an extent as well, is that because of the insane popularity of the game and the small nature of Arrowhead Studios, because they're a very small studio, I think that there was also a pride factor that came in with some developers where they didn't want to, like, you could see it in their very first patch notes. In their very first patch notes, the dev that made those adjustments to weapons and nerfs was in the comments section on Reddit talking shit to the players that didn't like this stuff. Now, mind you, part of it was based, I was totally down for it because some of these guys were saying some goofy shit, but also at the exact same time, I'll be real with you, you can't do that. You can't do that. Like, part of me liked it, and then the other part of me was like, I don't think you should be talking like this, because it only got progressively worse. It would be different if you kind of went in there and just kind of owned a couple people a little bit and then walked away from it. But like he stayed invested into it, and it was obvious because he was taking it personal. And you can't take your balance changes personal. I'm sorry. The same thing goes for when I put out a video. I can't take it personal when people are in the comments section and they're saying some crazy shit about me. Okay? It serves no purpose. It also serves no purpose for me to go in there and start responding to those people and getting into a comment chain. And now, believe me, there are plenty of times where I've wanted to. I went to comment. I already had the comment written out, and before I hit reply, I just canceled it and just blocked them and just got them off the channel instead. Because that's the healthier thing to do. It's just to ignore it.
Such as the flyers, the TCS.
But I will say that the balance for the game has gotten better over time. They've gotten a lot better with the balance of the game.
Missions.
I really like the TCS missions. And I also really like the defense missions as well. And I hope that the defense missions still stay in the game and they utilize it a little bit more. And I hope that they also get a little bit more creative with those defense missions, because I think there's a long track there. I think there's a lot of cool things that they could do with that. I also think that they should make a game mode based on the... Okay. Sit with me here, okay? I think that they should make a game mode or a mission structure that is just a defense mission. That's it. There's no like 3 different missions that you need to do, just one mission. You drop in, and then what it has like special rewards that you get from doing it, like maybe cosmetics or something like that. And when you drop into that mission, it has like purchasable structures for you to bring down and use to defend that base. So basically the exact same thing that they do with Gears of War Horde mode, where you can like buy defenses, put up, bots or drones and stuff like that in certain areas. You can buy certain power weapons and things like that to be able to like continue on the defense and whatnot. Maybe even have like a leaderboard to see like how far people can push into the waves and everything like that. That would be sick. That would actually be really cool. And I kind of saw flashes of that when I first saw that defense mode that they put in. I was like, dude, they could actually like flesh this out a little bit more and turn this into something completely different. And it would be sick.
This time around, we've got something special prepared for you.
It's our first step out of many, where we're gonna expand the game in big, meaningful ways.
New game modes, new objectives, new enemies.
Oh,
and
God, no. Oh, God, that looks terrible. Oh, no. Oh, no. I don't even see how you fight this. That's the worst part. So it has to be weak from the back, like the other Striders. Oh, that's frightening. It has the guns and it has rockets. That is going to be so obnoxious. Yes. AMR? I don't think so. Well, I mean, actually, you got a good point. AMR probably would do it. Yeah.
And a whole new difficulty.
To give you that, we have to escalate it. An escalation of freedom.
Yeah, I love how proud he is. An escalation of freedom.
When freedom escalates, its opponents escalate.
We're bringing back a fan favorite from Helldivers 1. The stabby, tentacled beast known as the Impaler.
When you're playing against the Terminids, you can always try and run away. The Impaler ruins that plan. They will maybe cut off your escape route, and then you will probably have to stay and fight. Or you can fight the tentacle.
I can already see these things having a really bad attack hitbox where they can hit you and you're not even fucking close to it. The best part is that like I see this and I'm like I can already see where some of the jank might end up being. I wish that if you were shooting them, you would break them off. I think that would be way cooler. Like if you were shooting them, they broke off and then it would just turn into like basically a regular charger and just keep running at you. That'd be kind of cool.
The Spore Charger. This one has fog traveling around it.
Oh no.
It's constantly moving, so it's going to come right out of the fog and scare the lights out of you.
Oh god.
The automatons are bringing in artillery.
A big tank
no.
that shoots rockets.
If you're further away,
Sweet
you can see
liberty!
it towards the skies and fire rockets in the air, so you'll have a barrage coming down on you.
In addition, you'll face off against heavier, more deadly brood commanders.
With a small twist. The allies that it spawn will not be the ones that you used to.
Oh no. So it seems like they went a little bit further into the bugs on this. They're probably trying to ramp up bug difficulty because they want to like equalize it with the automatons. So I'll be honest with you. I hate fighting automatons. Okay? I hate it. I don't like it. And the reason why is because the core gameplay between the two of them is completely different. Where when you're fighting bugs, the objective is to kite enemies, right? So it's much more movement and action and, you know, dipping and diving and trying to find choke points and things like that. Where automatons is just like nothing but hellfire. Now that isn't to say that that isn't to say that I won't fight the automatons or that I don't mind it. I don't like it nearly as much as I do fighting bugs because I enjoy the core gameplay loop of fighting bugs just in general. And I think one of the reasons why is because there's no cover mechanic in Helldivers 2. And if there was a cover mechanic, I think it'd be a lot more fun to fight automatons than it is. It's weird to play a third-person shooter and you don't have the ability to use, like, deployable cover. I can't put my back up against a wall and then, like, you know, peek and stuff like that. I can't do any of that kind of stuff. If there was an actual cover mechanic like Gears of War or, you know, The Last of Us or something like that, it would be so much more fun to play automatons, but it's just not for me. It's just not. Yeah, I don't like being shot in the back. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's one of the things that like I do wish was different with the game. I think that fighting automatons in general would be a hell of a lot more fun if there was an actual cover mechanic in the game.
Difficulty 10 has more enemies than we've had before on lower difficulties. We've really ramped it up. It's meant to feel like a real progression from 9 to 10.
We're also introducing a larger type of outpost, and it's going to be a real challenge to take on these.
This is actually pretty fucking cool. This is pretty cool. Like the idea of raiding a base, I like that a lot actually. Marco, hey, what's up, buddy? My stream says hello and says go play Warframe. I said that, JK. Don't tell me what to do. Don't tell me what to do.
Massive fortresses. But if you manage to do so, there will be great rewards waiting for you.
So, like what? Also, why is he holding an automaton head? Why is he holding that? Is that like a new mission or something like that, maybe? Because he has his pistol out on the other hand. So it seems like it's like an objective material or something like that. That's interesting. Great rewards. Head. Well, I mean, you know, for a lot of folks out there, head is a great reward.
Of course, what would the galaxy be without planets? Therefore, we
by the way, I love these like tree maps. They look so good.
wanted to spook it up with a new version of the swamp environment.
This is so cool.
The Acid Storm weather effect now comes with a new mechanic. It reduces the armor of enemies and Helldivers alike. You'll do a lot more damage, but you'll also take more in return, which is just as horrifying as it sounds.
Yeah, I was about to say.
In Escalation of Freedom, we have new objectives coming in, like the Retrieve Larva mission.
Okay.
You find this backpack with little crying larvae that you need to reach the extraction with. But you also have to be careful because it's gonna be crying a lot, and you're getting swarmed by more and more pyramids.
Okay, so it's gonna like signal like scouting packs or something maybe.
With the Second Galactic War in full swing, Super Earth is currently battling the automatons and the bugs for control of the Milky Way. The Automaton Legion, they are constantly building bigger and worse war machines. The Terminids' migration patterns seem to be changing. They're There's also been some irregular readings of the Terminid spores in the various sectors where the Terminids are spreading. And we will see where the story develops from here.
Okay, so they're building bigger and badder war machines. They said that the migration patterns are changing and they're getting odd spore readings. Migration patterns are changing. I wonder if they're walking away. I wonder if they're going to migrate the Terminids to the southern section of the map so that they can bring in the Illuminate, or if the spore readings as well as the migration, maybe that has to do with the maybe that has to do with like the brood what is it, like the faction leader or something like that. I wonder if that's what it is. I would probably think that that's what it is. I would assume. Why can't I? There we go. I've been getting hit with a lot of bots lately. Maybe not think too deep. No. I actually, because the thing is that I think the one thing that I'd have to say that chances are what's going to end up really bringing a lot of people back into Helldivers 2, if you're going to talk about
bug mother fight and they move and cause a split of the hive like a new queen of Terminids was born and taking half the hive like how bees do it.
Did it change the voice? Why is there a different voice on Twitch? Why is there that threw me off? That threw me off. I want a I also don't understand why the notification isn't like clicking. I have to like turn it off and then put it back. Is that what it is? There we go. Madman with 1,000 bits. I want a giant bug mother fight. And they move and spit in the hive like the queen of the Terminids. Yeah, so that was the faction boss that they have. Like, let's finish this. I'll show you guys real quick.
So, have we told you everything that's gonna be in the Escalation of Freedom? Of course we haven't.
We have many more surprises in store for you.
A surprise here and there that you maybe didn't expect.
On August 6th, I'm ready to dive, and I hope you are too.
Yeah, this is good, man. This is good. All these changes are solid. Everything about this is great. Everything about this is great. There's not a single thing about this that I don't like. I think that this is going to do really well. I think that a lot of people are going to be really excited about it. I don't think that it's going to bring like a massive amount of players back into the game by any means, but I think that this is a great path for them to take, where, you know, basically what they're doing is they're just trying to make it where they're bringing in, you know, larger sections of content, like milestone content markers, and then they have, you know, the slow drip feed of content throughout. I think this is going to do really well. I like a lot of the stuff here, but one thing that I will say is that you're not going to see a massive influx of players back into this game until you either see a new faction, something wildly transformative, or the faction bosses, which that's what I was going to bring up. Helldivers 1 faction boss. Hive Lord. Yeah, this is the Hive Lord. So you see, it almost kind of plays like an MMO fight or something like that, where you have like mechanics that you have to dodge. You can see like where some of the stuff is gonna land, so you have to try to like plan appropriately. It's just you guys versus the boss. The boss has various mechanics that you have to look out for. I think that something like this will do really, really well in Helldivers, depending on how well they execute it. See how like it pops up there, starts spitting out stuff, it brings in ads. It has like an ad phase. Yeah. Yeah, I think if they bring in something like this, I think it's going to do really well. I also didn't know that Twitch had text-to-speech, so my bad about that. No, you're fine, man. That's what it's there for. That's what it's there for. Hey, what's up, Legendary Drops? Do you think the Helldiver player decline is normal or something wrong with the game? It's normal. It's completely normal. The game is not Fortnite. It's not Roblox. It's not GTA Online. It's not Apex Legends. It's not World of Warcraft or Final Fantasy XIV. It's not Warframe. It's not any of these other games. It is a horde shooter, and it should be compared to other horde shooters to look to see what you should expect for how many people would continue to play it, you know, month by month. And if you look at Helldivers in comparison to the rest of its competition, that's exactly what it's doing. If we go and look right now at Steam, Helldivers 2 at this very moment has 29,000 players in game. Its 24-hour peak is 30,000 players. What else we got? Darktide? That's not Darktide. Warhammer 40k Darktide. 5,000 players. 5,000 players in the game right now. Or 5,000 players is 24-hour peak. Deep Rock Galactic. 16,000 players, all-time peak 54,000 players. What's another one? Vermintide. Vermintide 2, 2,000 players, all-time peak 104,000 players. I'll be real with you. The amount of popularity that Helldivers 2 still has is absurd, and it doesn't make sense in the genre of game that it dwells in. Left 4 Dead 2? Is anybody even playing that? 23? There's 33,000 players playing Left 4 Dead? Holy shit. This game hasn't seen new content in how long? Is it modded? Is that why people are modding it? I mean, it's a good game. That's crazy, though. Custom maps, and it's just fun. Yeah, it is fun. It's a great game. I played an obscene amount of Left 4 Dead 2 back in the day. That's still fucking wild though. 33K concurrent players is still crazy. Yeah, mods. Oh, what do you get to like? You're getting attacked by like zombie waifus or something, or what? Back for Blood. Good lord, how bad is that? What the fuck? Holy shit, Steam. Sorry, I turn on the AC. Next to Redfall, or Darktide has 5K. Yeah. So I mean, it's just the thing is that if you look at it in comparison to games that are similar to it in some way, shape, or form, being a horde shooter, no, Helldivers 2 is still doing absurdly well. Still doing absurdly well. So yeah. If anything, to be honest with you, the vast majority of people that have been talking about Helldivers 2 and its decline and been trying to make a big stink about it, they're just doing it for clicks and views. It's because there's a player count death cult, and people get off on the drama of a game doing bad, and they want to hop on that train and ride it, as far as they can. And by the way, that's not a slight on the creators for hopping onto a trend. It's the players that are the ones, and the viewers are the ones that like watching that kind of content. Negative content sells. Just, that's it. Negative content sells. Wayfinder is what hype die looks like very quickly. I've heard really good things. So like I didn't mind Wayfinder. I thought it was fun. It's not necessarily a game I would play a lot of. Sure. Sheesh. 287 players right now. Yikes. It got up to positive. I think it got up to like mixed reviews or positive reviews or something like that. Nowadays bad game always makes good content. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Good like viewer content, yeah. Oh. Good lord. So I saw this. I know about the whole story about this whole thing. This whole Chris Tyson situation, or Ava Tyson situation. Ava Chris Tyson, that's what it is. And like, one of the things that I will say is this, is that like, one, people were like, wow, such a PR response for Mr. Beast. One, like, what did you expect this dude to do, or what did you expect him to say? Like, he's not just gonna drop in and just do some like internet drama stuff. The dude is allergic to drama. It's what you have to do. You have to say, my channel and myself, as well as everybody else in my company, doesn't agree with the actions of this person. We were not knowledgeable of it. We're going to look into it even further to make sure that there wasn't any damage that was done. And if there was damage done, then we need to, compensate and, fix whatever happened. And then, obviously they're going to look for, like, make sure that they can do what they can to prevent this kind of stuff moving forward. But one of the things that's really crazy is that, like, over the last, like, few years now, it seems like more and more and more of this kind of, like, this isn't drama, but this is, people that are like getting involved with like teens and like young folk and whatnot like that in very inappropriate ways. I'm wondering if I have a theory. My theory is that a lot of these content creators that blew up when they were young never grew out of that phase. And because of the kind of content that they've made, they've always stayed in contact with younger audiences. And as such, because they both have not mentally matured enough because of the work that they did, and then also at the same time, because they've stayed in contact with younger audiences, have put themselves into the position in which they are exposed to making these kind of mistakes and doing these kind of things. That's what I think is going on. Because if you look at it, it's a lot of these folks that got into very early fame, very early on, stayed involved with these younger, stayed involved with like younger audiences. And then, it is what it is. When you mentally are still a child and you're hanging out with nothing but children and making content for nothing but children, chances are you're probably going to end up doing something stupid, I would imagine. Stay away from kids. It's just that easy. Hey, man, I know it is, but apparently a bunch of other people don't. That doesn't make any sense. Oh, that doesn't make any of this okay? Did I say it was okay? Did I say that was an excuse? Fuck you talking about? What? That wasn't a justification. I'm just saying why it's probably happening. Sometimes it feels like the peanut gallery won't be happy unless you hang the offender yourself. Yeah, I mean, you're gonna see some of that stuff. I don't know, man. Like, I think there's a little bit of that as well that I think is really I think a lot of that is really. You can say the same about teachers. Funny you say that. Funny you say that. Ever notice that in a lot of cases you end up hearing about how you know, people that are the ones that are the closest to minors at all times or end up being the ones that end up doing that kind of stuff? Not saying that it's I'm not, by the way, that's not saying like teachers are a problem or anything like that. It obviously comes down to mental illness more than anything else. But when people have a proclivity for mental illness, or proclivity, but if people actually have some level of mental illness and around kids like that long, yeah, chances are they're going to end up doing something stupid. Or priests. Yeah. 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 This is too good, man. So I have to comment on this. So Alyssa Mercante, if you guys don't know who that is, she's I think she's Kotaku writer. Yeah, of course, Kotaku writer. She is very much against the gamers. She was recently, I think it was during Summer Games Fest. She was on Summer Games Fest and basically told you know, anybody that like hates her or whatever else, like, you know, doesn't want women in video games, I guess, because she thinks that people don't want women in video games. She's convinced herself of this at the very least, that you know, come and fight her and things like that. And so she made a cute little tweet saying this is why gamers are not okay.
Like, I don't know.
What's the deal? People are taking this in the completely wrong way. This dude is worth a lot of money. And there's being... part of this is slightly neurotic. I'll give it that. But at the exact same time, when you've made that much money and you also have that many people that are around you that could potentially cause any kind of risk, a lot of people that are out there that are looking for clout, a lot of people that are out there are looking for money, chances are you're going to be able to find yourself in some pretty shady positions if you're not doing what you can to try to be risk adverse. Dude is risk adverse. Why put yourself into the position in which you're hanging out with strangers one-on-one where they get to say anything they want about you and it could turn into something and blow up in your face later? Why would you be messaging random people, you know, having private conversations and discourse with people that are in your community when you don't know how old they are, you don't know what they want, you don't know what they're going to try to get from you? And 9 times out of 10, regardless of how large you are of a content creator, like that happens. I'm not big. I'm not massively popular or anything like that. Do you guys have any idea how many messages I get every week of people asking me how to build up their YouTube channel or anything like that? We had an issue in my own Discord where a guy went into the Discord and told everybody that in private conversations that I was mean to him, and that if everybody just knew how much of an asshole I really am behind the shroud, right? Behind the curtain, then, you know, people wouldn't like me as much. I, you know, did what I do, and I just said, okay, here. And I just posted all the DMs into the Discord to show that the dude was legit just a fucking idiot and completely soft and couldn't take criticism, and that was the reason why he said I was being mean, and I wasn't being mean. I was just being straightforward when he asked me to critique his content. Simple as that. And that's on the lesser end of what kind of things people could end up doing. And when you have as much money as this and you're around all these different kinds of people, yeah, why put yourself at risk? Why put yourself at risk? It doesn't make any sense. It has nothing to do with this is why gamers are not okay. He's not trying to stay away from people because he doesn't want to be around people. He's trying to make sure that he separates himself to make sure that he's not putting himself at risk because of the money that he's made and the position he's in. As simple as that. It's so weird to try to throw people into this boat and say this is why gamers are not okay. Fuck, she's so annoying. So annoying. I think what it is at the end of the day, she's just kind of taken on the online persona in which she just wants to be the person that's out there that's trying to drum up as much negative feedback as they can. I think that's really what it is. Yeah, LD is terrible in private. Trust me, bro. Trust me, bro. Isn't it sad people have to do this? I mean, it just kind of is what it is. Like, I don't take this personally, but I don't know anybody here, right? Like, there's a few people that hop in that watch some of my streams that I know in real life. But at the same time, I'm not going to go and have, like, you know, deep private conversations with these kind of, you know, with anybody that I don't know. Especially when we're talking about the internet. You don't know people. What do you mean you're not my best friend forever? I mean, I am, but just when I'm on camera. How about that? I thought we were best. Oh God, here we go. But the funny thing is that you look at it and there's so many instances of people getting into these like weird parasocial relationships with streamers where they think that they're closer than what they actually are and they try to do some crazy shit. That's the reason why you don't share personal information. That's the reason why you don't have personal conversations, because you're going to open yourself up and you're going to put yourself at risk. And when this, and I think this is the other thing that I think a lot of people lose sight of as well, is that, you know, when they're watching somebody and they get close to watching them, right? And they've watched them for a long time or whatever it might be, they lose sight of the fact that it's their job. This is how they make money. This is their career. And if they do something that could put that at risk, they then no longer have that career. And what other options do they have? Now, in some cases, they could be absolutely loaded, right? And it wouldn't matter. They could coast off of that money forever. But at most occasions, a lot of these creators don't have that kind of money and would have to seek other kind of employment later. And when you have years being a content creator under your belt, that doesn't really give you a lot of options to go and find another job later. So, and also at the same time, you don't know, you know, what their life is like, how much money they spend, all that kind of stuff. So you have no idea, you know, what that's going to end up meaning. And I think a really good example of this is like I've seen, you know, I've watched Asmongold streams and I've seen people post stuff to his Reddit page that are things that like he can't watch. And he's like tried to say something like guys, I can't watch this kind of stuff. Oh, bro, come on, man, just do it. And it's just like, what part of like he would lose his channel or get suspended or lose brand deals do you not understand? And they're like, oh man, come on, fuck that shit. It's about living your own life. Like, okay, you say that when it's not yours. What is this? I saw this. I thought this is an apology letter, but it's not. To all our players, Stalker 2, Heart of Chernobyl, will now be launching on November 20th, 2024, moving from the previous planned date of September 5th, 2024. So 2 months, so they moved it 2 months back. Okay. We know you might be tired of waiting, and we truly appreciate your patience. These 2 additional months will give us the chance to fix more unexpected anomalies, or simply put, bugs, as you call them. Stalker 2 is shaping up to be everything we envisioned. With the launch nearly here, and we are incredibly excited to share more with you. To give you a taste of what's coming, we're thrilled to announce Stalker 2 developer deep dive video, which will be released on Xbox media channels on August 12th. Okay. This detailed update will include exclusive interviews, lots of footage, and a full video walkthrough of one of the game's quests. We can't wait for you to see it and get a comprehensive understanding of what the game looks and plays like. Okay. We are always grateful for your ongoing support and understanding. It means the world to us. We're just as eager as you to finally release the game and for you to experience it for yourself. With love and gratitude, GSC Games Game World. If I'm not mistaken, aren't the developers of Stalker, they were caught up in like the whole war in Russia and Ukraine, right? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is like one, it's already under, like, here's the thing. When games, I don't give a shit if a game gets delayed. Thank you. Thank you. Because if you delayed it, that likely means that the game is not ready. And I appreciate the fact that you are trying to make sure that the game is ready before you sell it to me. Far too many studios today will release a game when they know it's not ready, they know it has issues, and they have to push it through the door because they need to make their money back as quickly as they possibly can. And they know because of how we've just gotten so used to, we're so conditioned to the fact that they will do day one patches and they do other fixes and other patches and things like that post-launch, that we've gotten to be okay with getting a subpar release of a video game. Thank you for delaying your game. I appreciate it. If you need to take more time, go ahead. I'm looking forward to Stalker 2. I never played Stalker, but I heard a lot of really good things about it, and I don't think I need to play Stalker to play Stalker 2. I think so. But either way, I'm looking forward to playing the game. It already has a lot of things that I really like in games to begin with anyway. Especially like the, you know, paranormal elements and stuff like that of it. Oh yeah, I hope Star Wars is over. Star Wars? What do you mean? You also need to delay because of senior staff were serving. Yeah, which I figured that was part of it as well. Because they weren't around to help them work on the game. Star Wars got boned. What do you mean? What are you guys talking about? Are you talking about the Star Wars Outlaws game? That's probably not going to be very good. Oh, I said the Wars. Oh, my bad. I said Star Wars. Well, I saw Star Wars in another comment. That's right. That's why. Oh, Acolyte? Yeah, well, I mean, to be honest with you, Star Wars has been ruining its reputation for years now. I saw this. I watched a video on this from Upper Echelon already. One, I'm really enjoying these apology letters. I love the era of video game apology letters. I think that I'm gonna I want to make a video on it at one point because it's so interesting and it's so goofy. It's so goofy. Luke Stevens liked the Star Wars game. I'm just gonna be real with you. If it's Ubisoft, I'm not buying it. Outside of one game, I'll play Division. If they make another Division, I'll play that. But that's just because I like the Division. Apology review. Oh, what if I do like an apology tier list? What do you guys think about that? Video game apology tier list. Fuck, that's actually a really good idea. That is so meta. Where's my notepad? Where's my notepad? Write that down, write that down. Yeah, I wrote that down. Man, this is and the crazy thing is that like, so this whole situation with Assassin's Creed has gotten completely out of control. Completely out of control. Keep in mind that initially when there was backlash over Yasuke, because that's what this all has to do with, it has to do with like the historical accuracy and things like that. And while everybody understands that Assassin's Creed is not meant to be historically accurate, that's not the point, right? It's their own twist on it. And it's a really cool twist. It's a sci-fi twist and redoing history, and it's like close to historical events, and it makes historical events have like an extra kind of meaning and stuff like that. It's cool. I really have enjoyed this. I've enjoyed a lot of the Assassin's Creed games. I haven't played the last two, or maybe three or something like that, but I used to love it. I loved the premise of it. I just got bored with playing them because it just got too repetitive, and I just kind of got over it, to be honest with you. But outside of that, the backlash was the fact that you know, this is the first time the game is going to Japan. People have been really looking forward to playing the game in Japan because the themes really work well in that area. And they don't make a Japanese main character. That's not who you're going to end up playing as. And when there was backlash over it, Ubisoft pushed back and said, oh, no, this is a historically accurate character. He was a samurai. You know, they really tried to paint people as being bigots more than anything else for trying to push back on this at all. And then once the Japanese government actually gets involved, now all of a sudden they want to post an apology letter. Then it ends up coming out that all this whole Yasuke stuff is completely based off of one guy and a book that he wrote that's based on fiction. It's some historical events, but then painted in a way so that it's more readable, right? And the guy and the Wikipedia page that people keep pointing to has been constantly edited by the same guy that wrote the book. So he's the one that's revising this history. Everywhere. And the funny thing is that the vast majority of people wouldn't give a shit about Yasuke if he wasn't the main character and they weren't trying to very obviously virtue signal with the game. And if he was in the game, nobody would care. He's been in tons of games in the past. That's not what the problem is. The problem is that it's the way that he's being portrayed, and then also the way that they've kind of used this as a cultural cudgel more than anything else. Nobody wants that, man. Nobody wants that. It's just funny they made a 4-page apology letter. This is pretty high on the tier list, to be honest with you. I love this, actually. I love this. We're not doing a one-off. We're doing a multiple pager. How about that? Oh. I'm not gonna lie. I actually originally thought that Steam points could be used to be able to buy games. And I am genuinely upset that this isn't an actual thing. And it should be. One of my favorite things that I've always loved. I have two things that I really like. I have an Amazon credit card. Smartest purchase I ever made because I buy so much stuff off of Amazon to begin with, so I get, a solid amount of cash back. I end up looking and I have, plenty of money to buy something huge that I want to buy or whatever it might be, or I could go with, there was at one point in time I could go back and probably buy everything I wanted for a year for free because of the points that I had on there to begin with. And these are purchases that I was going to make regardless if I had that credit card or not. So like having that money back system is always nice, and it keeps you wanting to buy more things. It's smart from a business perspective. Xbox used to do the same thing, and I loved it. I used to be able to go to their Xbox store. I could go and I could buy a game. I could change those points over to be used for buying like digital currencies in games or DLC or stuff like that. You could buy accessories. They would mail me controllers and stuff. I love money back systems in online stores. I absolutely love it. The problem is that this sucks. Like you get profile pictures and backgrounds and stuff like that. Steam points are so useless. So useless. It would make me feel so much better about how many Steam points I have if I could use them to buy games. Nintendo does it. Oh, that's right. Actually, yeah, Nintendo does it as well. So if you buy games on Nintendo's store, you end up racking up points and you can go and use that to buy more games. It just makes sense. It just makes sense from a business perspective. You're going to get more in sales. People are going to continue to buy stuff. It motivates them to continue to spend because they realize that they're going to get some of that money back and they'll be able to use it later. If I recall, Stardew Valley is one game that can be bought with points. Oh, do you have to like elect your game to be bought with points? I could see that. I could see that. PlayStation Stars lets you buy store credit. Oh, that's really cool too then. You bought Helldivers with it? That's really cool. Yeah. Yeah. See? Steam, Nintendo does it, Sony does it. You should do it too. Xbox got rid of their system though. Fucking assholes. They suck. What is there? There's some Reddit stuff that I was gonna look at. Man, there's like too much Reddit stuff for me to look at. Oh, dude, this is so true. This is actually so true. Games with a box price, monthly sub, and paid expansions. Oh, people don't want that. Games designed from the ground up around monetization. Yep. Every time there's a new like free-to-play MMO, people are all on board. Everybody's all on board. They all want it. They all want a piece of it. But when it's a game that actually has like a monthly sub or something like that, no, people don't want that shit anymore. Make your own sub on Reddit. I don't know. I'll think about it. You know what? You tell me make your own sub on Reddit, and I just know for a fact it's gonna be nothing. It's gonna just be a secondary Warframe sub. I have a feeling. I have a feeling. Yep. Yep. See? Everybody immediately agrees. Everybody immediately agrees. Hell yeah. No, not hell yeah. Might be a news sub. I could only hope. I could only hope. It can only be, no, I didn't want to look at that. Some of these things I saved just in case it's things that I want to go over. Yeah, I heard about the whole Halo thing. This whole situation is just crazy. Imagine being in the point where you are now working on somebody else's intellectual property that they created and a company bought, and now you don't want to have anything to do with the people that worked on the game originally. Like, there's this like really odd hostile relationship between 343 and Bungie. And you know what the thing is? I think it's just bitterness. I think it's just recognition that they cannot make and they cannot do what Bungie did. That's what it is. It has nothing else to do with anything else. They just recognize that they cannot make they can't make Halo the same way that Bungie made Halo. They just can't do it. Impossible. I think it's pretty obvious by now that it's impossible. They've yet to be able to do anything that I've been like, oh, this is actually pretty good. I know that people kind of like Halo Infinite now, but I don't know, man. I also have I got a really hot take, actually. I got a really hot take. I think that Halo does not suit today's audiences. I just don't think that I personally just don't see that it has an audience today. I think that on older audiences for sure, millennial audiences for sure, but I think that its style of gameplay, its combat, its like the narrative I could see could still keep going, but I think that I just don't think that younger audiences are interested in Halo. I just don't think people are interested in it as much anymore. And especially because they've kind of tarnished the name over time. Even if they did make a good Halo game, I'm really not sure that it would do that well. Why though? I just don't think people are I just don't think people are interested in it. Simple as that. All the people that I see complaining about Halo are 30 years or older. That's it. L take. I mean, you're welcome to believe that. You're welcome to believe that. I'll add another hot take to it as well. I'm also afraid for Gears of War, because I don't think that Gears of War has that same audience either. I really don't. Like, even though I love Gears of War and I love those games, I think that most of them are kind of fueled by nostalgia more than anything else, and they don't have the same kind of staying power as like legacy titles from other companies. What I mean by that is that I don't see Gears of War and Halo having the same cultural staying power as something like Mario or Zelda. And because of the fact that these are shooters, they speak to audiences that for the most part, from my perspective, are more tuned towards younger audiences. I think for most gamers, as they grow older, they just get interested in different kind of games. Like, they still play shooters, but they don't play them the same way as they used to before. Like, I literally would play nothing but Gears of War back in the day. Nothing else. I would go, anything else I would buy or play, it was because I was getting it for gamer score. That was it. I was achievement hunting. That's all I was doing. And then outside of that, it was me inside of a Gears of War lobby every single night after work. Every single night after work. And then I just got tired of it. The next thing I know, I started playing more RPGs, more JRPGs, more strategy games, all kinds of things like that. Realize that this is anecdotal, but for the most part, I think that's pretty true for a lot of folks. I think there's a lot of people out there that just kind of walk away from those games. Their audience already moved on or too old to play the game, but wait for Doom, and Doom does still sell. That is true. That is true. I moved from arcadey shooters like COD to more tactical shooters. Anything that requires a bit more tactics than just run and gun. Yeah, and I think your tastes are going to evolve as well, right? So like as games get like, I mean, if you look back, Halo's like as bare bones simple of a shooter as it possibly could be, right? The most popular shooters today are not like that anymore. It's more about, tactical equipment. It's less about aim and things like that. As crossplay has gotten more popular, there's an odd divide competitively with players now, as you have so many players that are using like aim assist, and there's a weird, there's that weird, there's that weird difference where up close when you're playing on, crossplay servers, where up close fights, controllers almost always win, but from far distance, you're never going to beat a mouse and keyboard. And I think like the games that have more of these more like complex elements to them, I don't know. I think that players are just more interested in that kind of stuff. Can't wait for the new Metal Gear. I didn't play Phantom Pain. But that was the last one, wasn't it? I think. I also didn't play Revengeance either, if I'm not mistaken. I'm so disappointed in Xbox these days, shutting studios down, fractioning and pricing up Game Pass. I'll avoid them in the near future. I just don't think that they understand how to handle their IPs. I don't see it. I don't see it. I hate to be like Mr. Negative Nancy when it comes to Xbox, but I just don't have a lot of faith in how they've handled their IPs over time. Outside of Gears, I think Gears has done really well. Forza has done really well. Flight Simulator, but like you don't need to change anything when it comes to Forza or Flight Simulator, right? Just make them look prettier. That's it. Make them look prettier and give more options in the game, and that's pretty much about it. I think Gears 5 was good. I had a good time with it. But I do feel like there's just kind of a shelf life for those kind of games, because how long and how far are you going to take that story? And, I don't know, the gameplay for those games kind of fall off as well. Doom is also great. Doom is a good game. I guess the problem that I have is the dissonance between deciding whether or not it was, good job Microsoft or good job Bethesda when it comes to that game. And then is it even Bethesda or is it id? Because id has always been relatively solid to begin with anyway, right? So what did Xbox have to do with that? When I'm talking about Xbox, I'm talking about their original IPs. I think over time, they have realized that they suck at maintaining their original IPs. And as a result, they have turned into a studio. They've turned into a company that usually just goes out to try to buy somebody else to cover up for those mistakes. That's really what it is. Because if you look at like their core franchises, the vast majority of them are what are they in today's market? What are they? Right? I mean, like Forza's big for Xbox players. People like racing games. I mean, Flight Sim is kind of whatever. That's not something for like mass audience appeal or anything like that. There's some people that really like it, but it's a relatively niche game. Halo's dead. It's dead. I'm sorry. It's fucking done. 343 can't develop a Halo game. They never have had the ability to. Gears of War, the interest in Gears of War has died over the years. That's not saying that the Coalition hasn't done a good job. I think that the Coalition's done a fantastic job. They did a great job taking the torch after Epic Games. But I just think that the general interest in that kind of game is kind of starting to wane. And I think a really good example of why that is, or why I believe that's true, is the fact that when you look at the next game they're making, isn't Gears 6. It's them going back to tap into nostalgia and bring you Marcus Phoenix and Dominic Santiago again, right? They're bringing the boys back. Bringing the boys back, is that for younger audiences? No. They're trying to tap into the older audiences that really enjoyed the first games. What else? When it comes to Microsoft specifically, it's just really at the end of the day, it does come down to Halo. Like, how the fuck do you ruin your Mario? You ruined your Mario. Think about that. How bad do you have to fumble the bag? Same thing goes for them splitting ways with Bungie. That was also a terrible idea. How does it feel? My question is, I wonder how did Xbox feel when they split waves with Bungie, only for Bungie to stay independent for like a year and then go to Sony. Oh God. Oh yeah, Microsoft removed their DEI team. What do you think about that? They got rid of some of them, not all of them, but it's a smart choice either way. It's a smart choice either way. I think that they're just kind of waking up to realize that like that's just not the way to develop games. It has nothing to do with making games less inclusive. I don't believe that. I don't think games should be less inclusive. I don't think that you shouldn't try to reach wider audiences. I don't think that you should, make game. I don't think you should try not to make games with women or female leads or anything like that. I'm just saying that you shouldn't be trying to make games with that being your starting point. You need to start at great game first and then go from there. And I realize that probably sounds a lot easier said than done, but at the end of the day, I think that's just the best way to go about doing it. Yeah. So I saw this, right? So it says, so this is like Paris, myth versus reality, right? And this reminds me of something. So the first time I came to work in California, I came to work in LA, and I had a very glorified image of what Los Angeles was. It was like, oh man, this place is gonna be crazy, it's gonna be busy, it's gonna be wild. I come in and I'm like, okay, and it is all those things. But I remember the first time that I went to like Hollywood, right? And I got dinner at a place that was on the Hollywood Stars. And the amount of homelessness, like the amount of tents that are on the stars themselves, how dirty the stars are. Like there's people like shooting up in the streets and stuff like that. Like nobody gives a shit out there. And I'm sitting there and I'm like, this is so crazy. Because there's so many other people in the world that probably would think that the Hollywood Stars wouldn't look like this. And then as I'm sitting there for dinner, I watch as a team, a cleaning crew comes out and they section off an area of the stars, right? And they come out with pressure washers and they pressure wash the stars. They move away the homeless that were camped in that area. They have them walk away. They get them off that side of the street entirely. And then after they're done pressure washing, they keep up the barricade. They put up some lights. Some folks walk out. They end up taking their pictures out there. Some famous people or whatever. They get their pictures taken, they take down the barricades, and the homeless go back up and put their tents right back up where that was. And I'm just sitting there, just fucking blown away. Blown away. The world is not what you think it is. Cyberpunk IRL, yeah. Hollywood Boulevard looked like that 30 years. I've lived in LA. Yeah, it does. And the funny thing is, it does actually kind of look like this in some places. It's nice. It's a nice place once you wade past the 200,000 homeless people. Yeah, it just depends on the neighborhoods for the most part. It depends on the neighborhoods. You know, when I first came out here to work and I like was looking at different areas to live in, like certain neighborhoods are better about like homelessness and stuff like that, because it's more about, and this is the same thing I always say when it comes to like voting. You know, people get always really tied up in politics when it comes to like national politics, right? Presidents and things like that. At the end of the day, the most change that you can enact, and the fastest way to enact change, is to enact change around you. And the best way you can do that is by getting involved with your local government, because that's where you can see change happen. And I see that on a scale, I've seen that on a scale everywhere I've ever lived. The better your local government, the better the place that you live. Simple as that. I don't understand this. Resident Evil flops on mobile, sells less than 2,000 iOS units. I don't think that a premium mobile experience is, I don't think the audiences are ready for premium mobile experiences. Especially because you know the game is not going to look like Resident Evil 7 is a gorgeous game. Today, RE7 is a gorgeous game. It is so good. It's one of my favorite Resident Evil games. It was so good. $60 and limited to specific phones, I think. They leave that out as a caveat. Can you imagine spending $60 on a fucking cell phone game? I remember buying a $10 like, oh my god, I don't even remember what phone this was for. I remember buying like a $10 Resident Evil game at one point on a cell phone. It's definitely a Capcom experiment. Yeah, we'll call it that. It's an experiment, a failed one, that's for sure. Apple wanted to make some games play on mobile for marketing. It's not a real effort to make money. It's dick measuring. Oh, you think like they're trying to like put premium games on their phone to like show like, hey, look, the iPhone can play Resident Evil 7. They port Resident Evil games to like everywhere. I think they do, really. Still though, like I could not imagine a game like this doing well to begin with. And plus on top of that, that's such a weird game to play on a mobile phone to begin with. A survival horror game, and especially one that's like an immersive sim like this one is. Yeah, no. I did, however, so when I was at TennoCon, they actually hooked me up with something really cool. I got this. It's a Razer Kishi Ultra or something. I don't know which one it's called. But basically it can fit like a phone or a tablet or whatever you want, and you can play your games on it. So if you want to play your games on it's a controller for it. And to be honest, it actually works really well. It works really well. I played Zenless Zone Zero on my phone, and it was killing it. I was like, holy shit, this is actually really comfortable. The only problem is that like heat sinking in cell phones is just not where it needs to be for a lot of these like high-end mobile games. They're just not built for long play. You can play for maybe like 15 minutes or 30 minutes at most, and then you need to turn it off, or otherwise your phone's gonna catch fire. Like my phone was hot. I played for like 30 minutes, and my phone was hot. And it's not like I have a bad phone. I have like a S21 or something like that. Turn your phone into a Steam Deck. Yeah, I played a lot of Steam Deck while I was on my trip. I fucking love that thing, by the way. I love that thing. Now, mind you, I didn't play anything crazy. I played a little bit of Persona 3 Reloaded, and I played Slay the Spire, and I played Hollow Knight. Those are the ones that I was playing. Yeah, really good though. Really good. I love that thing so much. I love it. I'm surprised it took me this long to get one. I ended up getting rid of my Xbox and my Nintendo Switch, and that's what I used the money to be able to get a Steam Deck. Every time I play Warframe, it hurts my eyes because the colors shoot to my eyes. Any solution? I don't. There's like visual options in the game, probably for like if you have problems with like certain colors or something like that. Try playing it in like a colorblind mode or something, maybe. Is there anything else that was like really cool here? Hours. Oh, I saw this. I spent hours, or sorry, if I spent the amount of hours I've spent grinding one ultimate bunny pieces. Why do people are so bad at English? At my job instead, I would have bought her 40 times. Oh, if I spent the amount of time, so basically saying if I spent the hours it took me to get one ultimate bunny piece, and they spent that time working instead, they could have bought the character 40 times over. It's actually insulting how this game does not respect your time. Attempting to grind out Ultimate Bunny and one of the pieces requires you to either do infiltrations or grind out those godforsaken defense missions. A chance for a drop, which has a 3% drop chance. Holy fuck, Lamal. It's really no shock that Korean games die in the West. There just isn't a long-term market for this kind of abuse. I don't know what's over in the water over there, but I feel sorry for gamers in that region. Ultimate Bunny items just reminds me of the weeks I spent grinding level 4 attack plus on Monster Hunter. Yeah, but the difference in this is you can't buy it. Which is crazy that people would make this kind of comparison. Yeah, but it's not as bad as the time that I grinded plus level 4 attack gem in Monster Hunter. Yeah, but except for you couldn't buy a plus level 4 attack gem. Like keep it like, oh shit, I didn't mean to do that. Like keep in mind the reason why the drop chance is so low and the reason why you had to spend so much time grinding this is because of the fact that you can buy it. The idea is there specifically that drop rate is as low as it is to make sure that they can maximize how much money they make from people just going and buying it instead. Because they know that chances are there's one of two things are going to happen. Either you're going to go and try to farm something and then you're not going to get it and you're just going to buy it instead because your patience runs out, or you're going to quit the game. Most times, because you've already spent so much time in the game to begin with, chances are that's not what you're going to be doing. That's not where you're not going to quit. You're not going to get, like, I'm one of the people that did. I quit. I quit immediately. I was like, you know what, man? I'm like, these drop chances are fucking absurd. I'm not going to do, like, especially because the fact, like, it would be different if they did the same thing that Warframe does, where when you go to do, like, the boss fights and relic cracking, I forgot what they call relics in that game, but if you did the same thing where you could just go and you could pick the rewards of the other 3 players that you're doing the fight with, if you didn't get what you were looking for, but maybe they got something valuable, fuck yeah, that would be way better, but they're not going to do that shit. Literally all of the things that make Warframe's game loop fun and interesting and cool and fair, they got rid of all of that shit and said, nah. And then let's also add another $5 on top of it. No, it's fucking garbage. There's some people that want me to like the game because they would like to see me cover it and talk about it more. But I am so against this game's monetization and its drop rates and how the game is built that I just don't want to have anything to do with it. It's not that I don't like it. I think the gameplay is cool. The character design is cool. A lot of the things in the game I actually really like. I like the boss fights and stuff like that. I could definitely see how the game could improve over time and how they could add more content to it and make it more fun. But at the exact same time, the way that its monetization is set up and how its drop rates are set up and how you actually get stuff in the game, I just have no interest in it. They took the awesome free-to-play model that Warframe had. They took all of the good parts out of it and then put it into the game. Yeah, the First Descendant. That's what I'm talking about. I confront like what LD said yesterday to the First Descendant players. They still need to defend their waifu like crazy, so I give up. They just want to throw their money away. Yeah. I would view like the vast majority of the conversations that I've seen around it, and I'm not throwing everybody into the same basket here, because I know that there's people that are in this community that like the First Descendant. The vast majority of the conversations. Let's look at the First Descendant Discord. What do you guys think they're going to be talking about? Oh, it's the gameplay. That's what they're talking about. Bunny. Freyna is the hottest descendant. Begging the game to please be like Destiny or Warframe. Again, going to a new waifu. NSF, I can't click that. This may be the greatest game ever. Yeah. No, it's a degen game. That's all it is. Yeah. It's just a degen game. There's nothing wrong with that, by the way. There's nothing wrong with that. But I'm also not going to say it's a good game. Simple as that. I'm not going to say it's a good game. Overdosing on copium? Yeah. The predatory monetization, and like, here's the thing. I appreciate when games want to go out of their way to try to make it where they're taking inspiration from other games, and I am completely fine with the fact that you want to like fully rip off Destiny and Warframe and make your own game. That's cool, as long as you make it better. The idea is that if you're going to take those things, you're going to make a better game, and to be honest with you, from my opinion, they didn't. They made it worse. Why buy live service games if they just disappear? I might end up making a video on this. This is a good article. God, could you guys put any more fucking ads on this thing, though? What's the basis of this? I just want to know. With the landscape of video games continuously shifting and changing, the prominence of live service games has become increasingly clear. This is AI written. These games are designed to provide ongoing content and engagement through regular updates and seasonal events, promising gamers an experience that changes over time. However, the question of investing in live service games with a specific lifespan in mind is critical. What the fuck does that even mean? Yeah, this is AI written. AI baited. I'm still gonna keep it because I think it's a good conversation to have, but the AI did not write it the way that this person wanted them to. But I wholly agree with the concept. Live service specifically, it doesn't make a lot of sense to buy live service games if they're just going to kill the game regardless at one point, right? Like, that's one of the best parts about having games, is that you can always go back to play those games again at a later point, right? I cannot tell you guys, especially when it comes to like probably a lot less now because there's so many more games to play. But when I was a kid, I mean, the amount of times that I went back to go play Mario or Final Fantasy or whatever it might be because the game was still there and I wanted to play it. Yeah, I loved that. When it comes to these like live service elements, yeah, when you make a game that is a full price title or a, you know, for even in some cases like a $40 title, like let's use this as an example. Why would you be motivated to buy Concord, the PlayStation game that's going to be coming up soon, right? The live service wannabe Overwatch game that they're making. Why would you want to spend $40 on that game knowing that there's not a lot of players that have invested into it, a lot of players that even want to play it in the first place, seeing how badly it did in its beta, and then having in mind the fact that if that continues and that's the same trend, even if you did like the game during the beta, if you went and bought it, chances are within a year, the servers for the game would be shut down and you'd have no game to play. It's their main reason why it doesn't make a lot of sense if you're doing a wholly live service game. Why would you bother making that game full price? It doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense. Not much true anymore in recent times. Even non-live service games can become non-accessible at a certain point in the lifespan of the company. Servers shut down for a random game. Yeah, I know that has a lot to do with like DRM free games and stuff like that. Yeah, I don't disagree. I think I have like, okay, so I want to watch the No Man's Sky Part 1 with Sean Murray. Let's see what this is about. Oh, my headset turned off. All right.
With every update, we just want to surprise.
Dude, this game looks so much better than it ever has before. This is like, it's actually kind of crazy. Like, I remember how the game looked. Like, the game was like relatively blank when they first started, when it first came out. I realized when it first came out it was garbage, but even like the first couple of years after that, like the worlds themselves were like very barren and bleak and not very good at all. But this is like fucking crazy looking. It looks like an entirely different game now.
New worlds. New gameplay.
I didn't know there was combat in this game. I was under the assumption the game never had combat. I don't know why. I mean, I haven't played it ever, so there's probably part of... Maybe it didn't start with combat, is that why? It's kind of bare bones, but it does have it. It's not great, but it's there. I keep hearing the combat is mediocre, though.
New technology. We're 8 years in now, and we still just want to do really big things.
Dude, this looks so fucking cool. Is that just like a random space station, or is that something that the player built? I love the color of this game. I love the colors used in this game. It looks so, it's so bright and like vivid.
Our next update is called Worlds Part 1. I'm so proud of the team and the love they're pouring into it. We are completely refreshing the universe with new technology, new flora, new fauna, and new gameplay.
And all of these updates they've done have been free, right? If I'm not mistaken, all of these updates have been free, which is crazy. He's bursting. Yeah, I know. Like, I think it's kind of one of those situations where, you know, when you're so proud of the work that you've done, and when you also see that like so many people have been enjoying it, it ends up giving you this euphoric feeling that's hard to keep inside. You know what I mean? You can see how excited he is to, you know, show what they've been working on. And honestly, like, good for them. Like, you deserve that kind of happiness, because it was a really shitty situation that they got put into. I'll be honest. I'm on the team of people that I was never really upset with Sean Murray after I learned more about the situation that they were in to begin with their studio flooding, the pressure that was put on them from Sony, how he was thrown into like all these different media outlets and stuff like that. Well, yeah, he didn't have to say the things that he said. The guy was also at the time very obviously uncomfortable in any public atmosphere, and he was the only person that was out there that they could use for that because he's the guy that was the head of the studio. That's who they want representing the studio. They didn't have a PR person or anything like that. They were too small for that. And, you know, Sony went out and hyped the game bigger than what the game was actually going to be. They put money into it. And yeah, it is what it is. I think there was a lot of mistakes made on both sides. But regardless, I think it's such a great story to see what they've turned this game into and the studio that they've become. I am ecstatic for Light No Fire. It looks so good. It's such a cool idea, and I'm really interested to see exactly what it ends up being.
In No Man's Sky, what you see on screen...
No Man's Sky, the only great thing is exploration. Everything else is just mid most of the time. And they really can't improve. I don't know why. Well, I don't know. I guess I'll have to see some of that stuff for myself.
Is generated by the computer. And we're achieving a level of variety that just wasn't possible before. When we started No Man's Sky, you know, I wanted people to feel like they had stepped into the cover of a science fiction novel.
Well, you pulled that off. The environments just look so cool.
To create a lot of new technology. New water technology can create waves and reflections, oceans. Look so different to what we had before.
That's crazy.
Ocean planets feel completely new, and ships can now land on water.
That's cool. Can you go underwater?
6 months ago, we announced Light No Fire. It's this crazy, ambitious game, and
yeah, the same thing that they did before. I think that's what's also really crazy as well, is the fact that they made something that was so ambitious and so wild, or they attempted to the first time, and instead of trying to do something more responsible, the second time they're making a game, they go to do the exact same thing they did before and said, you know what? We're going to do something even crazier this time. And you see that mountain over there? That is the size of an actual mountain if you want to climb it. Shit like that. It's just like, man, that is wild.
We've been working on it for years, and we've learned so many things. And it feels like we're almost bringing this technology back from the future. Planets have wind patterns, waves are dynamic, and they react to the weather.
That's cool.
My favorite thing in the game might just be flying through the clouds and out into space.
Bro, was that like just a little slight at Starfield right there? My favorite part is, just flying through the clouds and just going right back out into space.
Clouds for us are a unique challenge, right? You can see them from space, you can fly through them, you can land on a planet and look up at the sky.
Very cool.
You get these beautiful skies now with just tons of variety. Sometimes a storm hits and, the waves rise, the clouds gather. You've got the atmospherics.
Ooh, very cool, like a sandstorm
all
planet.
This technology comes together all at once, and there's nothing like it. On the surface of the planet, we've added these new volumetrics. And you get...
These environments are so cool, though. I think the best part is, and realize this is a trailer, so I don't know exactly how it's going to end up looking in-game once I get into it. But it is crazy how much variety and how distinct some of the planets look. Like, the environments are very cool.
Rolling fog, rain, blizzards, little sparks coming up from the lava. changes how planets feel, you know? It just makes them feel alive. Across these new biomes, we've
like your
added new
robots?
creatures.
Do you have like little robots you send out to get materials and stuff like that? Pretty cool.
For you to discover. We're really trying to push on the level of variety. It's not enough for us to just do more, you know, we want to create things that people haven't seen before. Expeditions have become a huge part of how folks play the game. And this new one is very sort of Starship Troopers inspired. It's something really different. It takes you on a tour of some of these cool new planets that we've added. Everyone is battling together. Progress is community driven.
Okay,
and the rewards are super cool.
Are these like is this like a battle pass thing or something like that you can get, or I don't understand. He's saying like there's rewards and stuff like that people get, or is this just free content in general?
Something I love is to browse the screenshots that people share with us.
That's crazy. Wow. So I'd imagine everything in this game would be purely cosmetic. That's what you're buying? Outside of the box price for the game? That's a good deal. That's a really good deal.
I can't wait for people to explore this universe we've made with fresh eyes. The update is called Worlds Part 1 because I guess there's much more to come.
That's crazy. It is just wild what they've done with this game. It blows my mind. And now, like, realize that one of the reasons why they're able to do what they've done with this game and make us, like, put all this extra content in there is keep in mind that when this game released, it was huge. Like, this was one of the, if not the most looked forward to game when it came out, and it had been for years. Like, people were very hyped about this, which is the reason why the backlash behind it was so hot, was because of the fact that there were so many people that wanted this game to be good and so many people that were looking forward to it. And they got to take that investment and their little tiny studio, which I think they, at the time when they were making this game, I think they had less than 100 people working on it. Like, they got to take that money, reinvest it into their studio, and just keep working and put their nose down on the grind. You know what I mean? And this is the result of that hard work. And to see all the things that they put into this game, because I saw some people that were like talking about how they were worried about Light No Fire, and all of the elements of things that they want to do with Light No Fire already exist in No Man's Sky. So it's not going to be a far off dream for them to be able to pull whatever they want to do off in No Man's Sky. They're going to have no problem doing it. No problem. Now, the steps that they want to take beyond what they've done with No Man's Sky, that's a different story. We'll see. It's very cool. It's such an inspiring journey as well, because it really is unrecognizable to what it was before. It really is. It's also really cool how to this day the game has the single biggest game map ever. That's crazy. The game is also less than 20 gigs of storage. That's how the fuck do you pull that off? Call of Duty. You should check out the expedition before it ends at Legendary Drops. Mostly so you can get the stuff from it. I mean, I'll get there when I get there. I don't want to really rush into it or anything like that. We'll probably check it out next week, most likely. We'll do a stream on it next week. I also want to start Subnautica, because I already said that I was going to do that. And I'm pretty sure somebody made a donation to the channel for me to play that game. Like, they donated for me to buy it, so I ended up buying it. What's this? This is that Kunitsugami. Let's check out this one real quick, see what this is all about. You didn't play Subnautica? I said I was gonna play it on stream. Do you guys not want to see my reaction to Subnautica live, or do you want to just hear me talk about it in a video? Okay, we're good. All right, let's see what this is. Live would be funnier. Live, of course. We'll do a live. They fixed the inventory, such as holding oxygen up to 99999. Oh, okay. Oh. Okay. Kind of cool looking. It's also kind of chaotic looking at the same time too. Like very busy. Like a lot of stuff going on around you. What the fuck is this? Is it a strategy game? I don't understand. It's called Kunitsugami Path of the Goddess. Tower defense, apparently. Really? Well, because like all the stuff looked like it was like it looked like it was action combat, and I was like, well, this looks a little bit too like chaotic for action combat. Tower defense action combat game. Interesting. Art style is really cool. There's more to this. Is going to show some gameplay.
Kunitsugami, Path of the Goddess, is a single-player action game that will test your strategy skills in a Japanese-inspired setting. The game is set on a mountain covered by defilement. During the day, rescue villagers to work with you. At night, the gates to another world open, and you'll fight to protect the maiden. Repeat this day-night cycle to bring peace to the villages and purify them.
Interesting, okay.
Mount Kafuku, a land blessed by nature, and
strategy at daytime, tower defense nighttime. Oh, so you're like fighting the like fighting yokai at night or something like that? Is that what's going on?
The goddess who inhabits it is suddenly engulfed in a black substance. This defilement transforms the mountain. It steals masks that contain the goddess's powers, making them its own, and threatens the villagers. So is the protagonist of the game.
Okay.
So guides the maiden, Yoshiro, as they use the masks and work with the villagers to purify each village and return the mountain to peace.
I'm gonna be real with you. This is way too complicated for me. This is going like, I'm so confused watching this. It's not even funny. Like, I'm beyond confused. I have no idea what's going on. I'm doing my best to like pay attention, and I have no idea what's happening right now. Like, visually, the game is so busy, and it feels like so crowded, I guess. That's part of it, that it's having me like, it's giving me a hard time to understand what's going on. And also the way they're describing it, right?
Now, let's take a look at some in-game footage as we go over elements of the gameplay.
Okay. And I think it's also the camera angle, because like so many background elements are so close up that it makes like the view of the game very messy.
Torii gates cover the mountain. At night, these gates connect to another world, and the Seethe emerge to steal Yoshiro's power. During the day, you must purify the defilement and guide Yoshiro to the gates so she can sever the connection to the other world.
Okay, Path of the Goddess, now I get it. So
Villagers
you're
who have been
guiding her to the
purified
gates.
are given powers through masks and are able to take on a variety of roles as they work with So to fight off the Seethe.
Oh, so you go around, you have like a limited amount of like probably cleansing that you do, and then that's how you pick your people that you're going to use for tower defense.
Woodcutters excel at close quarters combat. Archers fight from a distance. Ascetics use spells to restrain the Seethe. There are many other roles. You can freely place villagers who have been assigned roles.
Okay. And the whole idea is what, to like keep them away from the goddess? Is that what it is?
The carpenter accompanying So can repair contraptions in villages to help fight off the Seethe more effectively.
Oh, so he puts up like gates and stuff like that, barriers, towers for
During
people
the
to
day,
stand on.
rescue
I got you. I
villagers,
see what's going
make
on.
repairs, and strategically place villagers to fight off attacks.
And then it's all time-based. So basically, you have a limited amount of time to make sure that you like try to save as many villagers or cleanse as many villagers as you can, and then have them build up the different areas and stuff that you want, like the different like defense towers and things like that. Then place the villagers that you save in certain areas, and then when night starts, it's the action combat part.
The game progresses in real time, and night arrives before you know it. The Seethe that emerge from the gates at night attack Yoshiro in many different forms.
Creepy looking monsters, like it.
So gracefully fights them off with dance-like sword techniques. Join the villagers who have been assigned roles and fight off the Seethe until the sun rises.
So you're running around doing action combat while your tower defense people are doing their thing and defending the priestess. I get it.
Tsuba guards contain the goddess's power and give So the ability to launch powerful attacks.
Very cool. Okay. This is like a Steam Deck game
Change
for me.
villager placement and roles in real time, even at night. What placements and roles will be most effective? Where will the villagers fight? And which enemies will So focus on? constant changes will test your strategy and tactics. Guide Yoshiro to the Torii gates as the days and nights cycle to purify the gates and villages of defilement.
I get it. So it happens in phases. Like sometimes you're not going to completely be able to like win one whole phase through one gate. Sometimes it'll take a couple wins before you can get there. See guys, dancing can solve all your problems.
Amongst the Seethe are the especially fearsome Festering Seethe. They pursue So and Yoshiro with powerful attacks.
Big boss, okay.
Working together with the villagers is the key to defeating the Festering Seethe. Purify the defilement covering the mountain. What is it that awaits Yoshiro where you guide her? This title will be available in Japanese as well as English, Chinese, French, and other languages.
Kind of odd to this is kind of odd to put in there.
We're excited to share this Japanese-inspired setting and dynamic game.
It's kind of weird to be like, yeah, hey, by the way, another part of our marketing sell point is that it's in multiple languages.
Play with players around the world. Kunitsugami, Path of the Goddess, launches on Xbox Game Pass, Xbox Series X, S, Windows, PlayStation 5, and Steam. Available in 2024.
Yeah, I mean, it looks cool. I don't know if it's a game that I would necessarily play, but like it looks like something I would play on like Steam Deck for sure. It's not something I would buy for my PC to play though. Game Pass ass game. Yeah. Nope. You're not being a good cat. You're biting me and randomly growling because you're not getting attention. You've been getting plenty of it. All right. That's enough catch up for today. We didn't get to catch up on all the things that I want to catch up on. I'll watch one more thing. I'll watch this. No, I'll wait. Because there's still like videos and stuff that I wanted to catch up on and talk about. $55. Ooh, yeah, that's a little bit too much. Buddy. I'm not ending the stream. I'm gonna play games. What are you talking about? Yeah, I'm gonna play Warframe. What are you talking about? Crazy? Stream for only 2.5 hours? You out of your mind? Time for PoE login. God damn, I really want to play too. How's it looking? Are people having a lot of fun with it? I might play that tonight when I get off stream, maybe. After dinner. After dinner. I've been addicted to the First Descendant. You tried it? We talked about that actually earlier in the stream. You missed it. Probably for the best. Play PoE. I want to, but I need to play Warframe today. As much as I hate to say something like that, I need to play Warframe today. I have to, because I only have one more day of Barrow-Katir, and I want to try to get a couple more mods. Zach's playing PoE right now. Yeah, I'll probably play it. I'll probably play it after stream. I hear double, just me. No, I think that's just you, big dog. I think that's just you, Norsky. You got me up on 2 browsers. You listened to me twice. First Descendant's making a lot of good updates to the game. What about for its monetization? Have any of the updates they've made been around the game's monetization? Nope. I didn't think so. You are late. Yep, relic cracking time. Yeah. I'll save the other videos for next stream. There's still so much stuff that I have to catch up on. I didn't even get through all the Reddit stuff that I wanted to look at either. It's not a big deal though. Not a big deal. I didn't even get close to the stuff I wanted to catch up on Reddit either. Not even close. Let me change my change my Twitch thing real quick. Twitch, Warframe, done. And no, that's not what I want. Warframe, bam, bam, bam. What are you doing? You make me feel very uncomfortable when you're laying right next to my mouse hand. Because there's been a lot of times, Cat, that you have attacked my mouse hand. There's been a lot of times that you have attacked my mouse hand. I have like the scratches and scrapes to prove it. There's probably scars that I have that I can't see right now. What kind of stuff do you like to do outside besides video games? What else is there to do? Knit. Knit. I like that. Yeah, crochet. Crochet. What do I like to do outside of playing video games? Let me think about that one. I doodle on guitar. I like to
maybe Ordis will get a message someday.
Watch anime. I like to go to the beach. I go for bike rides. I go to the gym. I like food. I like booze. In moderation. Yeah. I don't think booze is a hobby. It could be. I mean, for some people, it's a lifestyle. Like I like going to like restaurants and stuff like that. It's not like a hobby or anything like that, but I do like finding like good food and good drink. I'm a big fan of good food and good drink. Good sake. There's a good like Japanese barbecue nearby that's it's delicious. Which anime? The better question is what not anime. What anime do you not play or have not played, Mr. Strimmer? Or watched?
You keep being you.
Thank you.
You know it.
Free Rent is the best anime of the decade. I mean, I get like it is. It's very good. It's very good. I don't know, man. Oshinoko season 1 was really good too. I'm best of the decade. That's like a really hard one to do. It's really hard to do. I don't even know if I could even really. It'd take me a while to even think about what are the anime that I've watched in the last 10 years. Like Free Rent is fire. I'm not gonna lie. Free Rent is fire, but I do think that there's some recency bias there for sure. Yeah, somebody just said that. It's very good. It's very, very good. But there are a lot of other anime that I also really like. Mushoku Tensei's been absolutely fantastic. Where's ReZero? I would argue that Konosuba is the best anime of the last decade. It's number 1 on my anime list, higher than Full Metal Alchemist. Yeah, that's not gonna last. the FMA fans are not gonna put that down. I remember when Dress Up Darling took over Full Metal Alchemist. I remember when Jujutsu Kaisen took over Full Metal Alchemist, or Demon Slayer took over Full Metal Alchemist. There's been plenty of them that have tried, but it doesn't matter because Full Metal Alchemist is forever. Mal doesn't matter anymore, let's be honest. That's actually true, to be honest. It is. I mean, realistically, not everybody that likes anime uses my anime list. I've never even used it my entire life. I've only ever used it once to find suggestions for stuff that I haven't watched before, and that was more or less in like the top 50, right? Dragon Ball better? I mean, I don't know. I liked original Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball Z was good for a while. Super's also really good, but I also just kind of feel like because of the show's power system, it just kind of gets like more and more absurd to the point where it's like odd. Watched JoJo. What part of asking me like 9 times out of 10 you'll say an anime and I've probably watched it? It's actually probably more than 9 times out of 10. I struggle to find things to watch on Crunchyroll. I struggle very hard to find things to watch on Crunchyroll, to the point that I've now been dipping into H-Dive. H, yeah, that's what it's called? High-Dive? Dusk Maidens of Amnesia. Naruto is full of shit. Naruto is a good anime. It's a good anime. The only problem is that Naruto just has way too much bloat. That's all. The show just has too much bloat. Like there's too much filler. Bleach had the same problem. Bleach had too much filler in a lot of seasons as well. Mob Psycho 100. Yeah, I actually have a Mob Psycho poster behind me. Hey Shun, thank you for the thank you for the Prime. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Cute High. Have you seen Cute High Earth Defense Force Club? No, actually. Is that like Love Live or something? Raya, you actually got in today. We were feeling bad yesterday when we noticed that you didn't get in. I'm just gonna be cracking relics today. That's all I need to do. Well, actually, I need to go check. No. Well, actually, I need to do my Archon hunt. I need to do my Archon hunt. Kaiju number 8. I looked it up. I've never heard of it before. It's a magical girl subversion anime. It's what got me into watching them. Magical girl subversion anime. Like Madoka? You're talking like Madoka? Did you try the Riven yet? No, I haven't even played. I haven't even like played or I still need to change the build on my stuff. What is it? What? I know that you're sitting here looking for attention. Have you watched Bunny Girl Senpai? No, it's on my list though. Not as depressing. There's another really good one. I thought I brought it up on a stream not too long ago. There's a Power Rangers subversion anime.
Our targets conditioned by Pazul personally. Do what you can. Bring them home safe.
I always forget the name of it. I always forget. It was so good.
Of the contract to be madness, for she could not see how far and free it soared.
Kill la Kill. Everybody loves Kill la Kill. Same guy that did Kill la Kill did Gurren Lagann, which is another fantastic show as well. I love that anime so much. I haven't watched it in a long time. I need to. Go-Go Loser Ranger? No, it's not Go-Go Loser Ranger. Samurai Flamenco. I think that's what it's called. That sounds right. Where am I going? I'm going the wrong way. I'm used to cracking relics, so I'm like shooting stuff.
Thank you, Tenno.
Somebody got it.
Take my head clean off, mother. That's who the good meat is. Suck the guts until the little legs kick, kick, kick. I can fight too. Give me a weapon.
What the fuck was that, dude? Era. What was that?
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
What's your mastery rank now? Legendary drops. They actually updated it so that I have my own mastery rank.
Target is
To ensure the only thing that I need to worry about is fashion frame, which, by the way, I got it going on.
We'll bring it to the surface.
Yeah, I believe it's called Samurai Flamenco. That's the name of the show that I was talking about. It's very, very good. Very good. Highly recommend. Big recommends. Recommends across the board.
Check your
to the
inbox,
windows, to the
operator.
wall.
Maybe Ordis will get a message someday.
Incommunicado? What is this? Barokatir. The wait is over. I, Barokatir, has returned with more treasures. Why are you sneezing? Why you sneeze, kitty cat? Why you sneeze, kitty cat? Why you sneezing? New prime weapon at Barrow? What? What are we doing tonight? I'm doing my stuff right now. I'm doing my Archon hunt so that I can get another shirt. Get another shirt. Another Archon shirt. For my ultimate Ember main build. 2 barrows at the same time. Called skiing.
This facility is a communications crossroad for Narmer. Listen in.
Wait, we're doing it again?
I want to know what he's telling his flock.
Why are we doing it again? Is it a different one? Oh, no, it's not. It's
Do you remember,
interception.
That first day, how our father lifted you screaming from the manifold? How we sang.
Bro, you are weird. Fucking Kazul is just basically like
you have captured a radio tower.
4chan 4chan edge posting, edgelord posting. Tasty Archon candy, good luck. Oh, believe me, streamer luck is on. It's on today. For sure it's on. Whoa. Oh, you're okay. Here.
We are in total control. Keep fighting.
Time to go bullet now. Ow. Fuck off. What? Who turned the heat off? Who turned the heat off? Yeah, what am I watching right now? I'm watching Hajime no Ippo, actually. I've never watched it before, and it is fucking amazing, and I'm sad. It's one of those bittersweet experiences where I almost don't want to watch it because I know that I like it, and I don't like shows to end. This happens to me all the time. Literally all the time. Hey. You're Nommer scum. Hey. I have recently found out that I love sports anime. I love sports anime. I'm an addict. Yeah, because I was like, the last one I just watched, I watched Blue Lock, which is really good. I watched another one that I was immediately met with nothing but disappointment because the show apparently got canceled and never got another season, which was Ayashi, I think this one was called. I can't remember. Another soccer anime.
The enemy have taken a tower. You must recapture it.
Monogatari series? I don't know if I've watched that before. There we go. Oh.
We are dominating. Keep it up. We have decoded the message. The remaining enemies must not report back to their command. Eliminate everyone.
It'd be really nice once I get some Archon shards. Because I'm probably gonna want to go pretty hard into like ability strength, right? For Ember.
And the horns of him were crowned with soul and with Tau. And upon his tongue the Zariman flame, and the mighty demon of the void cowered before him, and he feared it not.
I have detected another message incoming. Capture and decode the signal. Tower online.
You think it'll shock me? Monogatari. Why does that sound familiar? What's the English name for it?
The enemy have captured.
How many hours do you have in Warframe? Well over 300. Gotta get it. Blah, blah, blah. Rookie numbers. Blah, blah, blah. Remember the Netra shells? For... Oh, yeah. Netra shells as well. Yeah, I know, but I have to crack relics. This is my last day for me to be able to get relics for Barrowketeer. Or for me to get parts to trade in for ducats to buy things from Barrowketeer. That is the most important thing. Don't you want your streamer to have good mods?
Tower lost.
What? Oh, middle one. Ow. Fuck, I didn't even see what I got hit by.
We are in total control. Keep fighting. We have lost control of a tower.
It looked like it was fine a second ago. Whatever. I just think it translates to story. Oh. How do I join? I literally just open up my, like, the minute I go to the navigation screen, people are welcome to join me if you're already on my friends list. If you're not, then you can just add me as a friend, and then maybe you beat somebody to the draw the next time. Rather than me, like, playing favorites or anything, I let everybody go to the luck of the draw. Which is usually their internet connection, which sometimes that works out, sometimes it doesn't. But I don't pick anybody. They pick themselves. Fuck out of here. Oh, there's a big old rupee there.
We have control of all 4 towers. Message decoded. Leave none alive.
I do need to change my mods on my glaive. One of the community members ended up gifting me a absolutely fucking busted glaive glaive mod. Like an insanely good roll.
All messages decrypted. Pazul is not merely insane, Tenno. There is another mind at work within him.
What?
Just
another mind at work?
You're scared to face the possibility that I'm right.
Ducats you can get anytime. Nightwave credits. Yeah, I know that ducats I can get anytime, but I don't have access to all of Barrowketeer's entire inventory all the time. What? No, you dinner's in like 20 minutes. Yeah, dinner's in 20 minutes. Oh, I was talking about something else. Oh, okay. Nightwave challenges come back up. And the end hasn't been announced. Yeah, I mean, Nightwave goes for a while, doesn't it? Honestly, this Nightwave will probably last almost until... this will probably last until Lotus Eaters, I'd imagine. Maybe they would refresh around Lotus Eaters.
Archon Amar yearns
Maybe.
for the new creation that Pazul has promised him. He imagines he will be a lord of the wilderness, instead of what he is now. The price of that vision is measured in innocent lives. Stop him.
Oh, that's off the map. Oh, Giga Shot.
Amar!
Big guy.
He will close the distance shockingly fast when he creates duplicates. Look for the one that is armed.
Oh shit. Ran away like a little bitch. You know, they act like they're tough, but we know that they're not. We know they're not.
Deacon veils are holy regalia in Pazul's eyes. They will open this gate, even if their bearer is dead.
Yeah, so like the thing is that I've been watching Hajime no Ippo, and like what's crazy is like how good like old humor used to be in anime and television shows, where it still holds up as well as it does like even today. And like it's kind of just like a testament to like how good that writing is, because I'm like sitting there and I'm laughing at jokes that this show is telling me, and it's, you know, as old as this game is, it's just kind of wild, to be honest. Oops, didn't mean to roll all over there.
The Deacon is invulnerable. Take down his flock first, then him.
Ow.
Was a mentor to me long ago. From him, I learned the wisdom of deception. Amar will prove a cunning opponent.
Meh. Meh. Man, this dude's so far away. My legs are tired. You motherfucker. You lost your jewels, man.
Amar thought himself a hunter. Now, he is a mere trophy. Good job.
Now he's a mere trophy. Kind of brutal, to be honest with you. I tried watching Air Gear. I don't think it held up. I think that it kind of depends on the anime. I will say that like Hajime no Ippo is like genuinely like the humor and stuff like that is just like goofy like goofy guy humor more than anything else. It's really good though. I really like it. Damn, I didn't get a Tau Forged, really. Big sad.
Messages in your inbox.
I think I have like enough to make like 2 of them once I unlock that segment.
As encrypted as they should be.
If I go it was horny teenager. Yeah. There's like a lot of shows that were like that. Aren't they they're doing a Ramna. Is it Ranma? Ranma. They're doing a Ranma remake, aren't they? Honestly, if I saw something killing and moving the way a Warframe does, only smart guys in the room or the guys would run. Well, I think you'd probably also know that you would, I would just, you just know that you're dead.
In orders, operator? Is that a pun? I will attempt to bypass this vault.
Hold on. I don't know which one I clicked. Glaive Prime? Yes, I have Glaive Prime. Yeah, so I was given this ribbon. Fucking insane. Oh, it's on my There you go. Yeah. God roll. Yeah, it's fucking insane. Didn't a lot of people leave after Jujutsu Kaisen season 2 from the studio, from Mappa? I don't know. I think there was like a bunch of issues, but I don't know anything outside of that. I don't have like a lot of the things that they were saying I should use alongside this though. That's the only problem. I have a couple of them, but I don't have everything. Amalgam Organ Shatter I have. I don't have, what is that one? Is sacrificial instead of power throw. Oh, the Elementalist. That's what they're saying. What does that do? Status damage. What would be the status damage that I would be trying to do if that was the case, though? Is it the damage dealt by slashing heat? Okay, so just increase status damage in general. Okay. Yeah, I'll give it a shot. Why not? I'm still endo broke. I can at least power up these like lesser mods though. Oops. I still need to work on my big boy mods though, like these. We'll get there. We'll get there. Don't remove power throw. You guys should keep power throw on. I kind of like it on this build. Yeah, I was about to say, yeah, Glaive does force proc slash. That's one of the reasons why it's so good. I thought it was the force proc for the bleeds, though. I guess it's the same thing, isn't it? Basically double damage. Melee Elementalist is crazy on any status weapon. Okay, so maybe I get rid of Killing Blow instead. It's more about the status, right? It's more about the bleeds. It's more about the bleeds than anything else. So maybe I swap this out for Elementalist. Yeah, that should be pretty good. Okay. He's learning. He's learning. Unread message. What is this? Marcool. I have a spare pistol gambit target cracker. I think I have most of these already. I think the only ones that I'm missing right now is my Elementalist ones that I have. What is this? Noggle statue. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Can't put him with the Clems. What the fuck? What is that doing?
Nora tries, dreamers. You know she does. But I swear, sometimes you be standing there, soaked to the skin, and some idiot wants to talk about the weather.
Alchemy Omnia. Alchemy Omnia. Am I blind? Is it under something else? Is it alert? Oh, I was on Steel Path, that's why. Yeah, bleed is the status damage. It says so on the mod, yeah. Do you have a ribbon for the burst in? No, not yet. I have some ribbons that I need to actually like try to unlock though. Though part of me wants to sell like the blank ribbons, because I've also heard that like selling blank ribbons ends up they sell for more platinum. People like the Gamba. Oh, features are different on. Oh, okay. Or fissures are different. I didn't know that. Big O booty. My dude, this coloring looks so fucking fire. I changed the skin a little bit and changed the coloring around, and I also added a. I also added like the barrow side piece there. It looks really good. Everything came together on this really well.
To complete Papa's vision. I have marked a crucible. Go there now.
There are void fissures in the area. Use these to crack open a relic. A fissure. Defend yourself and use reactant to open relics.
This crucible requires feeding with the prescribed elemental forces. These can be found within the amphols. Retrieve them from the murmur and put them to use. Or, if emergency arises, hurl them at your assailants and observe the results. Stupid mineral things. Unlike conventional science, alchemy produces magnetic energy by blending cold and electricity.
The corrupted enemies are dropping reactant. Collect it to open your void relic. The reactant is working on your relic. Find more.
Pretty good damage. Pretty decent. Bleeds the shit out of him real quick. Need more electric. It's electric. Wait, is this another cold?
The relic has been cracked open. Finish your mission to find out what's inside.
Alchemy. Manage the venting system to keep pressure within the desired range.
I don't mess with ribbons a lot. Can be a little annoying. Yeah, I can see that. Especially if you're trying to like get something specific, you know what I mean? Yo, anyone want to recap what I missed a few hours ago? Yeah. We talked about video games. We talked about internet drama. We talked about a secret way that only within that time, where if you were actually watching the stream in that moment, you would have won millions of dollars.
Formidable progress. I urge you, keep the
Talked about the meaning of life.
You should. Opposition grows.
And then we talked about anime.
Return home.
Pretty full day, to be honest. Yeah, pretty full day. Meaning of life and anime are my favorite topics. Well, they just so happen to be both one and the same. Who would have thought? Fire and electric.
Electricity. Together, they will yield radiation.
Winning lottery numbers? Yeah, that was I think we started stream with winning lottery numbers. You know, I want everybody to be winners too, not just me. Been cracking relics all day, really? Give me your ducats. Give them to me. Nothing.
That's it. You opened the relic. Finish your mission and we'll take a look inside.
Give me more. Give me more. Guys, I just want to let you guys know, because I feel bad about it. I did not eat healthy last night. I had corn dogs. And I really need to go to the grocery store tomorrow. Otherwise, I will continue to eat unhealthy, because all I have right now in my house is, all I have is frozen food. That's all I got. Deep fried corn dogs. Oh, that's actually a really good point. That'd be even better, right? Yeah, good point. Yeah. I see what you're saying. Yeah, for sure. For sure. See, after I go to the grocery store, what I'll do is I'll put the corn dogs on top of a salad, and then I call that healthy eating. We need some zappies. Here we go. Got it.
Crucible under pressure. Let's keep the system.
Man, I go for a chicken salad. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna have tonight. Actually, well, no, I'm not gonna have it tonight. I'll have it this week though. I need to go get my shit for I need to go get my shit for my salad. Once I get salad stuff, then I eat like I have like a chicken like a chicken Caesar salad probably like maybe 2 to 3 times a week. $2.1 million. That's kind of weak, right?
We have a new pressure target. Should pressure exceed mandated tolerances, your work shall be for naught. Hit the release valve.
Rookie numbers? God damn it. That's all I ever hear from you guys.
Progress, but we require more. Again.
Guess it doesn't really matter here. But sure, we'll go over here. Why not? Hey, Mom, I'm live. What's up? Oh, okay. Is it anything important or no? You got a $25,000 grant from the city. What for? Yeah. A unanimous vote. Wow. That's awesome. That's awesome. I mean, that's gonna help a ton with the business. Yeah. That's awesome. Yeah, no, congratulations. That's huge. That's huge, especially with all the work that you've already put into the building and everything like that. The fact the city's giving you that kind of money, that's huge. That goes a really long way. Yeah. Oh wow. Well, yeah. Sometimes gifts end up being a little bit, or you know, great things come when you least expect them, right? Yeah, I mean that's a lot of money to just have somebody walk up and hand you a check for, you know. That's awesome.
And electricity.
Yeah. Well, nobody deserves it more than you, Mom. So, congratulations. Okay. Yeah, I'll give you a call after stream. All right, love you too. All right, bye. Yeah, so my mom's owned her own business forever, actually. I mean, since I was born. Before I was born, actually. She's owned her own business before I was born. And she's gone through some like some really highs, some highs and lows, and she due to reasons outside of her control, she ended up losing the business that the building that she had owned for most of her entire career. For over 30 years, she owned and operated out of the same building. And she lost that building, sadly enough, and she got a new building, and she renovated it. It was something that was like long abandoned in our local town. Nobody wanted to have anything to do with it, and she revived it, turned it into a good-looking business, and the city gave her an award recently. They gave her they call it a Phoenix Award. And basically what it is, it's like a business that rises from the ashes is obviously the kind of thing that they're going for with that. And which is really awesome for her. She totally deserves it. She works insanely hard. She puts a lot of effort and a lot of heart into the work that she does. And also like trying to like give back to the city. And recently the city put out a notice that, you know, any business that wants to try to apply for it can apply for a $25,000 grant from the city that would help to go to, you know, any, you know, money related to, you know, working on a business in the downtown, whether that's like renovating it or building an addition or whatever it might be. Basically it's just like the downtown restoration project. And she put her name in the hat, and she had to like write a letter to the city, saying, you know, what she would do with the money and why she believes that, you know, the money would be good for her and her business and her history in the city and whatever. And, you know, she did it not thinking that she would ever win it. She just did it because, you know, well, why not? You know, you never know until you try. And just today, somebody from the city walked into her business and handed her a $25,000 check.
Oh, what a gorgeous sub. Who's a pretty sub?
It's fucking awesome, man. Super cool. Super cool. I'm super happy for her. That's huge for her, especially because the thing is that like she's put so much time and money into her business, and she's worked for so long, and you know, she's not a spring chicken anymore. And when I see like how much money she puts into her business, you know, sometimes it makes me worry, because I'm like, well, you know, how long are you gonna still keep working? You know, most people would have probably retired by now. I can't see her retiring. I could never see her retiring, but it's one of those things where it's like, it's good that that's going to be a huge weight off of her shoulders, because that's going to cover a lot of the construction expenses that she had to pay out to be able to do a lot of the renovations on that building to get that building working. And I mean, like, she had like maybe like a week or two of downtime between the shutdown of her old building and then moving to the new building. You could say she got a legendary drop. Yeah, you could. Yeah, you could. Legendary drop for a legendary mom. Yep, she is definitely a legendary mom, that is for sure. She is definitely that. She was one of the few people that when I got laid off from my, or she was one of the few people when I got laid off from my job that you know, said straight up, you know, yeah, you should totally like try to do the like YouTube thing if that's something that you want to do. I think you'd be great at it. I think you do a good job. You should do it. I'm like, okay, all right. She wasn't like the deciding factor or anything like that, but she definitely helped motivate it, that's for sure. I mean, she's been sharing my YouTube videos since I had like 50 subscribers, so. She like posts them on like her Facebook page, and I'm like, literally nobody's gonna watch this. What are you doing? Fucking embarrassing. Biggest fan? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Except for the fact I have to keep telling her. She's just like, oh yeah, your podcast. Yeah, your podcast. I'm like, it's not, I don't, it's not, stop telling people I do podcasts. Like, I mean, I have a podcast, but that's not what I do.
Enough reactants.
So sweet. Yeah, I know it is. I know it is. Nailed it. Well, sometimes it's sometimes weird that parents want us to support something like this. So GG for having an LD mom. It's, what do you mean it's sometimes weird for parents to support something like this? What is that supposed to mean? I don't think it's weird for parents to want to, I actually, you know what, I take that back. You got a good point. Like, my dad wholeheartedly is against it, right? Wholeheartedly against it, like, for sure. And I totally get it, because I've ran and operated off of his mindset for the last 10 years. And was upset at myself for not listening to the advice of my dad and just buckling down and just doing like a normal regular job and regular work and you know, lowering your expectations on life and things like that. Not in a bad way, but just being more like responsible financially. And to be honest, that I wouldn't afford to be where I am today doing this right now if it wasn't for the fact that I did that. So in essence, I actually believe that both parents have the right idea. And there has to be like a solid middle ground on a lot of these things. You know what I mean? You can't just go one-sided. No. I'm so bad about that. I should have upgraded that, my bad. I gotta feed the cat. Protect me with all of your life. I'll do this, and that way I should still be able to stay on fire. You ready for some food? You're ready for food. Okay, we're back. Oh, they all came right for me. What the fuck? Chill, dog. But yeah, no, that's super huge. That's big. That's way big for mom. That's a big W for mom, because She's been doing a lot of work to her house lately as well. So there's been like that whole part of what's been going on. So she's spent a lot of money on that lately, as well as the business and all the construction she's done with the business. Her entire yard is like torn up right now because of they had to like install a new septic tank.
Viral energy is extremely dangerous. Mingle your toxin and cold M4s with caution.
That's it. You opened the relic. Finish your mission and we'll take a look inside.
Cats are constantly starving. Yeah, they are stupid. They'll eat everything. I always thought this is just such a really cool mission structure, like alchemy, but it's so weird that it's something that's like so later into the game when something like this could be used to help players learn about like elementals, like elements and mods and stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Will not succeed if pressure continues to rise. Open the release valve.
That's why it was added to circuit. Yeah.
Success! A new complex element has been created. Locating the next crucible.
Yeah, I guess you're right. I guess it depends on like how much people are actually doing it. I guess I'll take the chassis. Ovals. I got some ovals. Oh, I should be also getting like rep for this as well, right? Caveat standing. So garbage. So I gotta put together my my next video is actually gonna be on Soulframe and like the backlash with Soulframe, and then after that video,
Within this crucible,
I'm gonna do like a another general industry topic, and then I'm still working on my ultimate Warframe review. I need to do that as well. And then I think I'm gonna do I think I'm gonna do my first ever guide. I'm gonna do I think I'm gonna do like a new player's guide, more or less just something that's there to be able to help players get into playing, like get their feet wet with playing Warframe. Because I think that there's one of the things that I kind of noticed is that I went around and looked, and it's not necessarily that like the new player guides that I've seen for Warframe are bad or anything like that. I think that there's just a lack in like what the perspective of a new player really is. And since I still have that relatively fresh in my mind, I think it would be kind of insightful to use that. It's either that or I make the other video that I was planning on doing, which is how to fix Warframe for new players.
Let's keep the system cooking, shall we?
Hey man, how's it going? It's going good. Just make everything good, easy. True, actually. True. What if that was the video? I just get an AI to like script out like, hey, I need you to make a video, and the video and the basis of the video is you're just basically going to be talking in circles about how the game needs to be better, but without ever saying how to make it better. I think the message when you open the market is a good step. Yeah, it is. You know how weird it is to hear from somebody that was inspired by me?
A new complex element has been created. Locating the next
Or like I was part of that process that came to the conclusion of them putting something like that in the market. That's just kind of crazy. That's kind of crazy. I'm be real. That's kind of crazy. I feel like the people bouncing off of Warframe early might not be the people looking on YouTube for advice. I actually would disagree with that. I think more times than not, when you end up hitting the point of frustration when it comes to a game, usually before you hit critical mass of you know, being frustrated and not liking the game or whatever, walking away from it, that usually comes after you've already tried to look up some material to be able to help you understand the game and see if you're just missing something. And that's where, like, there's certain things that I think need to be said to new players that aren't being said in like your standard like new player guide. Because what ends up so like when I say new player guide, I'm not talking about like, this is how you use mods, this is how you do this. No, it's like, what should you be doing, what should you care about? You know, if you're feeling weird about this thing in the game, what can you do about that? Do you need to do this? Do you not need to do that? All those kind of things. I think far too many times when it comes to new player guides, people sometimes are leaning a little bit too hard into the mechanics of the game and trying to help people understand, you know, how the game works and things like that. But more times than not, there's a general level of unease and frustration that players feel, and they don't understand where it's coming from. And sometimes understanding what that is and whether or not there's a solution or or like a breathing point that you'll reach at some point with the game is really good to hear and know. If Warframe learns one lesson from the first Descendant, it should be how the game teaches the player to build Bunny and Thundercage. Yeah, I brought that up to Pablo, actually. Brought it up to Pablo, and I think I also brought it up to Reb as well. And I talked to some of the producers about it too. A couple things that I said that they should pull from First Descendant. I'm like, hey, they were inspired by you. Shouldn't be a problem if you guys are inspired by them a little bit. And what I told them was I would look at their boss fights and how they design boss fights and do something similar. I really like how they have it set up for like how you use boss fights in that game. Except for I wouldn't want them to use boss fights for like cracking relics. I think that's kind of boo-boo. I don't want that. I want something cooler. What else? And then I talked about how they like introed and like, you know, one of your second quest is basically how to your second quest is basically how to build a Descendant. Or in the case of Warframe, it'd be how to build a Warframe. And then what else? And then I said the same thing with the weapon stuff.
relic has been cracked open. Finish your mission to find out what's inside.
We sure are getting a lot of toxins. Yeah, I'm doing that with the first Descendant. Tempted to quit due to RNG grind for ultimate weapons and and the way to purchase them. So I've been looking online for possible solutions to the problem. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Like, people hit frustration points. They need to know if there's an actual like solution to the issue. If there is no solution and that's just the way that the game is, and then maybe some reasoning behind that, or does it continue to be a pain, like later on in the game and stuff like that. I think that's probably one of the things for the first Descendant that people are probably gonna have a really hard time with. Is like the drop rates are abysmal, and getting all of the stuff that you need is also like a pain in the ass. And also on top of that, like the missions themselves are not really all that exciting or interesting. So like one of the reasons why I stopped playing the first Descendant was because I was trying to do the mission to unlock trying to unlock the poison lady. I don't remember what her name is. But I was trying to unlock the Saren of the first Descendant. And what ended up happening is game's loud, but you're not. Oh, thank you. Brenna. Yeah, that's what it is. So what ended up happening is that I ended up having to do this, like each one of the things is, it's like a, like, what is it? It's one of the things that I was gonna say is so the mission that I was on, you know, it's a 30% drop chance to get what you need from her, or for one of her parts. But the problem is like the mission that I was on was so fucking ass for the drop. Like, even though it was like 30%, like the mission was boring as shit. It was the one where you have to like escort the drone and it drains your shield, and there was like nobody else that was doing it at the time, so it was just me by myself. And then you have to wait for the timed responses of the enemies to drop, and then once they drop, you kill them. But it only takes 2 seconds to kill the enemy. Like, it was boring, it was redundant, and I hated the mission, and I would not get the piece, even though I ran it like 10 times, and then when I finally did, I was like, I quit. I'm fucking done, man. This is so stupid. Those work like hijack and Warframe. So Glay using only HP is easier. Yeah, that's not the problem is that it was the mission itself is fucking boring. That's what the problem is. The mission itself is fucking boring. Walk the drone. Okay. Up, the drone stopped. Battery low. Up, the enemy spawned. 2 bullets. All the enemies are dead. Okay, now wait. Like, there's so many times that you're just sitting there waiting for the game to respond to the player. It's so annoying. Like, I don't mind grinding, but I like when the grind is fun and interesting. Okay, what am I doing? I think that's probably the biggest problem that I have with that game is that, like, even though the gameplay itself feels relatively good, the game, like, the things, like, what you're fighting and the actual loop in the missions and stuff like that are fucking boring. And since like the movement's just kind of mid and the environments are kind of mid, you just, I don't know, you just feel like you're wasting your time playing the game. And there is nothing I hate more than playing a game where I feel like I'm wasting my time. Like, you shouldn't feel like you're wasting time playing a game. You should feel like you're enjoying it. You know, I recently saw this article, and I need to read it because I saw the headline. The headline was a really interesting idea, and the headline was, "It's time for cutscenes to come to an end." And I thought about that for a little bit, because initially I reacted negatively, and I was like, what the fuck? What is this bullshit? And then after a while of just kind of like thinking on that headline, I was like, you know what? Actually, kind of, yeah. Kind of, like, it depends on the game. It very much depends on the game. But also at the same time, kind of, yeah. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, I've enjoyed playing. I was playing Zenless Zone Zero, right? I was having fun with it. But like some of the fucking cutscenes and like not the cutscenes, the actual cutscenes in that game were awesome. But like some of the like dialogue cutscenes, I was like, fuck, you are wasting my time. You're literally yapping. Like, I don't need to watch 2 people have a regular conversation. Like, I need plot relevant things, please. So then I find myself skipping a lot of that stuff, right? Because it's just not for me. Like, I love Final Fantasy 14. I'm a fucking skip. I skip fucking, like, if it's not voice acted, 9 times out of 10 I'll probably skip it. Sometimes, depending on whatever the quest is, I'll read the quest text and stuff like that. Like, that's fine. But for the most part, yeah, there's a lot of the times where I'm just like, okay, like, obviously this isn't important enough that you didn't voice act it, so I'm just gonna fucking move on. The game has way too many VN yapping scenes. Yeah, the cutscenes are high quality though. Oh, dude, the cutscenes in fucking Zenless Zone Zero are fucking awesome. Are you kidding me? They have like tons of lore and really cool, really interesting stuff. And then after that, it's just like, you know, here's another cutscene, but it's just like, you know, them yapping to one another, and they're like, "How was your day?" "Oh, my day was good." "Good. I like days." "Me too. I like days as well." And I'm like, bro, just, we're out of toilet paper. Fuck. Have you played Hellblade? I will never play Hellblade. It's just not my kind of game. I didn't play the first one, and I'm not gonna play the second one. I think it's cool. I think the premise and the idea of it is really cool, but they're just not my kind of game. I played Hellblade 1 like for an hour, and then was like, yeah, I'm good on this. My attention span is far lower than you probably think it is. But it's funny because certain games totally click that you would be like, wow, but how? But why? Why that game? Why that game, ADD gamer? Why that game? I don't know, man. I don't know. Sometimes it hits the mood. Sometimes it's the mood. Somebody brought up Persona, right? I've been playing Persona 3 Reloaded. I think because it just makes, I think it's because the dialogue and the yapping in that game makes more sense, like contextually. Because like it's the whole idea of like building relationships and stuff like that with companions, because you're doing it to be able to build player power through your like your links and stuff like that. So you want to pay attention a little bit more, because they end up adding like a game to the conversation itself, where there's like the mini game of like choosing the right choices in conversation. Like how well do you know this NPC that you've been building a relationship with? You know how they'll respond depending on like the things that you say, and then you use that, right? Use that like a fucking sociopath to manipulate them to give you more XP and better summon rewards and stronger summons. I should take that back. It's not that I necessarily wouldn't like it's not that it's not a game for me. I shouldn't say that Hellblade's not a game for me. Hellblade's not a game for me for the price that they charge for it, and I'm not gonna buy Game Pass. Though I enjoy the accessibility that Game Pass gives to a lot of players because of its low price point. I ultimately know what the future of these kind of games these kind of subscription services are going to be when it comes to gaming. It's going to get more and more predatory. It's going to get more and more expensive, and something that originally was making games more accessible to more players is eventually going to turn into something that is going to keep players from being able to play games, and it's also going to keep people from being able to make the games that they want to make as well. The CEO of Larian Studios, you know, when there was a lot of discussions around Game Pass at the time, he had brought it up and said that, you know, the reason why they don't put their games on subscription services is because they think that the act of, you know, supporting subscription services in general is going to lead to a future in which you're no longer able to make the games that you want, because you're going to have to like, even if you're making a game that's self-published, if everybody out there is using subscription services to play games, it doesn't matter what freedom you have as a publisher, as a self-published developer. because you're still gonna need to get that game approved to be on like their subscription service. And it's gonna be the same way with like getting funding and stuff like that, which I totally agree with. And like some people are like, well, they still have to get their game. They still, you know, have to get their game approved to be on. They still have to get their game approved to be on like the platforms, which is true. But at the same time, platforms are a little bit easier to get on, and you have more options with that. But the problem is that like we've already kind of seen it when it comes to subscription services. The market narrows very quickly with subscription services. We used to have all kinds of different ways to like rent movies and television shows and stuff like that. Now you have Netflix and Hulu, and then you have some of the companies that go on to make their own, right? Like you have HBO and things like that. But most people don't even want that. They want it as confined as it possibly can be. Television has always been subscription based, and it's stupid expensive. Well, I mean that's just like basic television, yeah. But I think that like back in the day, rental services specifically, like how we used to like rent movies and stuff like that, it was more accessible for smaller businesses to get involved in. But like think about. There you go. Like this is the thing that bothers me the most about it, is that small businesses can't get involved with renting videos and shit like that anymore. Like a small business can't get involved in a streaming service. They can't compete. Are you kidding me? But back in the day, you could have a local video store that was, you know, privately owned. But that shit doesn't exist anymore. Those businesses are fucking gone. Same thing goes for like video games. Like, you know, what are the chances that things like I don't know, like I always like I have a very fatalistic outlook on subscription services, where it's like think about if Game Pass becomes like the premier way that people play video games, the same way that Netflix became the premier way that people watch movies at home, right? If that happens, other platforms will begin to fail. Steam may not be in there, but maybe GOG is. And then the space itself becomes next to impossible for others to get involved in. And unless you're a massive, huge business, you're not going to be, you know, you can't sell video games or anything like that. Same thing goes for like right now. I mean, we still have, you know, GameStop still exists, but it's slowly but surely being phased out because everything's gone all digital. Right? People don't buy used games anymore. If they buy used games, it's for older consoles and older systems. Except for the Nintendo Switch. The Nintendo Switch stayed true to that. Well, I realize like some of that has to do with just like that's just the way the technology's gone, and it kind of is what it is. I totally understand that, but at the exact same time, it's like there's just certain things that personally I don't support, and if my support means that fatalistic end comes, you know, maybe a day or an hour shorter than it normally would, then that makes me feel better. Because at the end of the day, it's enough people like me that have those kind of opinions about those certain things that prevent some of that stuff from happening. Why is there a waypoint over there? You guys trying to get? Oh, you're trying to get me to leave. Oh, okay, my bad. Gamefly, yeah, Gamefly got smoked. Dog has a niche, the DRM free games. I totally get where you're coming from with the DRM free stuff, but again, we're talking about a fatalistic end where everybody's using video game subscription services to play video games, right? So DRM free games become an afterthought at that point. Am I right?
Let us see if we cannot find something suited to your... You are my ally, yes? A friend. You understand the tortures of the soul. Very good.
Now that you're here, Tenno, welcome once again to the I know
what were the ones that I wanted to get rid of for standing? It's gonna reset in 3 minutes. Which Vocas? Which Voca do I want to keep? I'm just gonna get rid of some of these. Mesusan, thank you for the 150 bits. I really enjoyed your YouTube series, catching up on stream. Loved those great quest moments. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Glad you enjoyed it. I'm just gonna trade them all in. Fuck it.
This ought to keep the group cohesive. Our service is but a shadow of yours.
What do you use these things for anyway? Mr. Tagfer says they solve problems. Wrong. They solve problems. What do you think?
I think I'm ranked. Am I ranked 3 now? Can I buy that fucking segment? I can. But I just need to get fuck, and I fucking sold those Vocas. Whatever. Buy it.
Pretty.
You can get more easy and quick. Yeah. Yeah. But I still need more Vocas. And standing in general, because I still need to get to 5. Oh yeah, we can do a bounty, I guess, yeah. Is there a bounty where I can crack relics? If there is, queue it up. God damn, I look fucking good. That color looks so good. That color looks so good. No bounties for relics. Rip. Rip. I also like my use of the very, very subtle ephemera. The barrow glyph looks really good on the one shoulder, keeping one shoulder clean with the other one sitting over here. What is this? This is just a... Is this a bounty? Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, for me to get Vocas. Give her the Wisp Agile animation. I have that on Wisp already. And a couple other characters too. I kind of like the Caliban noble animation on her, honestly. I know why you want the Wisp agile animation. Okay.
What do I do?
Damn, that color looks so good. The only other thing I was thinking about is like blue and green instead. But I really like the blue and like purple red. Here you guys go. I'll give you guys the cake. Cora Noble. I haven't seen that one. Oh, it's a siphon trap. Oh, I don't have any scanners on me. Rip.
Starting to smell better in here already.
If I ever see that grimoire, I'm gonna bolt. You gotta understand, it's a predator.
Should get Infinite Scanner. Yeah, I know. I know. One day. One day I'll remember to.
All of them. Well, time to head back to the nest.
How the fuck Where do you want me to go, game? We're getting trolled at this point. No wonder people keep asking for a waypoint fix. It's probably because most of the people are here. No, nope. I went back to the very start of the game. I swear to God. And this is Jesus Christ. Look at it tell me to go back that way again. What the fuck is wrong with this game? Look, it's like go back to the entrance again. Go no, go back that way. I don't fucking know. I'm running in circles at this point. What the fuck? It's so cursed. It's so cursed. And the map's not really helping me either. Maybe I gotta go up? No? Yeah, I don't know. Bright path. that means nothing with delay when you're playing a game like this. There's nothing this way. This is a dead end. According to this map, everything is a fucking dead end. Oh, what the fuck? I like how there like wasn't even a door there. Thank you.
You exist to strike. You strike to win. The lesson.
I think that on those points where there's a door, if it's not going to show you the other side of the path, it should actually pop up something that shows it. You know what I mean? Like a door icon on the map or something like that. That's one of them. I think I need 5. If I'm not mistaken, I think I need 5 to make the segment. Need 5 Echo Vocas.
Come. We have much to accomplish. One has no choice but to entrust you with this.
Whoops, wrong thing.
So be it.
Oh, wait, you can trade up? Oh. My bad, hold on.
Now that you're... I wouldn't bother going mad, Tenno.
Trade for Voca.
Be patient with me, Tenno. I am still adjusting to this era.
Okay. So I still need 1 more, I think. Right, how many do I have?
Down here to do what you do.
Oh, I have them.
Yes, I'm sure.
Okay. Let me go build this segment real quick. I have to just go back to my ship or what?
It's your lucky day.
Yeah, there does need to be a better waypoint solution. Nice. Okay, lobby's back up. Maybe should I go check to see how many Nah, I'll do another run. I was gonna say do I want to go to see Barrow Katir? Should I go see Barrow Katir now and see what I got? I don't know how many relics did we crack? Anybody get a count on that? It's probably not nearly enough. We cracked 9 relics. Yeah, I don't think that's anywhere near enough for me to be doing anything. Yeah, I don't think it's enough for me to get anything. I mean, I guess I go check at the very least, right? Right, that's the mall. I don't want the mall. We go see Barrow. $515 ducats. That's what you say.
Crew, pressure within catalytic arteries has been optimized.
You'll need 10k ducats. Why? I have a lot of the mods. I have a lot of mods already. I'm not gonna buy every mod that he has. You out of your mind?
Tenno, may I extend an invitation to you? My latest collection of choice items from the Void is now available for viewing.
I don't want to get rid of the frost stuff. Because I have 2 of his parts already. I don't want to get rid of glaive. That'd be stupid. I'll sell glaive later. Aura? Sure. You want to get rid of... I want to get a Hydroid Prime, to be honest. I actually want a Hydroid Prime.
I have much to show you.
Okay. I'd owned. Chilling Grasp. I thought I had Prime Target Cracker. I guess I don't. I should probably take Target Cracker, yeah. Not gonna lie, seeing everything in one place is jarring. Yeah, I bet it feels like that. $200 ducats off my goal. We're gonna go right back to it anyway. Yeah, Barrow does this once a year. Ooh, yeah, I actually kind of like that. Yeah, stream of energy that you can follow to get you to the waypoint. Kind of like, I always liked it when Dead Space had that, where you could hit the button and it would just take you to where your waypoint is. Yeah, no, Reach is in here. Yeah, it's right here. Prime Breach. Like picking up some of the like picking up the where's it at, like these elemental ones here, like I don't like they're good, but at the same time I think most builds use 60/60s, don't they? Target Cracker's not niche. Target Cracker is like pretty much on every pistol, so I think I'm probably just gonna go ahead and get Target Cracker for now. I wish I could actually search it like that, like I do with my other mods. Yeah, 60/60 mods are more capacity friendly, yeah. There's a corrupted mod that gives 200% crit, which is more than Prime Target Cracker, but has minus 20% fire rate. Primed Cryo really only used for Tryhard Eidolon. I think I've pretty much gotten all the ones that are like the most important, if I'm not mistaken. Ravage? Ravage and Firestorm? I mean, if I need other mods later, I'll ask you guys, but yeah. What's Firestorm? Improves blast radius of weapons and radius attacks. I'll pick up Ravage for now.
Pleasure doing business with you, Tenno.
350 left.
One of my next parties?
Which one should I buy for for the next one? 350 left. Fever Strike?
An excellent choice. Be sure to visit again when I have new finds.
I'm actually kind of surprised. Like, I've seen a few Ember heirlooms, but not a lot of people play Ember, I guess. I like that. I like the blue on black on this. This actually looks really nice. I'm a fan of blue. I'm actually genuinely surprised to not see more Embers. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I took Fever. Consistent 30k overguard is great. Yeah. No, Ember is good. I still need to probably get better mods for Ember, to be honest. All right, we'll reform. I'll do some more some more cracking, more crack-a-lacking. What? Oh, yeah, I still need to work on my build for her, I think. But I think most of it's just the fact that I need to get Archon shards. Archon shards and then a lot of endo to be able to get like some of my mods leveled up. Cuz I think my overall build is pretty solid. I think the overall build is pretty solid. Adaption doesn't work on Overguard? Ew. Should I swap Adaption for something else? I mean, I guess I should, right? Oh, I should probably do my shard farm, I guess. Like, I'm not really going to be able to buy very many more mods anyway. Like, realistically, you know, a few hours left in stream, the last thing that I want to do is, like, I'm not going to be able to get very many. Like, I might be able to do, like, another relic crack run and then buy another piece.
Otis wonders, why is he here? Otis supposes everyone has...
Yeah, I kind of figured the whole idea, the reason why I used adaption was because I figured that, like, I'm not always going to have overguard up, right? And my overguard, like, really isn't super high to begin with. Because my strength isn't super high. So, like, it's like, obviously, like, my intensity is not maxed out. I also don't really have, like, the arcanes for it either. Because I still haven't maxed out, I haven't still maxed out that either. So I don't have, like, a ton of, I figured that this would be good to, like, be there in the instances where my overguard's not up. You can always trade us for, yeah, that's the other thing, too. I can always trade for mods anyway. Yeah, Ember's overguard gain isn't amazing. It's just enough to live. Adaption is a great choice. Yeah, that's kind of what I was kind of thinking about using it for in the first place. I do want to, I don't really have very much endo. Can I put some into Umbral Intensify? It's not for this build though. For another, that's for another frame. Not a big deal. Just have to move it shit around or probably level it up or something like that. I never got that Umbral Forma that you motherfuckers got for watching TennoCon. Or no, wasn't there like an event that they did afterwards? Is that what it was? Did I just not do that? It's probably gone by now. I was stuck. There's nothing I could do about it. I think it was an alert, wasn't it? Yeah, it was an alert. Big sad. There's an Umbral at Teshin right now? Is it really? Teshin? There's an Umbral at Teshin? Nani? I have not seen Teshin in a long time. Oh, actually, there's a thing we can go look at right now. I forgot about that. Somebody found that there's an Easter egg next to Teshin. It's 150 steel essence. Well, as somebody that doesn't use any of their steel essence, it's probably fine. Probably okay. God damn, I look so good. What am I doing? Hey. Umbral Forma Blueprint. Give it to me now. Jade's Promise. Memory Feather 01. Besides Layer Uranus. I will live, little one. We will live. Memory 2. I didn't know you can move it. Memory 2. Crevasse Lua. Executor Smirked down at me. What is a life but a mass of unfulfilled potential? What is a man? What is a life but a mass of unfulfilled potential? Just like the life that would have grown within you. Damn. But you chose to spite us, and for that sin, you will mother only ashes and oblivion, Jade. I screamed defiance in his face, but my voice was razors and steel. Fucked up. You can keep scrolling? Really? Oh, shit. Okay. Did you hear me, my beloved child? Did you feel my promise? Whatever they have done to us, I shall bring you into the world. I will see your face shining down on me. I will raise you to the skies over Lua as my mother lifted me, and show you the first mother they desecrated, radiant in blue. When you cry, I will cry too. She's talking about how like they ruined Earth. Memory Feather, so 3. Hibernation Pod, Jade Light. Execution Chamber, Lua. They keep me in what they imagine to be a sleep in between the executions. I pass the time dreaming of us, the games we can still play. I close my mask, Mummy is gone. I open my mask, here she is, over and over. The Dax murmur behind their hands. Memory Feather 4. Ruins, Orican Mansion, Venus. Your father blamed himself as if love could ever be a crime. As if I had no say in the matter. So now he repents in his changed skin. He serves them like a devoted dog. Ballas gloats to me of how they dangle the promise to me of us over his head. Oh, wow. So they basically used her, like the promise of her, when he was already the shadow. This must be like, because she says in his new skin, so it must have been after he became the stalker. He lives in hope of seeing you again. One day I have promised him, I promised him this. You should be proud. He wants me to hate. I shall not. I own myself. Fucking Ballas. What a piece of shit. Prime antagonist. I know. He really is an asshole. Ballas is so messed up. The baby goes to the helmet too, if you think about it. Yeah, it's true. There is a child in my head, not you, love. Some battled, shattered thing, a ghost, a dream. She calls me by name. Calls me by a name I do not choose. Oh, she's talking about the operator. What are you, I ask? Your operator, the child says. Come on. What did they do to you? Let's go. We've been called up. Time to fight. My hand raises of its own volition. It is trembling. I hear an unvoiced tear. I hear unvoiced tears in her thoughts. I can do this. I'm Tenno. I can do this. I repeat softly, firmly. What did they do to you? I feel the child curl up, fetal. She whimpers. I want my mom. With my mind, I embrace her. I sing her old songs of Cathal Ra and the riddle verses of Lirim of Hawk. I tell her the winding? Is that what that is? I tell her the winding, meandering story of Landkitty Hopkin. Jesus, they're really throwing some shit at me. I am the thing, all clouds and feathers. I am a thing, all clouds and feathers. I rock her to sleep. I really like this idea that she was like a mother, like the mother frame, right? Like she was taking care of, like, you know, the Tenno that was piloting her in a lot of senses. In a lot of senses, it was actually the other way around. As I go to war and none suspect, I am as much the warrior as I ever was. With bow and scythe, I fight the people I despise against a foe that deserves their victory. Because I know the reckoning will come. When the drum struck, I saw him, changed just as I was changed. But the metal was his. There is no other like it. My Sorin, and he did not know me. I took to him. I flew. Through blood and storm and insanity, I flew. Oh, I took him. What she said. He could not have known, but in taunting me, Balus gave me hope. There is plentiful strength within you, but only to keep you preserved as you are now. Your child, alas, will never grow, even if you fed it with all the strength in your body. Perhaps if you lay lifeless for a year, the child would twitch a little. A century, and its heartbeat might begin to beat. 1,000 years, and who knows? Perhaps you might feel a kick. What a piece of shit. So I lie here, stubborn as the day is long, as my father used to say. I promise that you would live, little one, and I will keep that promise. With your father watching over us, I will give you the gift of myself. And one day, those metal fingers of mine will dip in slippery paint as I draw a smile on the sun and hold a house and a dog and all those things together, and I hear you laugh. Damn. That's a tragic story, man. Romantic? Yeah. It is. It is. It's also like sad as shit too. It's like both. I think from my... Damn it. I gotta go back. I gotta put this in my foundry. I gotta cook it. Yeah, it's super depressing to read. Yeah, so she basically laid there while the stalker protected her, and yeah. That's fucked up. It's fucked up. Jade writing is cooking. Yeah, it's really good. I guess we do more. Party's back up. If anybody wants to join, we're gonna crack some more relics. Try to buy some more shit. I'd replay New War just to kill him again, but that would take way too long. You're not committed enough. You're not committed enough. I want to see more commitment out of you. I expect more from you, chat. I want everybody right now to go and kill Balus again.
Each enemy is more powerful than before. Only With true mastery of the Tenno arsenal, will you succeed?
Watch out. I'm detecting void fissures nearby. Do you have a matching relic?
I do, actually. I just so happen to have a matching relic.
Use that reactant to open a relic. You are going to need more reactant if you want to open that relic. The Orican Neural Sentry is attempting to purge you from this place. Stand by for life support.
Nidus's powers look so... That's Nidus, right? Fucking ability looks so sick.
All manner of Orican technology may work here due to the Circulus's proximity. If you have a necromech, you may use it.
You know what I haven't done in a really long time, and I've been kind of having the itch to do it again, and it's just been a while, and I don't know what I would want to play. I haven't played an FPS in a while, like a competitive shooter. Warframe doesn't really do, doesn't like showcase my aim, but my aim's really not that bad. Though I prefer sniping more than anything else. Anytime I want to play Overwatch, I want to quit right now, quit right after. I don't know. It wouldn't be Overwatch or anything like that. Man, I just really fucking miss, like, I will say this. I do not, like, I don't want to play Call of Duty. But the instant that they bring back Verdansk is the minute that I will go back and play Warzone again. I loved playing Verdansk. And I wasn't too bad. I mean, for the people that play Battle Royales and for the folks that played, like, Warframe, or not Warframe, that have played Warzone. I had like a 2.5 KD in Warzone, which is pretty fucking good. Like that's pretty fucking good in Warzone. It's not God mode by any means, but it's definitely well above average. But I stopped playing because like I didn't like the other maps that they introduced, and then also at the exact same time like they like hardcore nerfed sniping in their game, and I'm like, I don't like, you know, getting like a 150, you know, plus meter shot on some dude out in the middle of nowhere, cracking him in the fucking head, and it doesn't take him down. But Verdansk was so good. Those, like, I don't know if it's just the nostalgia of like the time, you know, getting government checks to fucking stay at home and play video games. God, dude, if I would have just like not been paralyzed by my own like neurotic nature, and actually was like making YouTube videos back then, I bought all the equipment to do it during COVID. I already had it. I was planning on doing it like a year before COVID. I was already planning on like making YouTube videos and streaming and stuff like that, but I just didn't do it. I had all the time in the world to do it. I could have done it every single day. I got woke up every day and streamed or made a video or something like that, and I just never did. Instead, I just wasted time sitting there like researching it. Oh, you know I don't want to make videos like that. I don't want to make videos like that. I don't know. You know, somebody's already talking about this game. You know, there's too many people talking about. No. I just so stupid. It was so dumb. I don't know what I was thinking. I don't know why it took so long. So goofy of me to do so. Do you want to know what the game is that finally got me to oh, what the fuck? I mean, I already have Protea Prime, so I'm gonna take that because it makes me feel less bad about getting rid of it. You want to know what the game was that actually motivated me to start making YouTube videos? Final Fantasy 16. Oddly enough.
Hiding Lua in the void risked the unfathomable.
My first 2 videos I ever made were on Final Fantasy 16.
Destroy these void-stained enemies.
Ow. I wasn't looking. Hello, Nutra-N. Neutron? Then I ended up making a video on World of Warcraft versus Final Fantasy 14. It's fucking cringe. It still gets views today. I hate it. Those early videos of mine are just so fucking bad. My cadence and my inflection sounded like I was it made me sound like I was either partially AI or I was like, you know, one of those like at work or like what is it, like, you know, those like safety tapes or something like that when you go to work somewhere. Why am I getting like oh, because I don't have my shield up. My bad. Thank you. I was like, why do I keep going down?
Well done, Tenno. Your relic is opened.
What's your favorite Warframe? You know, it kind of changes all the time. I really like Ember. If I had to say like what my favorite was, probably Saren. Like I always really liked Saren and Wisp. Protea is also a lot of fun as well. What else? Kind of all of them. They're all my favorite. Green Banshee. I've had the same thoughts to create videos for years, but end up too busy and lazy about it, to be honest. Or to be fair. I'm glad that you actually took the initiative. Your videos are great content. Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, there really wasn't any like actual like genuine like motivation to like, there wasn't anything that like made me do it other than it was just like I just kind of gotten, I think that so like a buddy of mine, Mark, and I, you know, we do the podcast on Sundays when we can, but initially like that's how the whole like YouTube channel thing started, because I needed somebody else to keep me honest to do it. it's one of those things where it's like I thought to myself, and I had the confidence that it was something that I could do, and I thought I would be good at doing it. But I didn't do it because I'm a really bad procrastinator, and I need somebody else there to help me basically like start good habits. Like this happened with me with the gym before, where like I was so bad at going to the gym and making sure like I was doing the right workouts and things like that, and all I needed was I just needed to do it like a month or two with a group of people, like a group of friends, because I needed somebody being like, what are you doing? Why are you not here? Do another set. Those kind of things. Like I needed that to get into the habit and get the routine, and then once I had the routine, I'm good. So it was the same thing for YouTube. I recognized that I lacked the I'm not a good self-starter, and I needed added motivation. So I hooked my friend into doing a podcast every Sunday, which then got me used to like using YouTube and all that stuff, and you know, starting good habits. Then it was like, you know, we have some really good discussions. This is kind of annoying that the channel isn't bigger than what it is. It's kind of annoying that, you know, there's not a bunch of people showing up live and stuff like that. Then it was like, okay, I want to grow the channel. And then after that, that's when I started making videos. That was the main motivator. And then once I started making videos, it was kind of GG. Like, initially I started really slow. Like the first video I made one video, and then the next video I made like, I think like a week after or 2 weeks after or something like that. And then I didn't make another video for like another month or two or something like that. And then after I made that video, it was another like month or two before I made the next one.
We cannot let the worm have Varuna.
And then I was upset with myself that I wasn't making videos more often. And then I went in. And that's when I was like, okay, you're going to lock it down. You're going to make 2 a week. You're going to make 2 a week. And then after I got that 2 a week down, that's when all of a sudden I started seeing everything start to shift. And I started seeing, you know, more subscribers coming into the channel. I started seeing more feedback. I started a ton of stuff. I started like everything. I started getting more passionate. I started getting better at doing it. Like my writing quality got better. All that stuff, like everything, like the more you do it, it's a muscle. It really is. Like once you start doing it, you just get better at doing it over time. That's why I always make sure to make the recommendation when people like I brought it up in that like little video that I made, but it's just like, you know, my best recommendation to people is just start. Like that's all you can, like, just start. Do it once. Chances are if you do it once, you'll end up doing it again.
The relic has been cracked open. Finish your mission to find out what's inside.
What's your impression of the first Descendants? Derivative in an unflattering way. Good elements, but not enough to redeem it for its user unfriendly, consumer unfriendly practices and terrible monetization. I'm sorry, but like, this is probably gonna sound a little on the hot side. I think it's pretty fucking disrespectful that you straight up rip off Warframe's entire progression and monetization model and just make it worse. You just like make it like a stereotypical Korean like free-to-play game. Oh yeah, we were really inspired by them. Yeah, I'm sure you fucking were. Inspired by them for the wrong reasons. Especially think about this, like the most disrespectful thing about the First Descendant, it's not even like the low drop rates on shit or anything like that. It's the fact that you have genuinely no way to really customize your character and differentiate yourself from any other player in the game unless you spend money. Unless you spend money, and a good amount of it too. Consumable one-time use dyes, fucking generic looking skins and shit. It's so stupid. It's so anti-consumer. It's so gross. So gross. I think it would be different if the monetization in the game was, you know, if it was bad, but the rest of the game was just like that fucking good that it didn't matter. But it's not enough to redeem it. It's not enough to redeem it. Especially when you add on top of it the fact that, like, when I say that the game is derivative, like it's derivative to a point that it doesn't actually have enough differentiating itself from its competition that you would be able to justify playing it over their games. Because those other games have better monetization and more content. What does that say? What does that say when Destiny has better monetization than your game does?
Came here in search of treasure, but only found oblivion. They are trespassers here. You are not.
Did anyone mention the color palettes one time used? Yeah, I talked about it. I tried it out for 2 days and uninstalled it. Yeah. That game is fucking disrespectful to me. Did you hear the sad news about Bill Crook of Spirit Box passing away? No, I didn't hear about that. What the fuck? Was that the drummer or the guitarist?
Must not be allowed a foothold on Lua.
I really only know the name of the vocalist for obvious reasons. Because Courtney's a fucking monster. Courtney LaPlante. Bassist? That sucks, man. That sucks. Didn't they replace the bassist the bassist had, I thought the bassist had left. And they brought in the bassist from As They Lay Dying, if I'm not mistaken. Am I wrong about that? Is that the reason why they replaced him? Because he was like sick or something like that? That's sad to hear. That band is so good. Fuck, they're so good. I need to go see them live again. They're one of the very few bands that I will say that if you go see them live, they sound just like they do on the album. there's a weird dichotomy of like how bands sound in like live, where like some bands sound like better live, other bands sound worse live, some bands sound just like the album, but more times it's worse live. Some bands are just fucking stellar in the studio, man. Stellar in the studio, and then they hit the road, and it just doesn't work. A lot of the times, it's just because it's hard to be able to get like these really tailored tones that they get in a recording booth, or they get from producer sometimes. Especially when it comes to screams and stuff like that, vocals and some like drop tuning and stuff like that sounds a little odd or uncanny when you're in person. Live is usually too hard to hear the bands over fans. Yeah, I mean, in some cases, yeah. Depends on like where you're watching it and stuff. Like there's some really good venues that I've been to that have been like really, really good. I remember like way back in the day. I mean, this is probably like over 10 years ago or more now. Where I saw like Sleeping with Sirens. And they were doing like a tour that I didn't even know that they were doing at the time. Like it was just random that I got invited to come to this like acoustic concert, and they were playing there, and like I was like, an acoustic? That band sounded fucking insane. They were so good. They ended up doing this like Sublime cover. It was so good. Oops. Back in the mid 90s, you got to see Charlie Daniels live. Wow, that's crazy. I've seen a lot of I'm going to a lot of concerts. I used to go to Riot Fest every year, and Riot Fest in Chicago has like a lot of bands. You end up seeing like a bunch of people that you'd never like. That's the coolest thing about Riot Fest, is that it has like, it's like a hodgepodge of like just a bunch of like random fucking shit. It was originally like a punk festival, but it's evolved over the years. So like, it's so weird to say things like this, but like I saw Tenacious D. One year I saw Tenacious D, Fall Out Boy, Guar, and Snoop Dogg in the same day. So, and then Bob Marley's son. I forgot what his name is. That sounds normal for that venue. Yeah, it's so weird, dude. It's so weird. It's so cool. It's such an odd like grouping of bands. Who else did I see? I saw and I think Danzig played that same day too. And Misfits. System of a Down. Oh, dude, I did see System of a Down at Riot Fest before too. Yeah, actually. That was like 2013 or something like that, maybe. I remember there was this one year that they had like luchador wrestling. And I had a lot to drink that day. I had a lot to drink that weekend. Like, I mean, it was bad. And I remember I went up to like the lady that was like selling tickets for you to watch like the luchador mask in there, or the luchador match. And I saw that they had like luchador masks that were like kind of like tied to like the side of the tent. And I was like, how much for a mask? And she's like, they're not for sale, they're decoration. And I'm like, I remember just being in that like you know, that very the very social drunk at the time, and I'm like, yeah, how much for the mask? And she just like turns to like the guy next to her and they start whispering and he's like, $20. So then me and all three of like yeah, me and three of my friends all bought luchador masks, and we just walked around all day at Riot Fest drinking these like, they had these like coconut drinks, like alcoholic beverages. So you just see these like four dudes and these like four dudes in luchador masks walking around and drinking out of these like drinking these like tiki drinks, standing there listening to Guar. So fucking great. It was so great. It was such a good day. Stumbling around mumbling cerveza? No. Sounds like a dope after party. That wasn't at that was at Riot Fest we did that. After party? What did we do? I think we just walked around and went to like bars and restaurants and stuff like that. I remember we went to this taco joint that was just down the street from there. Just down the street from Riot Fest, and like the place was packed. We got our food and this dude just like randomly comes and sits down next to us. And we're like, what the fuck is this guy doing? And he looks like he's like tweaking out, right? And he comes and he sits down and he turns to me and he goes, hey man, hey. I'm like, yeah, and he's like, you got any blow? I'm like looking at this dude, I'm like, no. He's like, damn it. And he gets all like pissed, like genuinely pissed off. And I'm like, what the fuck? And he just starts like freaking out and he starts walking away from me. And he goes to leave the restaurant. And he goes to like push the door open, but the door is a pull door, and it says in big red letters on the door, it says pull, right? And this dude gets frustrated, and then he starts looking like really panicked. And he's like looking around the room and he sees like people are like laughing at him, and he just boots the fucking glass door and shatters it and then runs away. And this all happened, by the way, this all happened within like 5 minutes. So we're all like sitting there like like dumbfounded, like what the fuck just happened? This dude really just like come up to me like, where's the fucking blow, man? I think that's what he said to me. Where's the blow around here? And I'm like, it's not here. He's just like, fuck. He just runs off. Tries to leave and can't get out. He gets all paranoid about it because he thinks like he's being trapped in there for some reason. It's the funniest shit I've ever seen. It was so good. That's fucking Chicago though, baby. That's the Chicago life. In case you guys ever want to know what it's like, that's the Chicago life. Yeah. Yep. I remember one of the first time, I remember like one of my most like one of my like childhood memories of Chicago was when my mom had to go and she got LASIK, right? And I had to get her back to the hotel room. I had to lead her back to the hotel room. And you know, I wasn't like a big child or anything like that, and I was young at the time. And there's just like, there was this dude, there's this homeless guy that was like asking to shine my shoes. And I had these like, I had these, they were K-Swiss. That's what they were. These K-Swiss. I had these K-Swiss shoes that were white. And like I'd had them for a while, and they're not leather. They're like, you know, fox leather or something like that, I guess. And this dude said he wanted to shine my shoes. He grabs my fucking foot. My mom's like blind right now. And I'm like trying to get my foot free. And he's just using some fucking like, I don't know, fucking crackhead strength, I guess. And I couldn't get my foot up. And he pulls out the shoe shine shit that he has, which is not shoe shine, it's shoe paint. And he just like paints like 3 stripes on this one shoe of mine. And it's, my shoes are white, but they're like off-white because I've owned them for a little while, right? So he just puts white paint on my shoe. And then he's like, okay, that's one shoe. Now give me $20 and I'll do the second shoe. And I'm like, no. No. I'm not gonna do that. Go away. And he's like, well, I need money for that first shoe. And I'm like, I didn't ask you to do it. And he's like, well, that's besides the point. I already did it. What do you mean that's besides the point? Fox equal foe? Oh, I don't give a shit. I pronounce words however I want. Okay? The world needs to bend to my will. If I call it Fox, it needs to be Fox now. Also on top of that, foe. Foe sounds like such a bitch word. I'd never be caught saying that shit. That shit's fox leather. And also, how did you not know that when I said fox leather, it wasn't actually leather made from foxes? I didn't realize like how fucking cool my like 3 looks with this coloring too. It has like both the purple and the, oh dude, that looks so good.
The relic has been cracked open. Finish your mission.
That's a common scam to do to tourists. Well, I mean, we weren't tourists. I mean, that was my Chicago wake-up call as a child. Then after that, anytime somebody tried to grab my shoe or something like that, I'd just fucking kick them in the face. Always hated silent letters. Well, guess what? Here at this stream, you never have to worry about them again. We pronounce those letters here. Breathy motherfucker. You need a Mentos. Yeah, your breath will fucking persist. Take that, foreign language influences. Yeah, that's right. Damn foreigners trying to get in my language. I dare you. King's English, more like my English, you know what I mean? How did you manage to do that? I'm kind of into language stuff. I'll avoid pointing that stuff out from now on. It's for the best. It's for the best. Though I will say there's nothing that fucking triggers me more than when I see like people like well actually in my comment sections. Oh man. Oh man. Well, actually, you say it like this, and I'm like, like there was like what did I say? The amount of people, I still remember this one. The amount of people that lost their fucking mind over the time that I called over the time where I was reading, an article, and the article was, and in the article they were talking about the Protoss, which are the, I guess from like fucking, whatever that fucking game is. I never fucking played it. Star fucking, I don't know, Blizzard RTS game. And I read it as Protos. That's how I said it. Protos. StarCraft, thank you. Yes, StarCraft. And I read it as Protos. And they were like, oh my god, have you never played StarCraft? No. No, I haven't. Fucking nerd. Fuck. Like there's like people are actually saying it like I should be offended by it. Like, oh man, wait a minute. Like you're a fake gamer. You fake gamer. Fake gamer. Doesn't play RTS. I love RTS but hate the players. I can see why. The only RTS that I think I ever actually played with any real like any real amount of time was like Halo Wars. And that was just because I really liked Halo and wanted to play more Halo. I think that was actually the funnier part, was like the thing is that like the people didn't make the recognition that they were like, oh, well, he probably wouldn't know how to pronounce that if he's never played the game. And also, you know, fuck Blizzard for making up their own pronunciation. They could have made it Protos. Just saying. Just saying. Instead, they had to be hostile. Hostile towards my American language. Towards the language of American. You know what I mean? God damn it. Fucking Jade Light. Look at me, Jade. Put your eyes upon me. The only thing that I think that this skin is missing is that when I cast my 2, that my butt should jiggle. Just a little bit. You know what I mean? I get that my glutes are strong. But I mean, we could probably use like a little bit of like jiggle physics. You know what I mean? I'm not saying it needs to be like dead or alive, but I wouldn't have a problem with it. But my glute frame is strong. Have you done the deep bow emote? Look here, dude. I'm not trying to like have people like goon on my stream, okay? I'm sure somebody already has. I don't blame them, but you know. We don't need that here, okay? We don't need that here. I saw this thing recently. I was looking at like Asmongold subreddit. I saw somebody shared like a video on his subreddit of some dude that spent $50,000 in gifted subs for on Twitch. And I'm like, and the thing is like, for some odd reason, I have no idea why, but like Asmon's first idea was that he was like gifting it to like some like Fortnite player or something like that. And I'm like, homie. And on top of that, the guy was hiding the expenses from his wife, right? And he's like, now I'm going to we're going to family counseling and stuff like that. And I'm like, homie, you know for a fact that this dude was like sending that money to a booba streamer, right? Like, you know that's exactly where that money was going. Yeah, the 50K USD debt guy. Yeah. Dude's in the fucking military, and giving his money to some like Twitch booba streamer. 50 grand worth. Good God. When am I gonna get that? Take a loan out for these subs. That wasn't even it. What it was is that he took out credit cards. He kept signing up for new credit cards. That's so crazy. You don't wear socks? Exactly, I don't wear socks. I give you guys fucking feet for free, and you guys like I don't have somebody fucking donating 50 grand in subs. Like, what is that? What is that? See, I'm an ethical streamer. I don't fucking tease you guys with the content, okay? I give you what you want. I just give you what you want. Bankrupted himself for what? Yeah, for no gain. Yeah, for nothing. Instead, now he's in therapy with his wife and trying to keep his family together. It's just people that lack like any self-control whatsoever. The same thing goes for like people that get addicted to gacha games and stuff like that. I think we all have certain things that we have like next to no control, like no self-control. But it was just weird the way that the guy like worded it, where he was like, oh, he's like, I don't know, it just like happened. It's just like, it didn't just happen. You, like, homie, you maxed out a fucking credit card and then went and signed up and went through the process of getting another one. You got a credit check done on another credit card to get another one. Multiple credit cards. Like, what are you talking about? I don't know, man. I closed my eyes. I bet you. I'm sure you closed your eyes.
You opened the relic. Finish your mission, and we'll take a look inside.
You need to put them behind a paywall. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Oh man. Well, that was like people were suggesting when I first got into YouTube and the channel like had first started doing well back with like Baldur's Gate 3. Like the amount of time, like I had people tell me, "Oh, you need to make members only content on YouTube," and I'm like, I'm not gonna fucking do that. I'm not gonna do that. One, that's just like way more effort than what's necessary. And then also at the exact same time, like, why would, like, it sets a really bad precedent. Like, from my perspective, I think it sets a really bad precedent. Like, gatekeeping your content from other people unless they pay for it, like, it just seems goofy to me. It just seems goofy to me. And also on top of that, like, it kind of directly works against, like, yeah, it's gonna get, it'll get people to join to become, like, members of your YouTube channel. But that doesn't really do much of anything for the people that would just subscribe to your YouTube channel. And you have a way higher ceiling on that than you would anything else. This doesn't make any sense to me to do that kind of shit. Same thing goes for, like, I had set up a Patreon, right? And like it's active, and I know there's like a few people that donate to it or whatever. I appreciate it. It's fucking awesome that, you know, people want to be that generous. But that was the other thing too, when people were like, "Are you gonna do any like Patreon content?" And I'm like, I just personally don't really believe in like paywalling my content. I just don't. And also on top of that, like, you know, I'm one guy, so it's difficult to make like that much shit, like, end stream and make like standard YouTube videos and stuff like that. Like, it's just not, like, I also don't want to like build like an unhealthy work relationship either, like an unhealthy relationship with work, I should say it like that. So like I stay away from doing that kind of stuff. You're not a true streamer until you sell G Fuel. It wouldn't be G Fuel. It'll be Gamer Subs. It's coming. Don't worry. It's coming. I want a waifu cup, okay? Not for you. For me. For me. Work to live, not live to work. Ain't that the truth? That was kind of the realization that I'd came to before when I was doing construction, was that like I was stacking fucking paper, baby. I was making some good money. And then I was like sitting there and I'm like, I just had one of those fucking moments where I had like a self crisis, and I was like, you just keep making money and not doing anything. Like, you don't live life at all. You just continue to work. And it was bad, dude. It was like bad. Holy. Like, I'm talking, when I say like I was working, like, I don't think you guys really understand. I don't think you guys understand how much I was working. 92-hour work weeks for 60 plus days.
The void has summoned a new presence, and it craves our life support.
Oh, those
Destroy these
beard
manifestations.
Oh, there was a Biada Pix. Thank you guys for the super chat. $5 from AK Dreamer and 5 from Tickle. Thank you guys, appreciate that. Is Alan V your father figure in Y? Yeah, it is. More like Nefanyo, to be honest, but yeah. 92-hour work weeks for 60 days straight, 1 week off, and then off to another 92-hour work week, 60 days straight. And then I would basically just cycle that shit and then go on to the next one, and then go on to the next one, and then go on to the next one. When I initially got started, it wasn't even long-term like that. It would be like a week of that, and then like I would turn around and immediately go to another job, and then that week, that one would be like, you know, 12-hour days or 14-hour days, you know, 7 days a week until that job is done, and then I go to a different job, and I would just keep moving and moving and moving. The longer term ones were nice because at least you could like establish some kind of rhythm, but the other ones sucked because I'd be like swapping from like days to nights, Sometimes it would be close to home. Other times it would be, you know, 1,000 miles from home or 2,000 miles from home. Like, it was so fucking bad. And then, and that's what I did, man. I did that for years. Years I did that. And it was just as bad as it sounds. No time for friends, no time for family, no time to spend money, which that part was kind of nice because you didn't really spend a whole lot, right? So you saved up a lot of money very quickly. But man, I mean, that shit does some it does some shit to your head, I'll tell you that right now. It does some shit to your head. I only say that. Here's the other thing too. Oh, and Epic. Thank you for the Prime, man. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Did you play any of the Ben 10 games? Why are there so many screens? What? Are you okay? Irish Bear with the $5. Favorite moment in Warframe, in or out of the game? Favorite moment in Warframe, in or out of the game? Oh, well, I mean, like, if I had to say, like, in or out of the game, it would be TennoCon, right? I think it was really, like, it was a really interesting, what's it gonna say? It'd have to be TennoCon, especially because there was like this really cool moment where I got to hang out with the producers of the game and guys that have been working with DE for like 10 years or 9 years or whatever it was, like basically a decade, right? And them just asking me just a bunch of like random questions about a bunch of different stuff and telling me about like how they used my videos in meetings and how people had to like, you know, like some folks had notes on my, like somebody like literally took my videos and like wrote out like weeks worth of work of notes and stuff like that off of the content that I made and stuff like that. It's one of those things where it's like, it's great that players watch my stuff, right? Because that's how I monetize my channel. Viewers are great, but it's also really good to hear that like what I'm saying, like from the source, what I'm saying is something that is like valuable to them. I'm not just some like off-based fucking neckbeard and, you know, screaming into the void online. Like, devs are listening, people are seeing my shit, and a lot of people are agreeing with things that I say. That kind of affirmation is very hard to come by. You don't really get that in like normal jobs. You don't really get that in normal life, to be honest with you. It's always great to see devs watching content. Yeah. Love the Second Dream stream. Yeah, Second Dream stream was a really good one. I really liked the New War stream. I think the New War stream was the two New War streams, part 1 and 2, were really good. The Second Dream was the Second Dream I think was the biggest stream I've ever done. What did we get to? I think we got up to like almost 3,000 viewers at one point. That was crazy.
The void wants us to find this.
That was actually crazy. Also, in case I didn't say anything, thank you for the 5, Irish Bear. Your face when your brain melted? What time? There's like so many instances of that if you watch any of those playthroughs. Like literally, like any of them. Have you tried using Ember as a caster? Do you prefer weapon platform playstyle? Yeah, I do actually. I could probably use like a weapon like an actual like weapon platform frame instead. But I also don't have Archon shards on her right now, so like she's not gonna do like a ton of damage. Oh shit, my shield went down. I fucked up. When are you joining the balance team? The balance team? I'm not gonna be joining the balance team. I did say that. I'm like, when I was talking to them, I'm like, well, at least you guys have told me one thing. I'm like, what? They're like, what's that? And I'm like, well, you know, if the whole YouTube thing doesn't work out, you guys can give me a job, right? Which I'll be real with you. That kind of was the whole aim. Like I literally, like I had told people, I was like, here's what's gonna happen. I'm like, I'm gonna give YouTube a shot for a year and see how it works out. If it works out and things go well, that's great. I run it till I run it, and then if I can't run it any longer, then I can maybe find a job in game dev. There's a lot of different roles to take, and many of those roles don't require you to code. There's a lot of different things that you could do in video game, in the world of video games.
Your relic is opened.
And the work that the work that I do on YouTube does directly translate to a lot of those roles.
If they scan you, sentient fighters won't be far behind.
I mean, I have a degree in marketing too, so there's that as well, right? I could always work with a talent agency as well. I could work with other content creators, up and comers and stuff like that, if I wanted to. Chances are probably not. Because let's be real, content creators on the whole are a pretty fucking weird group of people. Ow. Go for game dev consultation, but an actual one. Okay. Okay. What if I name my I'll name my game dev consultation company like Sour Adult Incorporated. That was a fucking terrible joke. Let's pretend like I didn't say that. Hey, you know what? Keep lining up. Oops, wrong button. Uh-oh. That shield down, motherfucker. There it is.
Hey dreamers, we are up and ready to party.
Barra leaves tonight at midnight or tomorrow at midnight? I think it's tonight at midnight, if I'm not mistaken.
As Lua kept you safe in the dark age that followed the fall, it kept this hidden for you to find.
There we go. There's another gold. No red crits. Look, dude, I'm not good at this game. I just play it. They can be turned off, but having them helps. Yeah, I like having damage numbers on. I do. I probably. Oh shit! I looked away.
Destroy them. They are drawing from your life support.
Yeah, I guess. I didn't really want to. I was gonna keep us in here, but it is what it is. I was like in the fucking rhythm too. That sucks. It is what it is though. You have another day and a half before Barrow leaves. Ooh. Nice Giat. Thank you. Or just worry about, or just run Incarnate guns and don't worry about crits. Facts. Facts. I think, like, red crits take a lot of setup. That's just not how I play. I like shooting guns. Shoot gun, usability. Shoot gun, usability. Ability, shoot gun. What other looter shooters have you played before? The better question is, what looter shooters have I not played? I probably have played all of them. I would imagine. There was that one that came out like a year or two ago or something like that. That it performed garbage on my computer. It was so bad. I think somebody asked earlier what my setup looks like on my Burstin. I think this is pretty solid. It has room for improvement. Not much, to be honest, though. All of them? Going back to Borderlands 1? Yeah, yeah, of course I paid BL1. Are you kidding me? He even called it BL1. Yeah, I probably, if I had to say what looter shooter I put more hours into, or the most hours into, I think right now, thank you for the run, ZLD. GG. Thanks, man. Thanks for coming. if I had to talk about like what game I put the most hours into, it'd probably Borderlands 2. Yeah, I'd be Borderlands 2. Borderlands 2 was just so fucking good. It was so good. Favorite game of all time? Terraria.
My latest safari
No hesitation.
has yielded spectacular finds. Unique items for the Tenno of Distinction.
Second would be Baldur's Gate 3. Third would be Borderlands 2. Warframe's in the top 10, but it's not in my top 5. It's good. I love the game, don't get me wrong. And like I've played a lot of video games, man. And I'm not going to have like recency bias. Borderlands 1 was my introduction to Steam as a platform. I bought the game on Amazon and installed it as part of the process. Yeah. Borderlands 1 wasn't as good though. Like let's be real. Right? Let's be true to form here. Like Borderlands 1 was good, but like Borderlands 2 was next level.
Hello, Golden Warrior.
It was next level.
From the void, I presume.
I only have 280 hours in Borderlands 2. Meanwhile, I have 3,800 hours in Warframe. Yeah, but those are two completely different type of games. They're two completely different type of games. One has been a game that's been constantly supported for over 10 years, and the other one was a game that had like 2 DLCs. One has a finite amount of content, and the other doesn't. Yeah, I don't even think they're even like worth like. If I had to like list games, like my favorite games of all, like here's the thing is that when you're doing like games of all time, like nothing will beat Terraria for me. Nothing will. But with that said, if we go like, you know, what's your favorite game of all time for live service games? Well, that's a different story, right? That's a completely different conversation we're having there. If we go live service, I'm probably going to say probably Final Fantasy XIV and then Warframe. What do you think Warframe could learn from Borderland mechanics? I think they've already probably learned whatever they could from it. I think the best thing that you can see from them is like the variety and how they approach weapon design in this game. Right? Because like Borderlands weapon design is fucking awesome. Like for real. All right, what's next? What's next on the list? Borderlands 2 was goated back then? Yeah, Borderlands 2 was insane. Are you kidding me? So good. The boss fights were exactly what you would want them to be. If anything, Warframe could learn from Borderlands bosses. I've always really liked the boss fights in Borderlands games. You don't have the Vastalock? No, I haven't played that one yet. primed reach. I don't really see the point of me using reach right now, to be honest with you, because I fucking main glaive. Not that I wouldn't use another melee weapon, but it's not really super high on my. Probably target cracker, reach, or an elemental now. Yeah, I was thinking target cracker. And then I can't really buy anything else, so I'll probably do like one of the elemental ones.
Have something extra special for you.
I kind of want to do probably cryo rounds because I'll get more mileage out of anything that's going to be rifle based, right? Did you get the glaive mods? I have glaive mods. I think my glaive build's pretty solid. You can armor strip any enemy? Really? Oh, I have to leave the railing. Yeah, I'll probably get cryo rounds next. Cause my let's look at it real quick. This is good. I think my glaive build is pretty solid.
Remembered well how the Tenno arm themselves.
I just need to level up sacrificial steel and prime pressure point. So does like pressure point matter in this build if I'm mostly going for bleeds? No melee arcane. I don't even think I even have any. Oh, melee afflictions. Oh. I don't know if that would be any good. I don't have a lot of arcanes.
Operator, were you visualizing a bloody battle? Me too.
You can do a heavy throw. You can do throw heavy and then jump slam to get a six additional bleed procs. Interesting. Gotta start running the Sanctum Atomica boss bounties for melee arcanes, or you can buy them with rep. Oh, okay. I'll keep that in mind. Yeah, I mean, I guess I can put this on here anyway, right? Oh, you can skip to the last level up? Oh, I didn't know you could do that. You can select the bottom rank and... Oh, okay. Well, I know that for next time. I thought... Oh, I have one building right now. I'll get an Auxilius on there eventually.
With the impossible behind you, all that remains is what is necessary.
All that remains is what is necessary.
It's time for Nora to say goodnight.
It seems that Legendary Drops is the pioneer of a new generation / era of Warframe content creators. New formula, very watchable. What do you mean by that? What does that mean? What do you mean new formula? What do the other guys do? You can select the bond. Oh, I read that. It's the puppy dog. It's the puppy dog eyes, bro. What am I doing? Oh, I need more relics. All the relics. What is this? Oh, I've already done this. I'll have to do dog days at one point. More relics for the relic god? Yeah, I know. For real. All I care about is just getting all I care about is getting what I need, okay? I need them ducats, baby. I need them ducats. Somebody said they need an Icarius Prime. If I get another one, I'll hold on to it. Oh, what did I just do? My bad. Survival, the Murmur. Is that one any good? Let's go back to Conjunction Survival. It's not a big deal. Either or. Okay. Let's go back to where we were. It's also Omnia, so if you want a change of scenery. You know what? You got a good point. Let's do that. I kind of do want to change the scenery. How far did you get with Nightwave? What, is Nightwave ending already? Nightwave is gonna run for the next 3 months at least. Yeah, I just got to the I-10. I haven't been playing a whole lot. Not lately. I've been busy. I've been out of town for like, I hadn't streamed or even been at my computer for 11 days. Isn't that crazy? 11 days. Almost 2 whole weeks. Almost 2 whole weeks of not being at this bad boy. At one point in time, as weird as it is for me to say this, at one point in time, I'm gonna have to like, when I get a bigger apartment, I'll probably want to get like another computer, a second one. We know we call the hospitals. LD, what's your thoughts on time gating syndicates? Syndicate reputation in Warframe. It's been one of the biggest pain points in the game since it started 6 years ago. You know what? I gotta. Some people are probably not gonna agree with. They're probably not gonna agree with this. I don't actually mind the time gating. I totally get it. They don't want you to like. Part of that is actually. Part of that helps. Part of that helps from people like absolutely fucking no-lifing the game and never logging out, right? to the point of exhaustion. From their perspective, they want to keep you coming back to playing the game, because the more you come back to play is the more likely you are to spend money. So you have to understand it from a business perspective as well. I get why it's a pain point for players, totally understand. But at the exact same time, the other thing is, if I were to, I'll say this, I'll make a caveat, okay? What I wish they did instead is that they could keep their time gating. I don't have any issue with that. Let me overstack on reputation, on the currency of reputation. That's what I would like. So then that way, when my time gate is ended and I need to wait my 24 hours to be able to spend it on upping the rank, then I have it, right? And I don't need to like wait to be able to do the bounties again. Like, if I have the time to run bounties and that's what I want to do, is just like spam bounties and shit like that, like, let me do that. Especially because I also have to use that rank to buy things as well. So it's really annoying. It's very annoying when I'm time gated on both the things that I want to purchase and also the upgrading of my and the upping of my rank. The problem is that those two things are used by the same currency, right? You have to spend rep to buy things, you have to spend rep to increase your rank. Either make it where I can overstack my rep, but I'm just time gated on when I can rank up, or make it where I don't spend rank to buy the things from the vendors. Instead, make it where I use another currency to buy things from vendors. I think doing that alone would probably make a massive difference for players. And giving you a warning. Yeah, I wouldn't even worry about that. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, don't even, like, fuck, like, the whole maxing out your rep thing is just, it sucks. It just sucks. Like, maxing out how much rep you can earn in a day, even if you can do, like, trade-ins and stuff. Like, that, I think that's the other thing that's frustrating, is it's, like, it's even for, like, even if I'm, like, trading in rep items to get more rep. I can't even do that. Like, I would rather just, like, a pure time gate on, I'd rather a pure time gate on rank up, rather than limiting how much rep I can get. Because if there's shit that I want to buy, you know, emblems, cosmetics, mods, weapons, things like that, like, I should be able to buy that stuff when I want to buy it. If I want to go farm rep to buy those things and I have that rank unlocked, I should just be able to get it. Use tokens for vendors. Yeah, if you want to make it a different currency, that's fine. I just don't like the fact that they're tied to the same thing. It sucks. It doesn't feel good. I wouldn't mind playing Ember as like more of a caster, but like that would also require me to probably have Arcane Energize like maxed, and it would also require me to have honestly, I should probably just buy Arcane Energize while the market's low. I was thinking about it. Since I wasn't able to farm them all, I should just buy Arcane Energizes. But that I would need more Archon shards. I was thinking about that. Like, I wouldn't mind playing her as a caster. It's just
Look what this fish just caught. You keep fighting, and I'll keep fighting. So when you are ready to return, the Sanctum is waiting for you.
It's a cool pause. Uh-oh. Don't boot. We got a console player in here. Ember gives more of a weapon platform vibe. Really? Yeah, I mean she's like super defensive. She removes by three removes armor. She's fucking heat based, which is really nice. Her survivability is fucking cracked. Ow.
Sending another capsule? These don't grow on trees, you know.
They don't? Because you guys send a lot of these, by the way. Oops. Oh, I forgot my 2. She got cake. It's true. It's true. She's a baker. Yeah, I need to get her Archon vitality leveled up too. I'm more somebody that just like tries to like passively earn whatchamacallit? Endo rather than like trying to force it. Did they fix the Incarnate crosshairs for non-host squads? I don't even know what that even is. There's a problem with that? Oh man, part of me is actually really excited to go to the grocery store tomorrow. I'm so deadly low on like snacks, specifically snacks. Things that keep, because like the thing is that like, you know, people always say, you know, like snacks, sometimes people try to say snacks is a bad thing, you know what I mean? Like, oh, you shouldn't be snacking. Oh man. No, what ends up happening is if I don't snack, then I eat way too big for like one meal. So I've always done that, to be honest. I've been like the one big meal a day. Actually two, take that back. I usually have like a pretty decently hearty breakfast, and then I go all in on dinner. I don't eat lunch or anything like that. I'm a fan of getting little croissants so I can make little sandwiches when I get hungry. Ooh, that actually sounds super fire, not gonna lie. You could also do that with like Hawaiian bread, like biscuits, you know what I mean? Like the little Hawaiian bread things, so you make the little mini Hawaiian bread sandwiches. Rolls, thank you. That was the word I was looking for. The one thing that I do every single week for sure is that I buy biscuits and I buy sausage. And then what I do is I'll make biscuits like on Sunday or Monday, and then I have like sausage biscuit like breakfast sandwiches for the whole week. I mean, other weeks I won't have that, but most weeks I will. I always have a stock of it just in case. Because they also make a really good snack, but it's also it's my favorite breakfast. S tier breakfast, it really is. It really is. Little slice of cheese on that. You're fucking zooming. Have my coffee in the morning. I'm reading some articles, watching a couple videos and stuff like that. Start writing a little bit. You know what I mean? How I get my day started. Unless it's a gym day, then I go to the gym first and do all that afterwards. Which I think I'm gonna end up kicking my gym days up like a little bit. I think I'm gonna add an extra day. Maybe an extra day just for like pure cardio. I want to cut like 15 pounds. Tone up. Bam. If I don't snack, I don't eat. There are people that are like that. I know that for sure.
You have collected enough reactants to open your relic.
Gotta use thick cooked bread for the best effect, though. What are you talking about? Oh, I either use bagels. Oh, bagels and then toasted grilled cheese style. Holy. Holy. You just made me want grilled cheese. I don't have any bread right now, though. I used the last 2 slices the other night. I still very much have the diet of like a fucking 8-year-old. I don't know what to tell you guys. I fucking love PB&J, man. It's just you're never too old for PB&J. I don't know what to tell you. Like, PB&J and a bowl of soup, and you're having a good night. You're having a good night. Imagine you're talking to somebody and they're like, you know, what did you have? What did you have? You know, I had a filet mignon on a salad on a bed of arugula. They're like, what did you have? And I'm like, PB&J. Who's winning? Actually, they probably are. Steak is so good. Steak is so good. Steak is so good. Creamy or crunchy? Creamy or crunchy? Real question? Are you out of your fucking mind? I am of the belief that if you eat crunchy peanut butter, you have some type of mental disorder. I don't know what it is. It might not even be like today's like science may not know what it is, but they'll find out one day. They'll find out one day. I see some people have already outed themselves in chat. Bruh said I'm crazy in every language. I guess take this. I just need to switch to trade in. Or a chicken nugget type of day. Chicken nuggets are fucking true. Chicken nuggets are a like fact of life. My buddy Darth Microtransactions. That motherfucker. I was like talking to him. He's like, I'm just ordering some food real quick. I'm like, how often do you fucking order? How often do you order fucking DoorDash? He's like, all the time. I'm like, my guy, get a fucking air fryer. Yeah, people have told me, and I'm like, well, you need to start listening. You need to start listening. What are you doing? You could be having chicken nuggets right now. And instead you're ordering chicken nuggets. You're making somebody else cook your chicken nuggets. You can't trust them nuggets. You can't trust those nuggets. Unless they're from Wendy's, I guess. And that's kind of true. That's kind of based, actually. I'm actually okay with that. I have the problem where my body is not necessarily very happy with spicy food anymore. It's not a fan of it anymore, which sucks because I really like spicy food. And even I will make the sacrifice for Wendy's spicy nuggets. No pain is too great to enjoy the joys of life. You get all the sauce you want, and it's never over or undercooked. Fucking true. Fucking true. Yes. Little known fact. Life hack, most people would call it. I stand by my statement that crunchy is only good on the spoon. I would probably agree with that. I think the crunchy peanut butter is fine in that occasion. If you're eating it straight out of the jar, yeah, okay, all right. But putting it on a sandwich, bro, that just, I don't know, like, what the fuck? Why? Why would you do that to yourself? Are you like a masochist or something? It's like, I feel the same way about like pickles on food. Like when I see somebody put a pickle on a hamburger, I want to slap them. Like what actually is fucking wrong with you? How did you get raised this way? Who wronged you? Putting the L in LD right now? What the fuck? We get fucking pickle enjoyers in chat? What kind of fucking community am I fucking developing? I'm obviously going down the wrong path. Absolutely fucking disgusting. Why would you put pickles on fucking hamburgers? It doesn't make any sense. All you taste is pickle. At that point, just eat a fucking pickle. You might as well just call it a fucking pickle burger. Unsub? Okay. Okay. Unfucking believable. Cretins. Monsters, the lot of you. L take on pickles for real cheeseburger with cheeseburger pizza with pickles. What the fuck is wrong with you? Gross. Holy shit, that sounds so disgusting. What the fuck? Cheeseburger pizza do be fire though. Mexican pizza, no, that'd be fire. I remember the Mexican pizzas back in fucking middle school. My god. My god. Irish Bear, thank you for the membership, man. Appreciate that. Food, oh my god, dude. Lunch in middle school is so fire. Chicken patty sandwiches. Still to this day, you can't get them the same. Actually, you can. I did actually find a brand. I found the same brand that they use in high schools. Itchy mango. Is that what it is? Cheeto mangoes? I don't. Is that how I say that? Icy? Icy hot mangoes. That's what that is. What the fuck? I can't read. Thank you for the prime. Thank you for the prime. Yeah, that's so funny. I'm by the way, I'm not fucking around when I say I really don't understand people putting pickles on hamburgers. That shit's just fucking gross. It tastes nasty. It's not that it tastes nasty, it just tastes like pickles. I like pickles. I just don't like pickles on food. I like pickles by themselves. Mexican pizza, is that like taco pizza? No, it's not. No, it's really not like that. Need better pickles? It ain't had nothing to do with the pickles. I've had fantastic pickles. You need smaller pickles? No, they do like the fucking like the dill slices. You know what I mean? Like the very thinly cut dill slices. That's the ones you usually see on pickles or on hamburgers. It's terrible. Do you put relish on your burger? Crunchy. That's the other problem too. Is that like I don't really like the I don't really like lettuce on burgers either. Right? Well, I guess that maybe is my burger like unconventional. Like I like, what do I like on a burger? I like bacon, cheese, mayo, and tomato. That's a good burger right there. I don't even like ketchup on burgers. I mean, like, I'll eat it. It's fine. That's all good. That's all good. But like, too much, man. Too much. I don't like things that like pollute the taste of the food that I'm eating. Not a fan on mayo. Not a fan of mayo on a burger. I'll be honest. I can concede that. I can concede that, you know, there's people that probably wouldn't like that. I'm from the Midwest, man. Like, it's ranch and mayo on just about everything. And if it's not on there, then then we must be out. In most cases that I've ever put like I've substituted like mayo or ranch, it's almost always because I'm out of it, not because I don't want it on there. Who hurt you? Yeah. Look in the mirror. Mayo on a burger is good if you also have ketchup and mustard mixes. Like ketchup and ketchup and mayo, yeah, that usually, I mean, that's how you usually, like, I think that's like what most people would call like their like secret sauce. Like that usually ends up being like the two main ingredients on those like secret sauce burgers. But yeah, mayo's nasty, bruh. I'm not gonna sit here and like try to defend mayo, okay? I'm not gonna try to do that. I wouldn't try to. Now ranch, that's a whole other fucking story. I'll be buried with the bottle of ranch. Think I'm lying about that. You put ranch on your pizza too? You fucking bet. You bet I do. You fucking bet I do. I'm sorry, but if you haven't had ranch and pizza, then you haven't fucking lived. I've had somebody try that before and they looked at me and they were like, what the fuck? Why does this taste so good? And I'm like, I know, right? You saying it, it probably makes you feel a little weird. You're like, I don't know, I feel a little bit uncomfortable right now. Maybe I should talk to a therapist or seek a police officer. And then you try it and you're like, oh, fuck, never mind. Okay, this is actually pretty good. Ranch and pizza is goated. Yeah, it is. It really is. You don't put it on the pizza. You dip it. You use it like a dip, okay? Because that's what it is. It's a condiment. You don't put it on the pizza. You're out of your fucking mind. What are you doing? No, you get a little pepperoni za, and you just like fucking little dip it on there, right? You little dip it and you eat it, and it's like, ooh shit, dude. What the fuck? This shouldn't be allowed to be this good. I'm gonna probably have that tonight now. Now you guys said that, that's what's gonna happen tonight. You gave me a heart attack until you clarified. What did you imagine me like putting it on the pizza itself? Are you out of your fucking mind? No. No, it's like a dipping sauce. Like a dipping sauce for pizza. Though to be fair, garlic dipping sauce is also really good for that as well. But like Papa John's garlic dipping sauce. That shit's for real. That shit was born real. What about chip dip? Ooh. Salsa. Are you talking about chip dip on pizza? Like what kind of chip dip? That'd be that. I mean, that's an interesting experiment. I could probably think about that. But if I was just talking about like, if we're just talking about like what kind of dips do you use for chips, that depends on the chip.
We're going to need a bigger sanctum.
That depends on the chip. Potato chips specifically, ketchup on potato chips always works. There's a reason why Canadians have ketchup flavored potato chips. It is a potato. It's a fried potato. It's like French fries. Okay, that shit works. It does. I also like sour cream on potato chips as well, actually. What else? What else? Now, if I'm feeling fancy, which I do be getting fancy sometimes, I want you guys to know that. I do be getting fancy sometimes. When I'm feeling fancy, I will get some like really nice crackers and some goat cheese. Get some like boar's head, boar's and cheese. Ooh, man. Oh my god. Oh my god. More of a queso guy. Queso's good. Queso can be good. It can be good. I mean, to be honest with you, when it comes to tortilla chips, man, I mean, there's a lot of choices and not a lot of bad decisions there. You can go with the queso. You can go with the white queso. You can go with the bean dip. You can go with the, and by the way, bean dip slaps. My mouth actually watered when I said bean dip. There was something hidden in my psyche that wanted bean dip when I said that. Okay. Should I try this game now? Nah, I wouldn't say it's worth it. Trying to play this game, I mean, here's the thing, dude. Like, at maximum, you're gonna get like thousands of hours of gameplay out of it. And I know there's people out there that'd probably rather play games that have like tens of thousands of hours of gameplay. So. Also, they put in these like big ass booty fucking skins and shit into their game. Like nobody wants this shit either, to be honest. Like nobody wants this. Nobody. I keep forgetting that I put roar on this yesterday. And then I remember and I'm like, oh, this is really good. Pico? I don't really like pico. Like, I mean, I'll eat it. It's okay, but I don't really like it. For me, hot take. Sorry to my Hispanic viewers, but pico to me is like it feels like it's Mexican coleslaw. I'm gonna say it. It feels like it's Mexican coleslaw. It feels like it is just the throwaway thing that they made because they have the extra ingredients and that's why they made it. I'm gonna say it. It is why? I'm Jamaican and I love pico. Oh. If I'm eating shrimp, I better have pico in it. Ooh, or if I'm eating pico, I better have shrimp in it. That actually does sound really good. I haven't had Mexican food in a while. What? In my loot? Nami. So you telling me to start the game? I'm not gonna tell you to do nothing, dog. You need to make decisions for yourself. Does it look fun? Are you watching it right now and you thinking to yourself, man, this actually looks kind of fun? That's what then I would go play it. It's free. You don't have to pay a dime. You don't gotta pay a dime. Not a red cent. I still have all my Jamaican foods. I just like pico de gallo out of many of the ones that include dishes too. I have like, so we have a back home we actually have a Jamaican jerk place. Dudes of like, there's been like a long-standing Jamaican family that's lived in our neighbor or like in our town for a long time, and their food is just so damn good it's not even fair. They also just have like a standard like I don't even like a barbecue place, just a regular ass barbecue place with like hamburgers and stuff like that. And even that stuff is like so good it's unfair. Violence. I can't see because of this, whatever that is. Thank you. Where do I need to go? Up here? Through here? Ah! Oh. Yeah, they put some jerk on the bar. Yeah, they put some on burgers, and it makes it so good. They also have like a seasoning for their fries and stuff that is like, oh man. Oh, good lord, it's unfair. Why would you do this to me? Like look around my cat butt to be able to see how I can get off of my screen. I'm so hungry now. Why do you think I'm talking about food? It's because I'm hungry. So I need to make other people suffer. That's why. Wait, they're jerk burgers, like jerk chicken, but burger. Yes, yes. How did you not realize this? I don't know, because this is the reason why you come to watch me stream, because I am here to fucking convey the truth, okay? I'm here to convey the truth. I'm here to teach you the ways. Okay, that's what's going on here. I'm here to teach you the ways, tell you about things that you've never heard before, places you've never been. Where'd I come back in here for? Oh, I came to the wrong place. I need to go to Barakater. I need to go see Barakater. Barakater. I'm the console guy. I'm happy I didn't crash this time. It thought about it. It thought about it like every single time. Every time we went to show the rewards, it was like, I don't know. I don't know if we should be doing this. I'm wondering what the fuck. There's somebody way earlier. Oh, that's what that is. Okay, that makes. I wonder what the check mark was. Somebody that's actually like a partner or something like that. I always wonder when I see like the weird like symbols and stuff sometimes next to people's names in chat. Like I see like Fruit A has Twitch Turbo, so like they have the turbo signal and stuff. There was like somebody earlier that had like a check mark, and I don't even know what that means. Probably there's like different ones. Some of them are like Twitch moderators. Who do you need the Icarius Prime? Didn't somebody want that? The receiver? Check mark means verified? What the fuck does that even mean? And why don't you all have it? Wait a minute, are you guys all bots? If so, you're very sophisticated ones. It's annoying writing on console. Yeah, a lot of things are annoying on console. I'm not that bad. Oh, I'm not a bot. You know, it makes it more believable when you put it all in caps lock. What's your favorite tile set in the game? Probably the sentient ships. If you want, I have 3 spare 0 rank energizes I can trade you. Save some plat from trading. Fuck yeah, dude. I'll take that all day. Kidding me? Hold on, let me talk to this homie. Let me talk to my dealer real quick. Barrow Key Tier. Do you have any cosmetics that I want? I don't think so. I looked and made sure that it was like, if there's anything on here that I was like, oh, I want that. This is just like the. I'm gonna be real. I have no interest in like 90% of the 90% of the operator cosmetics because they just look weird to me. A lot of them look very weird. This actually kind of looks kind of cool. I don't know if I would use it though. What's this? Like, look how much like a fucking goober you look like. Like a fucking goober. Well, I wouldn't be caught dead in this. LD, any guns you want to get for mastery rank? I can worry about those as they come. I'm not in a rush for mastery rank for any reason. You know what I mean? That mastery rank is a cosmetic thing. I'm not really super interested in that. Yeah, that's basically my stance on mastery rank. I understand that like a lot of people I mean, I can see why you'd want to. I love that she's in heels, by the way. I can I'm gonna want to level my mastery rank, but it's not anything that I'm like, I need to make sure that I'm doing this. That's for the Sentinel. It looks so weird. Oh, I'm gonna poke you. Did you say goober? Yeah. Yeah. There's far worse things I could call people instead. Right? Would you rather be called a silly goose? I don't think anybody wants to get called that. Probably censored. Mastery rank is more functional than aesthetic. It does have a function to it. I know. It makes it easier if you're doing like when you're like doing forma and stuff like that. Hold on, I'm gonna have to ban you. Hey, can you ban me from my own channel? Hey, don't call me that. Okay, we got 430. I can buy one more. What's the next one I'm gonna buy? Firestorm. Oh, we're gonna do chilling. That's what it was. We're gonna do the rifle. The rifle ice. Ice rifle. I forgot what it was called. Cryo rounds. Nope.
Pleasure doing business with you, Tenno.
A pleasure doing business with you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Fever Strike and chilling, yeah. If I end up getting time to be able to do, how long do I have? 12 hours. Yeah, it's not gonna happen. Not gonna happen. That's fine. I did really well though. I still got, considering that I haven't been able to play because I was trapped in, you know, thousands of miles away from home. I think I've done pretty good. Have you visited him with Inaros Prime? I think I did, yeah. Yeah, because he has like unique stuff that you can buy. Yeah, cosmetics and stuff specifically for Inaros, if I'm not mistaken. Regular Barrow is here too at another relay. Yeah. Yeah. Get the color palettes, they're good. I only have 60 ducats, so I'm not really gonna try to like burn anymore. Plus on top of that, I'm hungry and we're basically at the we're gassed on stream right now. We're gassed on stream. And by gassed, I mean like I am. I mean I'm gassed. 7+ hours. Yeah. Oh. LD, would you like 5 or a rank 5 energize? Just talk to me in Discord or just remind me that I need the energizes later. It's not a big deal. We can get him next week. He's roasting under all those lights. There's only one light. There's only one light. What's up with the shape of my hair at the moment? My God. Time to fire up the air fryer. It is. It is. I'm gonna chill out. I'm gonna vibe. I'm gonna watch some YouTube and stuff like that. I might end up like playing some Path of Exile tonight or something. I don't know. We'll see what I end up doing off stream. First stream I watch will definitely come here more times. I love to hear that. Thank you. Thank you. I try to remain engaged and entertained. So, or entertaining. The best that I can. Sorry, I'm a new viewer. What's the Discord? The Discord. The channel's Discord. I still need to go back to Once Human because people have been playing that too. Is Once Human like all the way open by now? Are they still sticking to that seasonal reset bullshit? That's been one of the reasons why like I kind of like slowed down on playing it. Wasn't because of the fact that I don't like the game. It's just that recognizing that I have other games to play, other content to make and things like that, as well as like my trip that I had coming up, I was not committed. Not committed because I'm like, I knew that I wouldn't be able to finish. I wouldn't be able to get to like the other content that they have or anything like that. 6 weeks. They're hard locked on the reset. Man, that's so weird. I think they want to just try it once to see how players like it and then kind of go from there. You're doing a good job on that. I'm hungry now. Well, there you go. Like the stream to start your parasocial relationship today. Ain't that the truth? Ain't that the truth? Once Human has weekly phases, but you keep a lot of things when they reset. Yeah, I mean, maybe I'll like try to like give it more time on the next run, just because like I've already missed 2 weeks of play. You know what I mean? Like there's already been 2 weeks of content that I've missed out on. So it's not that I don't like it. I actually like it a lot. I think the game's a lot of fun. Plus, on top of that, it's something cool to play with like the community because you can put so much. You can play with so many other people too. I think that's the other thing that I really like. So we've had like so many people. I'm just gonna play the first season and see how it feels. If the reset feels bad, just quit. Yeah, and the best part is you didn't pay anything for it, right? I'll probably try to hop on there and play sometime this week. I think maybe this weekend. I might try it tomorrow. I might try not tomorrow. It'd be like Sunday or something like that. I have to cancel the podcast on Sunday because I have to work on videos. I'm behind on my I'm behind on some promises that I made to sponsors, so I gotta get a couple sponsored videos out before the end of the month. I wanted to get them done earlier, but it didn't work out that way because of other content and how things have gone. How's it doing right now? Not bad. Not bad. I mean, still 179,000 players at its last 24-hour peak. The game's all-time high was 230. It's doing really well. Honestly, I think people like it. I think they just got to figure out what they want to do for like as a live service and how they want to keep that kind of content and keep people into the game. I think there's ways to do it that you can do a really good. I think they can do a really good job with it. It just depends on what they do with it. I've played Warframe on and off since beta. You're doing higher difficulty content than I do. I mean, I'm getting carried. I think I'm like a self-sufficient carried. I can take care of myself for the most part, unless I forget to turn my shields on. Legendary weapon blueprints and Once Human that I'll be able to carry over on reset. That's sick. I don't see, that's the thing. I don't understand certain stuff with Once Human. And honestly, like I think we should make a I kind of want a channel specific for Once Human just to see how the game goes, because I know there's a lot of folks that are in the Discord right now and people that watch the channel that play it, because I don't understand how to get like blueprints and shit. I just run around doing the towns. That's it. I just run around doing towns, and that's it. And then I do the boss, and I did the boss fights. I just kept doing that. Farming materials. I don't understand how to get like the legendary blueprints and stuff. You get those from like boss fights or something like that. Maybe I might play that tonight, actually. Like, the minute that I talked about it, now all of a sudden I want to play it. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not thinking clearly. I'm hungry. I'm hungry. So I'm going to get some food. Thank you guys for hanging out. Thank you guys for all the subs. Thank you for the super chats. Thank you for the donations, all that great stuff. I appreciate you guys. Thank you for your generosity. Thank you for showing up every stream. You guys make my day and make my week, and these are my favorite times. These are my favorite times of the week. So thank you guys for stopping by. Absolutely fantastic. I will see you guys. I won't be streaming tomorrow. I don't think. Maybe I will for a little bit, like a short while, not a lot of while, just a little bit. But I won't be streaming Sunday because I got to work on videos. Monday, maybe. If not, it's definitely on Tuesday. The problem is I have 2 videos that I have to get out. I have 2 videos that I have to get out. And I have to get them out fast because both of them have their deadlines for sponsorships this month. And I don't like walking back that kind of stuff. So I want to make sure that I put the good professional foot forward, and if I say that I'm going to do something, I do something. So we'll see. Either way, I'll let you guys know. Have a fantastic rest of your day, rest of your weekend if I don't see you guys before next week. Stay cool, stay righteous, stay safe, my friends, and I will see you guys next time.